before absolute power.
I am honored to join your team.
Crush the bone, I am the hunger. I am the throne, you locked me deep, but I have grown.
Get to know PUBG Mobile version 4.4 in 2 minutes. Take on trials and go for the crown. Let's learn about the new themed version, Hero's Crown. Urban areas have been revamped in an ancient Greek style, and there's a new floating crown's abode. Collect origin embers, ride the sun chariot to the temple, and defeat the centaur boss Helios. To recruit him to your team, ride and fight alongside Helios, unlock exclusive skills, dominate the battleground, and charge forth. Additionally, there are 5 great trials to challenge. Use Fury Assault to shatter the heroic spirit and win rewards. Defend the battle flag against minions. Light the sacred fire and ascend to the crown's abode. Overcome obstacles and fly to the top, and score goals for supplies. See how you fare. The Laurel M1 Garand is here. This weapon's special trait is a chance to refill its magazine when dealing damage. Also, the higher your glory, the stronger its aura effect. 3 themed items are here to help you dominate the battleground. Tank enemies head-on and break through formations with speed. Plant a flag to boost your attack power and survive in dire situations to carry your team. Fly around swiftly and seize the initiative. PUBG Mobile Flame On. Harness mythical power to reach the pinnacle of battle. There's also a new 2-seater convertible, Roadster. It's turbocharged with blazing speed. The powerful Panzerfaust has seen some adjustments and is available on more maps. Try out this weapon that can turn the tide of battle. The JS9 can now be picked up on more maps. Also, be sure to check out Livik's new spawn island. Metro Royale Chapter 32 is on its way. There are new season collectibles, as well as a new PvE enemy, the Centaur Warrior Helios, who can be found in the Arctic Base Advanced map. Go defeat him to get high-value sellable items. This World of Wonder update adds a new standalone World of Wonder lobby with a new interface and layout. The friend list and play together list now support joining matches in progress, so players can quick join a match and play without waiting. For more details, stay tuned for the World of Wonder update video. More exciting content awaits. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's now a dedicated World of Wonder lobby. Swipe left from the main lobby to access the new page. The new Join Mid-Match mechanic lets you jump right into matches without waiting. The Rookie tutorial has been redone to help rookie creators quickly get the hang of things.
Kneel before absolute power.
I am honored to join your team.
Crush the bone, I am the hunger. I am the throne, you locked me deep, but I have go.
Get to know PUBG Mobile version 4.4 in 2 minutes. Take on trials and go for the crown. Let's learn about the new themed version, Hero's Crown. Urban areas have been revamped in an ancient Greek style, and there's a new floating crown's abode. Collect origin embers, ride the sun chariot to the temple, and defeat the centaur boss Helios. To recruit him to your team, ride and fight alongside Helios, unlock exclusive skills, dominate the battleground, and charge forth. Additionally, there are 5 great trials to challenge. Use Fury Assault to shatter the heroic spirit and win rewards. Defend the battle flag against minions. Light the sacred fire and ascend to the crown's abode. Overcome obstacles and fly to the top, and score goals for supplies. See how you fare. The Laurel M1 Garand is here. This weapon's special trait is a chance to refill its magazine when dealing damage. Also, the higher your glory, the stronger its aura effect. 3 themed items are here to help you dominate the battleground. Tank enemies head-on and break through formations with speed. Plan to flag to boost your attack power and survive in dire situations to carry your team. Fly around swiftly and seize the initiative. PUBG Mobile Flame On. Harness mythical power to reach the pinnacle of battle. There's also a new 2-seater convertible, Roadster. It's turbocharged with blazing speed. The powerful Panzerfaust has seen some adjustments and is available on more maps. Try out this weapon that can turn the tide of battle. The JS9 can now be picked up on more maps. Also, be sure to check out Livik's new spawn island. Metro Royale Chapter 32 is on its way. There are new season collectibles, as well as a new PvE enemy, the Centaur Warrior Helios, who can be found in the Arctic Base Advanced map. Go defeat him to get high-value sellable items. This World of Wonder update adds a new standalone World of Wonder lobby with a new interface and layout. The friend list and play together list now support joining matches in progress, so players can quick join a match and play without waiting. For more details, stay tuned for the World of Wonder update video. More exciting content awaits. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's now a dedicated World of Wonder lobby. Swipe left from the main lobby to access the new page. The new Join Mid-Match mechanic lets you jump right into matches without waiting. The Rookie tutorial has been redone to help rookie creators quickly get the hang of things.
Kneel before absolute power.
I am honored to join your team.
Crush the bone, I am the hunger. I am the throne, you locked me deep, but I have go.
Get to know PUBG Mobile version 4.4 in 2 minutes. Take on trials and go for the crown. Let's learn about the new themed version, Hero's Crown. Urban areas have been revamped in an ancient Greek style, and there's a new floating crown's abode. Collect origin embers, ride the sun chariot to the temple, and defeat the centaur boss Helios. To recruit him to your team, ride and fight alongside Helios, unlock exclusive skills, dominate the battleground, and charge forth. Additionally, there are 5 great trials to challenge. Use Fury Assault to shatter the heroic spirit and win rewards. Defend the battle flag against minions. Light the sacred fire and ascend to the crown's abode. Overcome obstacles and fly to the top, and score goals for supplies. See how you fare. The Laurel M1 Garand is here. This weapon's special trait is a chance to refill its magazine when dealing damage. Also, the higher your glory, the stronger its aura effect. 3 themed items are here to help you dominate the battleground. Tank enemies head-on and break through formations with speed. Plan to flag to boost your attack power and survive in dire situations to carry your team. Fly around swiftly and seize the initiative. PUBG Mobile Flame On. Harness mythical power to reach the pinnacle of battle. There's also a new 2-seater convertible, Roadster. It's turbocharged with blazing speed. The powerful Panzerfaust has seen some adjustments and is available on more maps. Try out this weapon that can turn the tide of battle. The JS9 can now be picked up on more maps. Also, be sure to check out Livik's new spawn island. Metro Royale Chapter 32 is on its way. There are new season collectibles, as well as a new PvE enemy, the Centaur Warrior Helios, who can be found in the Arctic Base Advanced map. Go defeat him to get high-value sellable items. This World of Wonder update adds a new standalone World of Wonder lobby with a new interface and layout. The friend list and play together list now support joining matches in progress, so players can quick join a match and play without waiting. For more details, stay tuned for the World of Wonder update video. More exciting content awaits. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's now a dedicated World of Wonder lobby. Swipe left from the main lobby to access the new page. The new Join Mid-Match mechanic lets you jump right into matches without waiting. The Rookie tutorial has been redone to help rookie creators quickly get the hang of things.
Sawadika!
Sawadika!
Hello everyone! Woohoo! From PUBG Mobile Pro League, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and PUBG Mobile Challenger League, the region's strongest contenders are ready to prove they belong among Southeast Asia global stage. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PUBG Mobile Global Open 2026 Season 1 Southeast Asia Final, live from Bangkok, Thailand. We are your hosts for today. My name is Poji and beside me is Nasha. We're proud to welcome everyone to BCC Hall, Bangkok, Thailand for day 1 of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 SEA Finals
เย้โอ้โหฮึกเหิมมากๆเลยนะคะ จาก PUBG Mobile Pro League Thailand ค่ะอินโดนีเซียมาเลเซียเวียดนามนะคะรวมถึง PUBG Mobile Challenger League ค่ะวันนี้เหล่าสุดยอดทีมตัวแทนจากทั่วเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้พร้อมแล้วนะคะที่จะมาพิสูจน์ฝีมือบนเวทีแห่งนี้สวัสดีทุกท่านด้วยนะคะที่อยู่ณ BCC Hall Central ลาดพร้าวค่ะและทุกท่านที่กำลังรับชมนะคะผ่านทาง Facebook Live ค่ะก่อนอื่นขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวนะคะดิฉันเนยณัชชาค่ะมาพร้อมกับพิธีกรคู่สุดน่ารักเลยพี่โปจินั่นเองขอต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะเข้าสู่วันแรกของการแข่งขัน PUBG Mobile Global Open Southeast Asia Season 1 Finals
And this event is Southeast Asia Next Generation, as almost every team here is an expected dark horse or underdog in this tournament. Across next 3 days, they will battle through their every rotation, every circle for their glory and survival.
และนี่ก็คือศึกของคลื่นลูกใหม่แห่งวงการ PUBG Mobile นะคะเพราะว่าทุกทีมในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ค่ะพร้อมจะสร้างชื่อและล้มทุกความคาดหมายตลอด3วันจากนี้นะคะทุกการโดดทุกการเดินเกมและทุกวงบีบค่ะจะเป็นบทพิสูจน์ว่าใครคู่ควรกับการอยู่รอดและใครจะไปได้ไกลที่สุดและรอดชีวิตบนเวทีแห่งนี้ค่ะ
And only 5 teams would advance to PMGO Main Event in Jakarta, Indonesia, and only one will lift the trophy. So the question is, who would rise above the rest and become the king of Southeast Asia?
จะมีเพียงแค่5ทีมเท่านั้นค่ะที่จะคว้าตั๋วเข้าสู่ PMGO Main Event ได้สำเร็จนะคะและไปสู่เวทีการแข่งขันที่จาการ์ตาประเทศอินโดนีเซียค่ะและจะมีเพียงแค่1ทีมที่ได้ยืนเหนือทุกทีมพร้อมชูถ้วยแชมป์ของ Southeast Asia เรามาลุ้นไปพร้อมๆกันค่ะว่าทีมไหนจะก้าวขึ้นมาเป็นหนึ่งและกลายเป็นราชาแห่ง Southeast Asia ในครั้งนี้ค่ะ
So without further ado, let's the game begin.
เอาละค่ะและตอนนี้ได้เวลาเปิดศึกเกมแรกกันแล้วนะคะขอส่งต่อความสนุกให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราค่ะไปชมกันเลย
You guys are back. I don't know if we're talking about back, but we are live here for only 3 days. PMGO Southeast Asia 2026 Spring with me, Juju, your host. Your commentators, your everything today, including my partner. Of course, it's gonna be the Goofy. Today it feels like he's more a detective mode. So, Cloud, how you doing today? Are you super excited for our only 3 days PMGO SEA, Cloud?
Yeah, we have to investigate who will be the top 5 representatives to the PMGO Finals later on. And like what you said, right? It's only 3 days. 3 days. Oh my goodness. So little days, so little matches, but only 5 slots to move on to the next stage. It's going to be super duper tight. Can't wait to get it going because here in the PMGO, Southeast Asia, we put together the best of the best teams in Southeast Asia, the champions from all the regions. It's going to be super exciting.
And of course, when it comes, I think this is the first time ever we actually don't have the entirety of a league for Southeast Asia. And this is the first ever PUBG Mobile Global Open series starting from 2026. So there's so many new things. And when it comes to the map as well, there's some sort of different rotations. So you guys just gotta wait and see. But when it comes to the teams that are competing at this stage, a higher level now, a lot of them don't have that stage to adapt anymore. We're talking about a sprint that been crammed and all squeezed within just 3 days. How are they supposed to, be familiar with all the other teams' rotation?
Yeah, I know, right? Like they have very little time to adapt. Like everything has to be from the get-go, from game 1. They have to put in the work and don't wait till day 2, because by the time you go day 2, then you'll be like, oh, if my points are too far to be in the top 5, then it might be a little bit difficult. So they have to really start it off today. And of course, today is going to be the day where they introduce themselves to each other as well. Drop spots, will we see a clash? We have seen it in other regions before. We have even seen in the PMCL before this too, when we cast it together. And some teams just don't want to let go of certain drop spots. So I don't know if we're going to see the same here in the PMGO.
Hey, when it comes to this kind of games, it's all about who's the alpha by the end of the day. It's the pride game by the end of the day. But when it comes to what motivates the players, of course, it's going to be the total prize pool of $40,000. That's plenty, especially when it comes to the first place. $12,000. That's way more than the rest. And we have extra incentive as well when it comes to the chicken dinners.
Oh yeah, we also have the FMVP prize, which is $500 and so on and so forth. But this will be the format here, ladies and gentlemen. So 16 teams from their respective regions, as you can see here, from PMGO ID, PMGO Malaysia, PMGO Thailand, from PMGO Vietnam, and of course from the PMCL will compete here throughout the next 3 days. Now, it's not a typo, people. Yes, day 1, 6 matches, day 2, 6 matches, 3 stock standard, but day 3, 7 matches. Now, how is it going to be on the 7th match? Well, you got to stay tuned to find out on day number 3. And from then onwards, the top 5 will move on to PMGO Main Event.
3 days, that's just it. Nothing more, nothing less. If you look at the entirety of the May calendar, there's only 3 lit days, and you guys make sure you are there to witness every single map that is from the 15th to the 17th of May, starting from today, Friday, until Sunday, to see who will actually be the representative of the Southeast Asia region as a whole to compete at a higher level.
Yeah, so it's going to be very, very tight, right? So only 3 days and everything will be determined by then. So, yep, from the get-go. And these teams will be doing it from the get-go. We have our participating teams here. We have Team Panda, Bangira McJoe, BTR, RRQ, Boyne, Hale Esports, E-Arena, Sharper Esports, Magda Esports Club, Team 52, AZ Slumber, Team Flash, D Xavier, Yangon Galacticos, Hive International, and Team Nemesis. And all these teams are the top teams from their respective region. It's going to be explosive, Choo-Choo.
Yep, we have majority of the region coming up from the Indonesian side, but that's going to be a lot to be unfold later on, because we do know for the next stage is still going to be towards the Indonesia for the host later as well. If you guys want to know when, it's probably going to be next month. But when it comes to the map rotation as a whole for today, we don't know about the 7th map when it comes to the last day, so we won't touch that just yet. But for today, we're starting off with our Rondo map, and then we head over to Erangel, Triple Erangels, then we end our day with Double Birama. But after the match 2, it's a bit unusual to, I think there's some extended break after the match 2 afterwards. Hence, you get to see there's slightly a longer duration between match 2 and match 3 starting.
Yeah, so we're very used to like, okay, after match 3, we get an extended break, but this time it is going to be match 2. So take note of that, ladies and gentlemen, in case you want to go grab your snacks, because after match 2, we're just going to go all the way 4 matches in. No extra breaks for our players, no extra breaks on our broadcast. We'll just go straight in, and that's where you want to stay tuned to find out how will everything unfold in day number 1, because these are the best teams in Southeast Asia. 2, before this, when we had the PMSL, some teams were directly invited because of the partnership program and so on and so forth. But this time, it is based on merit. It is based on how good they are. So this is going to be super duper fun.
No more invited. It's just about your credit. It's all about the drill that you have to go through just to be at this stage. Now, of course, I want to welcome all of you guys, and of course, one shouting out to none other than Maxman, maximizing himself everywhere as usual. But sorry, we have to cast instead of Maxman today because he's frolicking himself for his holidays in France, if I'm not mistaken. But shouting out for our buddy there, Maxman, and of course, you guys that have been cheering for us and also for your teams out there as well. I hope you guys enjoy for only 3 days. Is it supposed to be called as grand finals since we don't have the league stage anymore? We only have finals, I guess.
Well, yeah, I guess technically you can say it's a final. So yeah, but bonjour as well to Maxman, who's enjoying the show out there. And yeah, I mean, it's okay, right. If we look at the teams, right, honestly, a lot of people have been asking me for predictions, right? And I find that this is the hardest ever to do predictions. This is the hardest ever to even talk about like who will be the top 5 because there are so many amazing teams. Like I can, at the end of the day, name 5, but I will have that, post prediction syndrome of like, oh, but that team, but they should be in the top 5, but that team too, but that team is like, But at the end of the day, it's only 5 that can go through. It's so hard, right? Do you find it hard doing your predictions, Uchu?
I mean, everybody have to wait for day number 1. I think we can play victim for today. We put our aim and target to Maxman since he's in the chat. Maxman, do tell us your prediction while you enjoying your croissant. Okay, make sure you enjoy your croissant for us. But at the same time, what are your predictions for you guys in the comment as well? Because like Cloud mentioned, it's almost impossible to pinpoint a particular team in this case that they are dominating. And we've seen every single region have not met yet when it comes to 2026. So it's pretty difficult for us to call it out who's having a better domination in certain compounds or who's got the better firepower, because everybody is the best of the best, the cream de la crop when it comes to their own regional qualifiers. So it's pretty hard, I agree. But I do know Team Flash is one of the most hardest team to be picked on. But for me, I want to pick the Xaviers for now because this is probably the determining factor, the factor whether these Xaviers will push forward in the future or not. This might be their last year because we do know these Xaviers players are pretty much one of the most OG players out there. So if they couldn't make it anymore for this year, high chance they might go for retirement perhaps.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's still a whole long year for them to play irregardless. But yeah. I have to agree with you, right? I struggle between, like, if I had to pick one between Team Flash and the Xavier, I truly struggle there. And this is what, so I think that for Vietnam, for the region of Vietnam, they have put out their A game, their S tier teams. And both of these teams equally are S tier to me. So it's really hard to like even pick one. Or maybe both of them might go through as the top 5. But that means that somebody else has to be eliminated. I mean, that's the nature of the game at the end of the day, right? Another reason that I felt had a lot of potential to take up a lot of slots is the Indonesian region as well. I mean, you have BTR. Don't need to talk too much about them because, yeah, they are a solid all-rounder team. But then again, Pangeran McJoe is also another team that, okay, I know Maxman, you put in Pangeran McJoe as your prediction.
Hey,
yes, and not many people put them in there.
You gotta love McJoe just because they're McJoe as well, right? You gotta give credit for the name too.
Yeah, I do love, frankly speaking, I do love their name as well, Pangeran McJoe. It rolls in the tongue. But other than that, like if we were to zoom in onto the players of Pangeran McJoe, these are not new players. The team name might be new, but these are amazing players. You even have Satar in there, who's arguably the most decorated player in Southeast Asia. And here we have them on screen, familiar faces. I believe this team will pop off as well.
Yeah, but there's so many good names and so many good players this season. It's all about who's making the first mistake here. But the disrespect of Maxman not putting YG on the line, man. That team was world champions, man. Come on, Maxman. Give them some credit, bro. But in the meantime, I agree, Cloud. We have no clue who's going to take away the first Rondo map. But we get to see this first map, how are the team's firepower? How confident are they walking into this lobby? And most importantly, how much they want this to happen, because you only have 3 days to rank up all the numbers up with their points here. So like it or not, the first map of the day, Rondo, super important to set the tone for the entirety of only 3 days. Now let's fly in and officially begin our PMGO Day 1.
And I still can't believe that Maxman did not put Young Good Galacticos in the prediction. It's like, come on, it's Young Good Galacticos. Like what you said, Chu. Gotta give respect to the PMWC champions, right? But okay, maybe Young Good Galacticos can prove Maxman wrong. Let's go. And yeah, I know. It's hard to put a top 5 marksman, but you have to put Yangon Galacticos in. Okay, but you know what? Maybe it could be a blessing to Yangon Galacticos because marksman, he has a thing called the caster's curse.
Yes, go and root the other teams. But in the meantime, we are slightly a bit rooting towards YG because we casted their games during the big stage. That's the only reason right now. But when it comes to hot drops, will there be any in the first few seconds we're talking about here? And there's only one single flight path coming up from Jadina up to Jeltin. But also there's a lot of teams have their, even casters, talents putting up BTR. I want to see if Ryzen is going to play because I do know during the league stage, the legendary Ryzen did not play as much and was not impactful. I think one of the many reasons because Federalis coming in with Ryzen seems to be slightly needed more time for them to synchronize for their gameplay perhaps.
And speaking about Federalis, I finally got my dream of seeing Federalis taking a picture with Bobby from AZ Slumber because they look like twins.
Really?
Anyway, speaking about, yeah, they do. Like they are like 1-to-1. They could be like long lost brothers or something. And speaking about AZ Slumber, we have them on screen here, but they're in a crowded area of Danqing and we have at least 4 teams in this area.
Oh, there's too plenty. BTR is there, the one that we just mentioned. ASP. Now, something about ASP that I find it super interesting. If you guys actually look over for their details across the online resources, they have multiple logos before, and I love the first version of it. But they finalized with an SP, the current one. But we do have First Blood made by MEC, Magna Esports versus Hive. Whilst the battle, 14 battle on Danqing still putting on hold for now.
Fax got one for himself. MEC, under heavy fire though, their health is pretty low, but they scored 3 elimination points very early on. And Fax is one of those rising stars, I must say. He used to be in Sem 9 and he would have played the Sem 9 Main Event Finals, but they did not that time because of age restriction. But now he will have his full-on debut on the Southeast Asia stage. Coming back onto this fight. Oh, and on the elimination field, we're getting fights elsewhere as well, including the Mios getting one for himself.
Oh.
And the Mios locks it in, take out a player from Hale. And Hale, they're not out yet.
We have Voin as well, starting on none other than our speed. That's going to be Sharper Esports from the ties. The Xavier seems to be in trouble. Hive. Now, I do love the fact when it comes to Rondo map, a lot of teams coming up from the wildcard, from the PMNC, specifically coming up from the Philippine region side. They have been very aggressive to utilize this Rondo map, and they're perfectly well executed when it comes to those eliminations here. Nemesis Demios, one of the top players coming up from PMCL Southeast Asia, the Challengers League for the wildcard region, seems to be getting a lot of points by himself there just now on the kill feed.
Our observers are putting hope that this 4-team fight would happen, but actually other fights are happening elsewhere, including BTR and Sharper Esports. A couple of shots here by Chaco. Did not connect, moved out to the second floor. And Team Panda might push him anytime soon, but they're taking their time because they know it's not only Chaco here, but it got him pinned down into the corner. And he does not have any healing utility, so this could be it for Chaco as they rush in. To be a straightforward knock, and that is it for Sharper Esports. First team to be eliminated.
That's a shame. It was slightly a bit later when it comes to the response from Chaco just now. He should have actually responded slightly early, quite a big swing just now if you want to do so. BTR Razor coming in with the micro Uzi, getting on one. Mike getting on entire team of Pandem in trouble. I think there's only 3 of them right now. The rest, the one person to call out. But never mind. Pandem winning over. BTR in trouble for Federalis. He has to do something about this.
Beautiful surprise from the side, and not only that, Federalis went down as well. But lucky enough for BTR, they have Razy somewhere else to bring them back in the game. Oh man, that was crazy. I really love that corner hide there. That was something that threw them off.
It's all about taking the spots at the right time, but at the same time, it's quite plenty of teams that got themselves plenty of eliminations. As long as they have those recall towers, they're going to be okay. But we do see just now BCL almost having a bit of a blunder, but back to a different team. MJ, the Joes has spoken. It's going to be Team Flash, one of the hottest team being picked, everyone up there. And they managed to get a couple of points away from Team Flash, but we do know Team Flash, they're wise enough to not to cluster up together. They might want to scatter about and find some info, but we have the arena on inside of this bamboo area. Got a couple of points, and Turney K seems to be working so well right now.
Oh yeah, starting off with 3 eliminations. And we also have the former Vampire Esports player Clutch with the arena this time. Mormon on the chase. Mr. Mormon, hopefully we get to see his Mormon dance later on, but of course they have to score the chicken dinner. Mormon seems to be kind of interested to drop the high while going up. On a chase onto Hurlings. Mormon takes a lot of damage though. Hurling should be able to take down Mormon. Mormon needs backup. He cannot play this all alone now.
This is Mormon we're talking about. That guy is a beast something else. He doesn't care, he doesn't have fear. There's gonna be Mormon! Finished off none other than with the help of Sweps, of course. With the help of the rest of his teammate. That's gonna be Arena securing, I think, their 4th points, 5th points right now. And the rest of the team still alive and well. I think they're gonna be healthy as long as they manage to reset. But there are a couple of teams already taking the blue zone. I think one of them is the reason they are actually going for the recall tower after they've been in a fight. And I think there might be a lot of pickups here and there until stage 4 hits.
Right, RRQ, bring hit down. And Boichu goes down. Looks like RRQ will win this fight. But then again, for Void, no worries. They still have that one player that can recall them back. So not going to be a big issue. But Pangera McJoe. Oh, Maxman's prediction. Out with only 1 elimination point. What did I tell you about Maxman and his curse, right?
Oh, man. Never trust Maxman, guys. But I actually voted out for McJoe as well because I feel like this team has a lot of potential. A lot of teams talking about BTR, but I feel like BTR with their current lineup without Ryzen playing seems like the most stable for now. But I do want to see the legendary Ryzen to be back in the game here. But is he ready enough? And speaking of which, Cloud, this is a very stacked lobby. The fact that the Vampires didn't make it through. Alter Ego didn't make through to this stage. It just shows how competitive for the start of 2026, our first season of PMGO.
Yeah, but it's still, whatever it is, the first game. So no qualms there. But let's see the circle. It goes to where a lot of players are already in. But I would say that this is a fairly kind sort of circle. There's a lot of entry points into it. Who's really far right now? Team Pandom's really far, but stage 2, so they can still tank it out. Not going to be an issue. Xavier, you put them in your votes. How do you think Xavier will fare in this round?
I mean, these guys are legends, but do they have still the... I know this might sound a bit hard, a bit rough. Do they still... You're competing against the youth. The Xaviers, they are that legend. To the point, when do you start play PUBG Mobile? And you can hear the Jurassic Park trailer song coming in. That's what I'm worried about.
Age there.
The Xaviers has been here one of the longest team together. Been playing, with the same team for a very long time. But we see now, currently, Team Flash seems to be overtaking them in terms of their qualifiers. So high chance, I feel like if the Xaviers could make it for this year, there might be some retirement announcement by end of the year. I just hope that's not going to be the case.
You know what? Whenever Xavier makes an announcement on their social media, it's always a scam. They're like, oh, thank you. And then after a few days, it's like, oh, we re-signed this player. Like they did it so many times that I'm like, anytime I see a farewell announcement, I'll be like, yeah, sure. I'll give it a couple of days before before I comment. And then, yeah, true enough. Xavier, Mr. Social Media of Xavier, if you are somehow watching this, yeah, that trick's kind of old by now.
Oh man. The Xavier, speaking of them, they're not doing great either, losing one more man while they didn't gain any elimination points yet. Yeah, seems to be a bit quiet for now. Still stage 2, nothing much going on except for them taking on the second checkpoints and try to get some information. But I'm so grateful Maxman is in the comment today, Cloud. So we can redirect all the cursors towards only one person right now in the chat. That feels so great. Thanks, Maxman, for tanking it for us. We certainly love you so much today.
Yeah, so we can pull the Maxman curse on him. I noticed he said BTR is going to win this one. So now I'm worried for BTR though.
Oh man, speaking of BTR, why do you think so many talents, so many casters as well, predicting BTR? Sorry guys, we sidetracked for a bit, but we do have the circle on top of test track. We do know there's multiple structures in between. If it happened to be indoors, there might be probably 3 or 4 teams try to defend their fortress from the inside on top of test track right now. But whoever get that first might actually have the most advantage. But back towards the question, why do you think a lot of casters speaking on BTR?
I can't speak on behalf of every other caster, but for me personally, so I had a chat with Kent, who's the coach, and we're talking about like him having his trend of like, oh, he likes to shift lineups here and there, but this time he said that, okay, I'm done shifting lineups, I'm pretty settled down with this lineup, and this lineup is to him the best, so that's one. Secondly is that I believe that BTR, they have moved on from legacy. Like before this, we always have to see like they're always like same players. No disrespect to like players like Luxy and Zuxy, they were there for a long time and they've had their own achievements, but times have shifted and they have to move on, right? So I believe that number one, they've managed to like shake off whatever that was legacy to them, and number two, they have a clear plan that okay, this is going to be it. We're going to stick for with this lineup for well as long as possible, I guess. And it just gives me a signal that, okay, this is the lineup for BTR. And it gives me the confidence that they will be successful in the PMGO this time.
That's true. This season's PMGO is going to be the hardest to call it out to predict. But for you guys asking more camel facts, it depends on the observer for this season. Oh, you remember our observers for PMCL? That was so funny. But it depends on our observer. So far, our observer seems to be someone that loves cinematic for now. But we do have Voin. Now, speaking of Voin, is this the same Voin that we witnessed back in the days when Potato was in the lineup, or no?
This Voin is slightly different though. So we don't have Zeta in this lineup. At least for... Sorry?
I do love Zeta in the lineup.
Oh yeah. But as a starting four, we don't have him. And Razak is no longer with Voin as well. Moved on to BTR, and Razak, Mr. Buff Guy. By the way, I got info that he does go to the gym. Hence his guns. So yeah, so it's a bit of a different type of Voin. I mean, you know, you win in the game, you win outside the game, why not, right?
I mean, that's the most important point for us to actually take note. He went to the gym. But speaking of the gym on top of that strike will say no, because it will shift to slightly on the northern side, on those high grounds around the mountains. What E Arena do take themselves a good sweet spot up there, including YG. Hello, surprise. And I think both teams can actually farm so many locations here. But speaking of gatekeeping, we do have teams still taking a bit of a blue zone. And last time we saw around that circle, Cloud, I don't think there's any recall tower anymore on top of that circle. So the teams cannot afford to lose any more members, yeah, because it's already hit stage 4.
Yeah, and speaking about teams that might lose members, might be RRQ. They're being gate capped on the outside and they're still tanking the blue at stage number 4. Might be a bit of a challenge for them. Team 52 from PMPL Malaysia now has to get in as well, but it does seem like they do have a decent amount of space to move in. Are they going to bump into... Wait! 3 PMPL Malaysia teams in test track. What? Are you kidding me? Team 52, AZ Slumber, and Magna Esports Club? Oh man, this is going to be very interesting to see.
Oh, what's worse? It's gonna be some of the fight that might eliminate some teams. That's gonna be Team Flash versus none other than I think it was Voin just now for Team Flash. Now I do know Bose is one of the most pivotal player coming up from the side of Team Flash. He's the one that always got himself a perfect off-angle position that opened up so many opportunities for the side of Team Flash. But we do want to see how much they have been stepping up their game for Team Flash for this season. But RRQ, now this is going to be another team that heavy hitters once upon a time got himself in a pack. I remembered he got himself 14 elimination at one time in one single map, and then after that performance, like a couple of years back, it feels like RRQ not having that fire anymore.
Yeah, and I think part of it is because Naveco moved to a IGL sort of role rather than a Fragger sort of role at some point, and that era was kind of like the slump for RRQ. So I don't know, but of course they do know internally better on how to arrange their lineup. I personally think that Naveco is better put as a main fragger because of his achievements, like what you said. But yeah, it is what it is. But anyway, we're going to get RRQ now on screen, and they're still finding their way through into the circle. And Team Flash will stop them, but not only Team Flash, Hale as well in front, but they're going to start off with Team Flash, but Team Flash win, and Zeus both down.
Orpheon couldn't do a thing just now. It was a bit too far for him to actually get over there, the other side of the slope. Jamforce running over to his side, maybe try to regroup with Iran, try to discuss what they need to do right now, because at the back they have YG on those high grounds. The moment they just get into the circle, YG will start to actually shoot, and that's what I have been doing by the side of YG. But Team Flash, on the speaking of the edge of the circle, plenty of teams actually have to take in a bit of a blue just because they've been gatekept by so many others, including RQ. They have to pincer their way in, cutting across so many things. This is very high risk situation, but we do heard a couple of shots coming in for Team Flash. They don't know where the bullets came from, but the circle shrink right on top of Irina and Hill, and RQ happen to be right on top of everybody else. But Team Flash, on the other hand, speaking of blue zone, I don't think this is a good fight for them.
Not at all. I mean, they're now down to only 2 players, and the blue is just right behind them. And on top of that, Team 52 is looking down onto Team Flash. Nate sent across. 1, 2, into the smoke. That's just a decoy. Team Flash, they still have this vehicle, but it's a smoked up one though. So if they were to use this, there's going to be a bit of a risk for them. Oh, unfortunately gunned down by Romeo from Young Radicals. Top. Okay. Try to get creative here. Try to get away from this sticky situation. Let's see how far will they be able to get in.
I see. I don't think he actually spoke out the plays of Team Flash just now, quite far. But these are going to be the teams outside of test track. We talked about the PMPL Malaysian team seems to be on top of test track just now, and they are still down there, not moving too much. And last I saw, BTR was on the south side as well. But speaking of the fight inside of a circle, Hill seems to be repositioning himself to those high grounds, even though he's at the edge of the circle. But they have to deal with YG first. YG been poking a lot of teams from behind and not being punished. And this is the time Hill had it enough, especially Tiger. They will try to shut him down, but YG unfortunately caught in the process, and same goes for Hill.
Now 2 players from Young Radicals down. It's going to be Smile and Say Cloud. Hill, on the other hand, managed to breathe through into the circle, but they have to deal with D Xavier now. D Xavier coming in from the north. They're not in the circle yet. Lots of fights are happening across the map right now, including Young Radicals, who's in between multiple teams, and Team Flash pushing their way through into the circle, and so far so good for them.
Right now, BTR got himself a 9. They shut down 2 Malaysian teams on the south side of the circle. Last we've seen it was Magna Esports 52 and another one which was the AZ Slumber, who got shut down entirely by BTR. BTR shutting down one of the Malaysian teams, leaving it to only 2 right now. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they have been engaging in a lot of fights. But surprisingly, Cloud, they only got themselves only 2 eliminations right now.
And right now, they're only down to 3 players. That's not too bad. And they have a decent spot. A lot of teams elsewhere. So they should be able to survive this stage, no problem. Because everyone else is kind of busy with each other. Xavier, on the other hand, from the north going to come in. And Hale Esports is on the other side of the hill. So Xavier, they don't have vision yet. And Lamborghini inside the speaker is trying to scout things out. You saw that smoke? It's going to put a little bit more focus on there. But on the other side of the circle, we have Team Nemesis now going up against E-Arena.
But the curve of the ground making it so difficult for the teams to see each other out. Despite they got themselves slightly elevations, but it's not going to be enough due to the curve and circle shrinks towards Hale. Team Flash will be in it still. Now Team Flash, they've been engaged in so many fights, a lot of knockdowns, but did not translate into elimination points. That's going to be the issue, and it'll be stolen by so many teams around them. But slightly heavily concentrated on the left side of the circle. We have Nemesis, E-Arena, and Hive clustered up together on the left side, and BTR coming up from the back. They are the #1 spot right now with the most eliminations. Will BTR stand by to steal a couple of points away from afar, or will they be engaged directly with Nemesis, whom happen to be attacked by E-Arena right now?
I'm looking at the elimination feed as well as going wild. Young Gaticos unfortunately went out, and number 12 with 2 elimination points. Next is going to be Team 52 out at number 11, 3 elimination points. Thanks to Magna Esports Club, who's currently at 6 elimination points, but they're not in the circle yet. They still need to fight their way through. But Team Pandem might stop them.
I think our observers are a bit confused. There's so many fights and pick-off around the map. BTR Razor's down on the ground. There's going to be shot by E-Arena across the other side, and that's going to be them having themselves a great compound, good covers. But for BTR, here comes tossing one towards RIK. Might be a hit, a golden one with Hive along the process. Pretzel in trouble. Raimon still bleeding out. He's bleeding dry, slowly running down on his HP by Razy. He has to pick and choose which one he has to fight right now. They have too many teams on this side of the circle. We're talking about 5, 6, 7 teams. Hill might be the teams that want to engage, but unfortunately, they are quite easy against the Xaviers themselves.
And here comes E-Arena with Shrep picking up his elimination points. And right now, E-Arena at 9 elimination points, eliminating Team Nemesis at number 10. But decent haul for Team Nemesis with 7 elimination points. Xavier out with 0 points in round number 1. He went out at number 9. So no place on points for them at all. Now place on points are starting to kick in at the top 8.
Ooh, a lot of 9s up the hill, getting on another one. There's going to be Hill now taking over with unstoppable 10 eliminations right now. They do have a better ground compared to the others. Those elevations will put to best play right now, as Hill still being favored by the circle. I don't think they can be challenged at this point. High chance Hill can actually get the first chicken in PMGO SEA for our first day here.
Yeah, they are looking really good right now, not only with the 10 eliminations, but also based on their positioning as well. And E-Arena, a big challenger. A nice shot from the high ground by Mormon. Picks out a player from Hive International. And that's going to be Range, the captain, down. Pretzel's still in the game though. Pretzel might give them a surprise, but since he's all alone right now, I don't think he'll make any big moves. And E-Arena want to pick up their next point. Here comes Sweps, passes by, and that's going to be point number 12 for E-Arena.
Not stopping at all. We do have a double digit. Another one is going to be here with 10 eliminations as well. 2 teams with double digit for the eliminations only. Who is a chicken when you can get so much out of that? But like we mentioned, Hill might be not contested when it comes to dominance over this circle. They're having a great control over this circle. The only team that can stop them right now is going to be Team Flash, whom I don't see is doable right now with only 2 players remaining. But Hill, left, right, center, they know where to aim. They have themselves big swing and multiple bodies down there as a target. But RQ, unfortunately, Pandem managed to finish them off.
You know what? This could be a all-Thai region finale here in game number 1.
True.
Only Team Flash standing between them. unless if E Arena and Hale Esports starts to fight with each other, then Team Flash can come in as a third party. But I don't know. This is going to be a tough one here. It does look like E Arena will be forced to move forward, and then might force the fight against Hale Esports. So yeah, Team Flash might come in later, but with the fact that Hale Esports, they know that Team Flash is on the other side of the circle, they will also put focus onto them.
Hey, I love the fact that they add in those position rankings straight away, so you guys can actually see Pandem getting more points. That elimination is because the overall ranking add in for their position rankings as well. So it's added up automatically. Now it's down to the top 3. Team Flash, like you mentioned, Team Flash as a duo, they survived quite long for this time. It was a trio before. They've been engaged heavily by the other teams. And they have been engaging in a lot of battle by themselves too. They initiated those fights, but unfortunately it did not translate into points. Where those high grounds, this is going to be a sweet spot for here. It's down to stage number 8 later on. If the circle push slightly towards the southern side, then like it or not here, they have to give their bodies away to us, none other than E Arena Team Flash at the same time.
Stage 8 is going to be really interesting though. If the circle goes up, or it goes down to the lower ground. If it goes down to the lower ground, then it will benefit Team Flash. But if it goes up, then, well, it's going to be Hale Esports all the way. But Team Flash now down to only 2 players. It's going to be Win and Tops, the duo that has to do it for the team. And we're just going to stay away from this fight. We're only 2 players. I'm pretty sure they won't be the ones to engage first. But Circle goes to the middle. Pretty 50-50 for everyone in terms of Circle. But now the fight between the 2 Thai region teams are happening, and that means that Team Flash will have a little bit more space to play.
Ooh, but it's very hard for Traps. He's been pinned down quite hard by Hill. Canary got himself such a sweet spot here. Just slight elevations, and it gives so much room for them as well. No wiggle room at all. Not from E Arena. It's a bit tough for E Arena to get out from that rut. There's no way for them to actually even pick out Cloud. The moment they pick out, it's going to be a straight line of sight for Canary to just shoot them down.
Yeah, and he has a good line of sight here. And Traps burned down by Tiger X. It's going to be E Arena needing to pick him up, but I doubt they'll have the time. Team Flash is just staying away from this fight at this moment, and E Arena, no vehicle. Oh man, that is going to be it for E Arena for sure. 30k goes down next.
Ooh, pretty hard. Canary still holding the line. Unfortunately, E Arena will have to bow out first. Now, Team Flash, this is going to be a 2v4. I mean, this is Hill. There's no way Hill will botch this one, but sometimes surprises can happen too. We've seen it plenty of times, especially in a very high pressure moment. But it's going to be only 20 seconds on the clock before stage 9 hits. So like it or not, Team Flash, they have to try at least any consolation. It's going to be those points they want to take it away.
Well, we've seen a Nemesis versus Young Radicals before, so this could happen here with the fact that Team Flash, they got 1. But then again, Tops down, and like what you said, nothing's going to stop Hale Esports from locking in the first chicken dinner in the PMGO Southeast Asia qualifiers.
The Thais, there's a reason why they need to give all they have when it comes to the first game. Their fans have high expectation of their performance. You call it pressure, they call it motivation. The side of Hale, what a game and what a number of eliminations as well when it comes to finish off with a chicken in our first Rondo map.
And Hale Esports, the Thai region champions, kicking off with a chicken dinner representing not only the Thai region but also themselves as well. So great work here by Hale Esports. But Team Flash still showing that they are the more dominant Vietnamese team region, as Xavier went out 0 points and Team Flash ended with a 2nd place finish, which is not too bad. E Arena, well, we have to wait for Moments Dance as they have not scored the chicken, or as they did not score the chicken dinner. But then again, yeah, we still have a lot more games to go. But here are the stats from this round, and how many eliminations is this? This is like 16.
This is 16, yeah.
Wow, not bad.
16 elimination across the board. Not the highest. We've seen a lot when it comes to Rondo because it's Rondo, but it's still plenty and a good start here, setting the tone for the rest of the team to catch up to Rondo map if they want to play more aggressive here. With damage the most coming out from Mega Earth Hill. 7 elimination. He's going to be the MVP of our first day here today.
Oh yeah, no doubt, right? With the most eliminations, highest amount of damage. That's like what? Above 1,000 damage, 1,254 to be exact. But check out the best moments here from game number 1.
There you have it, our top 4 teams in our first day. First map just now, who just concluded with 16 eliminations. None other than Hale, 3,000 over damage. When it comes to the full squad time, they got themselves the most out of the 4 teams as well. But we talked about double-digit eliminations, including E, Arena and Pandem. What a start between every single region representative. Unfortunately, we don't have Malaysia regions for their, top 4 here.
Yeah, not yet. And what didn't help is the fact that they actually fought with each other at the southern side of the circle during stage 4 or 5. So yeah, and unfortunately none of them survived towards the end. And the circle also went towards the northern side that favored Hale Esports. So it was a very difficult round for the Malaysian region teams. But anyway, we are going to award the first MVP for the PMGO this season goes to Mega Earth, or he used to be known as Earth Z, whichever name that you want to give him, with 7 eliminations, 1,254 damage, 6 knockouts, 29% point contribution, and a maximum survival time of 28 minutes, 41 seconds. So kind of expected based on the stats itself. Like, it's hard to not give this guy the MVP.
Yeah, and also it's not actually something that we can deny, since Hale do have better position when it comes to those elevations in that kind of circle, and nobody can dominate over the circle other than just Hale themselves. But it's a very good start. Speaking of how many points per map can they get, 26 in Rondo map is plenty, and Hale seems to be holding that number 1 position right now for quite a bit, but it's not that too far off. 9 points away is just going to be Arena, while Pandem is just a couple of points shy. Team Flash BTR at 5th place, but unfortunately these Xaviers and SP did not score any yet, and that for me it's always a bad start. If you cannot score any points out of Rondo, it's going to be difficult for the entire day for them today.
Yeah. But anyway, at least it's the Rondo match, its first game. You still have a lot more games to go, at least 5 points today too. So teams can still make comebacks, right? Like, especially looking at like the Xavier and Sharper Esports, who didn't score any points at all in the first game. And the next game we'll be playing in the OG map of Erangel. So in case you just joined us, Hale Esports from the Thai region scored the first chicken dinner, setting themselves up at number 1 for now. But it's only game number 1, so there's still a lot of room, a lot of space for teams to really catch up onto them. So it cannot be complacent still.
Speaking of complacent, I do have the question, since we do know there's only 3 days, very short amount of time, very limited amount of maps they get to play. We talked about teams like the Xaviers couldn't score anything. Same goes for another team just now at the very bottom in Rondo map, they couldn't score. Yeah, it's great if it happens to be in the league stage, it's fine if it's just the first day, but they have to remember it's only 3 days, 18 or 19 maps. It's a bit awkward to say 19 though. 19 maps in total. So out of the 19, we've already done 18 left. For today, is only 5 more maps to go. So the teams and the players need to retune their mindset. Despite this is their first time meeting each other in the lobby, they have to know it's not the league stage anymore. It's non-existent. The league stage only during their regional qualifiers.
Yeah, and it was the first time that they play in Rondo. It's going to be the first time they're going to play together, like this lobby in Erangel as well. So in Rondo, we saw a lot of early fights, but that's a Rondo trend. It's normal. Even if you say day 2, day 3, I think it will still be the same. But Erangel. We know a lot of teams, they love Pachinki, right? We have D Xavier, who traditionally likes to be there. We have Hive International, who likes to play in Pachinki as well. So I don't know. Who's going to give way to Pachinki. Or they're not going to give way. Maybe they're just going to go for it. Maybe Hive International is looking at themselves and saying that, hey, you know what? D Xavier went out 0 points in round 1. Maybe their morale is pretty low. So this is their chance to try to fight D Xavier and Pachinki. I don't know.
We're talking about the Xaviers here. One of the most resilient team out there, very consistent and never know when to quit. And I think tenacity is their motto when it comes to the Xaviers. But yeah, I mean, the problem with these Xaviers, we do know they need slightly more time to warm up. Speaking of the late bloomers or the teams that need to warm up, there's no time to warm up at all when it comes to 3 days. So the teams that can push all around, like how we saw when it comes to the grand finals, 3 day short kind of performance, these teams will perform here. They don't have that long marathon anymore. And speaking of Erangel, I agree, all the teams love Erangel. But what if, because everybody thinks if these Xaviers and Hive both thinking, oh, we want to avoid early clash because it's not Rondo anymore and we don't have a lot of time to adapt to these guys, just avoid the conflict head on. You just avoid it completely. So ended up might be Pachinki will be very empty.
What if in the alternate universe that Pachinki like has nobody there, right? And then the circle is in Pachinki. Everybody will go like, you can imagine like at the venue, everyone goes like when they're playing, they play circle pops. It's like, I should have been there. But you know what? That other circle that we love and we hope for, military base, SMB circle.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wonder if
man.
YG is still going to be at Novo though.
I think probably YG will be at Novo if nobody else having those hot drops alongside with them, because it seems like that's going to be their best, safest drop spot for now. Unless if they, you know what, we cannot pinpoint exactly where they're going to drop because they might change it after they know the first couple of maps, right? So it's always going to be baby steps to know each other, like friendly greeting when they get to see a first time in this lobby together. But I'm gonna say it out loud, it's a bit awkward not to have Tony K here.
Oh man.
When I see Tony K, oh man.
You are absolutely right. No Tony K, no Yummy, no Rosemary. This is crazy. This is the first time too that we cast a Southeast Asia level PUBG Mobile tournament that we don't get to say those names. And they always come up with big clutch moments, big amazing moments, and we cannot go like Rosemary or Yummy or Tony K. It's not gonna happen this time. It feels weird.
It's very awkward, I agree, because these are top Terminators, legends. Everybody knows them, and they're not here for this time. I was hoping Tony K and Tony K get to be in the same team for once, since Vampire couldn't make it. I did not expect Vampires did not make it entirely. You know, I was hoping it might be some of the teams will pick them up as a sub or something like that in the last minute, but I guess they cannot since it might be already locked for their rosters, so you're not allowed to change anymore. But for Hill, I feel like there's a change of era by now, Cloud. It feels like Hill now start to climb up, E Arena slowly in the middle. It feels like a change of wind, of era when it comes to this year.
Guess what kind of impacted Vampire Esports is the fact that Schweppes for this season he left and he joined E Arena. And if you remember, right, like Schweppes is always that highlight player as well. Yes, it's always like Tony K and Tony K and Tony K, but we shouldn't forget that Schweppes has a lot of contribution to Vampire's success as well.
True. That's a legend. That's a powerhouse that nobody can actually. Yeah, I like their blings when it comes to their jerseys, their accessories. Every single season, they always bring something fresh for us to see with their jerseys. But it's nice to see players up and rising like Nemesis as well, because we were hoping the PMCL teams get to perform on ground offline event. So we get to see their full potential, not just during online. Can Nemesis, the teams that start to rise, just like how the Philippine region as a whole start to rise up in PUBG Mobile, can they bring forth a new wave entirely? Can they actually make up to the top teams up there?
It's like how Schweppes has a new hairstyle. He has so many type. He has many different type of hairstyles by now, right? Like there's this one. I remember, like he has this big afro, and then he has this red hair, and then he has this good boy hair. Yeah, that's the many alternate versions of Schweppes. Like if you were to play, like, okay, pick a character for Schweppes, right? Like you have like all the different type of Schweppes skins that you can think of.
Do you have any particular favorite? My favorite is going to be the most curliest that he got last time, a slightly brownish hair.
Oh, I like the Schweppes red hair. Yeah.
Which one?
But you know what, Chu? I think we need to take a moment here to thank our viewers as well for coming in to tune in to the PMGO Southeast Asia. I see a lot of familiar names here. Shout out to Kylie. Shout out to our always on the English broadcast, Lalau Puya Pachao. Yes, I got used to saying that name after a while. He's a doctor, by the way. So just saying, shout out to Lalau Puya Pachao.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like an actual doctor.
So we can get free MCs, right?
Oh, I'm not sure if he wants to declare that on broadcast, but yeah.
Free. Okay, I'm gonna.
I'll get free consultation from him. Yeah.
Consultation. There you go. The word
Yeah.
consultation. Okay. Especially, what is the remedy for single people like Cloud?
Wow.
Ouch! I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, I need to see Dr. Lalau Puya Pachao.
Yeah,
Okay.
he can get you the best cure that is in this world. What do you need, Mr. Dr. Lalampuya Pachao? That's gonna be your remedy of. I don't know what he's gonna give you, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't know. What's a
random.
cure for singleness?
Plural?
Oh, okay. I like that. I see what you did there. It's just like how these teams, they're all plurals. Everyone's playing as a squad.
True.
So what do you think about Team Nemesis? Like you love them so much during the PMCL. What do you think are their chances in this lobby?
Okay, teams that really love heavy hitters in the lineup. Example, the teams like Nemesis, those that crazy for those fights without thinking twice. People like Napako, example for the side of RQ. This is gonna be the best format for them to make use of if they know where they are, what kind of situation they're in. Because these 3 days, it gives so much advantage for the team with high firepower who's aggressive, because one, you don't have enough time to really study your opponent's rotation, because there's only going to be 3 days short of grand finals. So they cannot adapt fast if you have a fast attribute in your battle. So that's a huge significant point for the team that have those aggressive players in the lineup. Just let them loose. And then second, when it comes to the very short format like this, players that have level-headed mentality, it's super important for them to stay cool. If teams or players that have get easily emotionally reacted or reacting towards the game, it's hard for them to reset. How can you reset when you have to score no matter what? There's a lot of pressure for the players.
Sorry to not continue your point, but I just want to point out that if you were wondering when I said that, okay, Federer, this looks like Bobby from AZ Slumber. We had Bobby on screen
Yeah,
earlier.
I saw that one just now.
Now, right, they look exactly the same, right?
And not just last time we saw a couple of players do was it Yummy? Was it Yummy last time that we actually saw him and Federer do seems to be very similar as well.
I think this is even closer. I think this is like carbon copy 1-to-1, if anyone knows what carbon copy means by now.
I think they got separated at birth, bro. I think they are, if we actually can have a test between these two, they probably are twins.
Yeah, we need to send Dr. Lala Yumpoyo Pachao to do the DNA test. Yeah!
Let's go! Okay, it seems like I think they'll be taking a bit of time for them to actually get into the lobby, but I think the lobby going to start off very soon, and this player already hop into their devices and gears up. It means that the map will start very soon, and so far eyes lock on Pochinki, and we talked about the circles. The circles recently has been crazy, especially when it comes to the teams. Right now, I feel like they are a bit careful for the teams. That's why I don't see too much aggression on top of Rondo just now, because a lot of them are tipping their toes. They are walking on eggshells right now for the teams. They are not willing to go way beyond because they might make a mistake. I think they have too much overthinking for the teams that want to go for the eliminations, but knowing that it's only 3 days, there's a lot of pressure knowing the fact that you can't make a mistake.
Yeah, definitely, because the games are just throughout these 3 days, right? And that's about it. That is it. Yeah. You know what attracted me is like the papers that they have on the table. So I kind of saw like BTR's one is pretty obvious. So Hale is in SMB. Xavier, looks like teams are going to respect them and they're going to get Pochinki, but that's based on what I can see on the table. Yeah. But it does look like nobody's going to have a clash with each other. But we'll see what actually happens inside the game later on, because we are going to jump into our first ever Erangel of the PMGO this season. Will they follow according to their plan, or will they feel like, hey, you know what, it's time to take advantage of certain teams, they're not feeling like it, let's go and grab some points and try to take them out. I mean, no recall here, ladies and gentlemen. Will be exciting if that happens. Let's jump straight into it.
Finally, we get to see Erangel drops for every single team, and it will finally commence there for our second map of the day and the first Erangel of the entirety of PMGO Southeast Asia Finals. So it's true, there's no more grand, there's only finals. When it comes to the drop, you mentioned about SMB, there's going to be one of a area that we want to see if there's any clash. But so far, I don't think anybody seems to be interested. And high chance, I think maybe the circle might be slightly on the northern side if it happens to be contradicting the flight path. Or is it right on top of the flight path? We have such a difficult time to read out the circle these days. It's quite unpredictable. But first contact, high chance it's going to be MEC, who seems to be hovering right on top of Team Flash, moving in the same direction there.
It's going to be Hive and Young Red Ghosts. YG, they're going to continue to play in Noble. So that's free stock standard for them ever since the PMCL. And for Pochinki itself, it's going to be Xavier. That's going to be their regular draw spot since forever. Nobody's going to challenge them for it. And looking at the spread of the other teams, don't think, oh, yeah, okay. First Erangel, we're getting our wish list too.
Oh man, Hive, if they want to take advantage, they should gatekeeping that bridge. Same goes for YG. They can farm so many eliminations, but provided they have to loot up super fast. And Hive, they change, not going to Pachinki. Instead, they're going to SMB, knowing that the Xavier's known for their plays in Pachinki. Might as well give some respect to, the OG of Pachinki people. So let them be. But it's a huge win for Hive anyway. SMB circle. And it's 100% in it.
Oh yeah. They'll be like super duper like ons for SMB since it's this kind of circle, obviously. So they can take their time, they can chill. Same goes for Young Gaticos as well. So the challenge will be for the other teams to like, okay, how are they going to plan their way into SMB? Like, who's going to make that quick move here? And Young Gaticos, they already sent out Smile, or Smile sent out himself since he's the IGL, to wait at the right side bridge for any teams that might pass by. He's ready with the AKM. And look who's coming by. RRQ. But they have the hovercraft though, so they can still take the water route in.
Yeah, I think one of the many reasons whoever got hovercraft, they go straight towards SMB, knowing the fact it's going to be 100% that circle. They don't want to waste any time. But the problem with going there early, they are not the first one to land on top of SMB, which means a lot of the teams have already been looted out by YG. Master Smile with an AKM. Going in with an iron sight as well. Quite ambitious for Master Smile, but at least he gives himself a warning shot towards the teams that are just coming in. And good news for RRQ, it means plenty of lootable compounds are still there.
Yeah, very early entry for them. And lucky for RRQ, they found that hovercraft spawn nearby, so it's going to be an okay entry for them. Now, PMGO, all right. Coming in with the flights, glider in, and who's here? Hurlings and Linux. Okay, so two more players from PMGO left behind. So I wonder how they will get through. But at least they sent two players across, so they can be a marker for the other two players to come in later. That's a good landing, though.
True. Not everybody can actually do that and pull that off. That's why they are the pro players, and we're here chit-chatting and yapping ourselves away.
Yapping.
But we do have quite...
So Gen Z.
Yapping. Well, it is an English word, yapping. But when it comes to MJ, this is not the movie that just came out recently. It's going to be PMGO, not Michael J. But for MJ, now this is another team that we do know the players are quite veteran players as well. It's no stranger in this esports scene and PUBG Mobile as a whole, but it's totally a different lineup than they used to for the teams, especially the Indonesian region as a whole. They have been swapping a lot of their players, shuffle around here and there. So they're trying to get themselves the best chemistry, but within a very short amount of time. I just hope they can make it on time, but SP taking on Nemesis, unfortunately it's going to be Demios and Noom. Oh, what a splat!
Your guy Demios out. In fact, he's the first one to be eliminated. It's too bad. And they also lost Drax at the same time to the hands of Sharper Esports. So good start here for Sharper Esports. They are at Milta Power. So not too far away from getting into main to the base itself. I wonder will they be around here to continue to loot, or will they just try to zoom past in? We'll see what they decide on. I guess they're still trying to kind of scout things out to see if it's safe enough for them to just go past the bridge in.
Whenever I see Sharper Esports, their logo just tempting me to actually call out Superman for no reason.
Oh. Now I can't unsee it.
I know, right? I just don't say Superman. It's a different, that's why I just resort to SP. Don't say it.
Unless they pull off a big one, then you can call him Superman. Yeah. They deserve that.
Yeah. Superman, Sharper, Superman, Super Sharper team. There you go. But when it comes to let's so far we're gonna grade each regions based on their performance right now. Unfortunately, I have to say, Malaysia teams is not giving us a wow factor yet. Same goes for Indonesian side, but here we do know they are very bloodthirsty teams. Thai teams as a whole region, they love those eliminations. I want to see teams that try to balance both. Can they actually survive this lobby, or are you being forced to play with a lot of heavy hitters in your lineup to get those eliminations? Are eliminations the main focus in this tournament right now because of how short it is?
So that if I were to pick a couple of teams, right, that are not expected, but then again can maybe come up with a surprise, I'd say like maybe Team 52, AZ Slumber, Team Nemesis, Hype International even. I think these teams, if they can come up with something to be in the top 5, it will be an amazing story for them.
Oh, it's true. That's what they really need. It's been a while. I see Malaysian teams dominating other than, back to the days, Alliance days. But Nemesis, unfortunately, they will have to be the first one to bear out. Not yet. Still have one more player remaining. And the one that taken them out is going to be SP, the one that we just mentioned. This Superman, the sharper Esports players, leaving Hades the last player alive. It's quite difficult, but we've known Hades. He can actually survive solo as long as he don't give away his positions and info, of course. But there's going to be some blue zone taken in by the teams. It's not crossing over the SMB. Now, I do want to see how many teams already crossed that bridge by now.
You get to see the map later on, but surely one of them is not going to be Team Nemesis. They just got eliminated at number 16. All right, circle time. Towards the left side of main 30 base, and we got a good amount of teams already in the circle, but look at the right side bridge, Chu. It's going to be a bloodbath.
We've seen this sort of circle before, Clay. Remember the ferry pier ending around the jetty and the port area? We've had that in the PMGO. If the circle bounced back towards the northern side, and it happens to be right on top of ferry pier, I don't know what else to say, but probably AZ Slumber will be the happiest since they were there before. But for the rest of the team that already took a big step forward, that's crossed over the other side of the bridge, if they have to U-turn, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like they have to go all the way to the other side. That is insane. There's still that small chance that might happen, but I won't put my money on it. I'll probably put my money on the BTR here. Now with Razy by the side, unknown by Kim from Magna Esports Club. But Razy does have a good view, so he's gonna just use his intuition here to try to land his nade. That's whoa! Whoa! Are you kidding me, Razy? What? What? Whoa!
That was crazy good. And speaking of intuition, here comes another one hitting MBC players. They are in shambles. They lost Kim before. They thought they can keep the teams crossing that bridge, but unfortunately, it's biting them back. SP, what a turnaround of events, scoring 3, and it's gonna be Sakura taking most of those eliminations. What a toss just now, man.
That was insane. Give that guy a medal for that name. Give that guy a medal. Man. But anyway, now they still have to find a way to get out of this blue into the circle. Team Flash passing by as well. And they're still stuck around this area. Okay, I can see Sharper Esports leaving here. No longer interested. But for BTR, Razy's still stuck here. I don't know how they're going to get out of this because, like, you have 3 teams. So there's like a gridlock at this area.
It's beyond gridlock. This triple choke. There's 3 teams. They have to think twice whether to cross or not. The right side of the bridge is definitely taken by Blue Zone way too deep into it. And we're talking about just stage 2 right now. It's a bit early, but if they overstay themselves, the right side bridge Oh, a lot of them will get down and be eliminated just because they're fighting in the blue zone. I have a feeling it might be happening anytime soon now with less than 5 seconds on the clock. But when it comes to the left side of the bridge, majority of them actually getting into there with no problem. Unfortunately, Hale's the only one stuck on the other side and Erin are taking their own sweet time. But look at the right side, Cloud. They're just taking their own sweet time, but too much at stake here.
Circle, right? Like even at stage 3, you have a decent amount of water in this kind of circle, so not as much land space for these teams to play with, so we can expect more fights to happen within the circle. RQ Napeko gunned down, not eliminated yet though. And for Magna Esports Club, now down to the IGL himself, the legendary Voki, he's actually 2-time PMPL Malaysia champion by now, so this guy is getting achievements under his belt. Okay, back onto BTR. Full squad, but not in the circle yet, so they're going to find it quite challenging to get in at this point because Young Radicals, they're taking points on the right side of the circle and they could potentially gatekeep BTR from coming in.
Speaking of gatekeeping, a lot of teams seems to be having a put on hold of their rotation because of those gatekeepers. Like you mentioned, BTR. Now, will they decide to actually go in? Unfortunately, MBC will be the first few to actually get out from the lobby. A bit too soon for them. 2 teams not managed to secure a lot of points in the first Erangel, but BTR, will they share the same fate as the other teams as well? A lot of bullets flying over to E-Arena versus Hale. They are trying to wrap things around, but Hale managed to pass nonetheless unscathed.
News for Hale, they still have this stage to play with since they're by the lighthouse. So they can still take their time to get into the circle. Whereas for BTR, welcome to main 30 base. Now it's about getting into the circle itself. RQ Firen and Kido sharing the same area, just across each other. I'm sure Firen wouldn't mind a bit of a backup, and they're on their way right now. Napeko will join him, but on the elimination feed, Sharper Esports against Team Flash in fight elsewhere. And Team Flash just lost a player.
It's not great. But for RQ, they are a bit careful, cautiously trying to close in to finish off as a point. But they're not sure how many teams around them right now. So they're going to pop all the smokes around just to secure those eliminations from those knockdowns before. But Napeko, there's too many windows. Have to be extra careful. What a nade again by Lapa. Speaking of perfect nade, we've been presented with so many blast nade here today, Cloud.
I know, right? Nades galore. Nade Olympics, they call it. I know, right? I just created that like 2 seconds ago. But anyway, not only nades will save these teams from getting into the circle, they need their guns, they need their intuition, they need a what? Whoa! What? PMGO, this is only game 2. What mechanic this circle? This is insane. Look at this, okay? It's not only about the water, but the area by the water, the beach area is super open.
Oh, we do know it's going to pull back down south, but this is a worst case scenario at stage 4 for the teams. We still have 14 teams intact. There's very little space there. It's for them to share, including this very small Shaka Pandem in trouble. They'll be charging by Hill, but Canary come out from a 452 come out from the backside. It's going to be a 3-way wall, but for Hill, on the other hand, can they win this one? I feel like it's going to be only one winner. Pandem in trouble. They kind of scattered in and tried to get clustered in together. There's too many teams around them, but I'm surprised. Nobody want to go further than that for the teams just now. They're fighting.
And these teams, I mean, they're fighting for whatever space that they have right now. And that includes Xavier and BTR. They're definitely not going to let each other go. And Xavier and Levi is going to come in from the other side with the hovercraft. The smoke is buying time for BTR right now. But smoke will subside anytime soon. And that's where BTR might be exposed to Xavier. But they also have to be careful of the fact that there are other teams around the corner as well, including Hale Esports, Turning K on the other side as well, monitoring the situation. They might come in as a third party once this fight ends.
Oh, they can if they want to. Hill, Canary is watching from afar. It's not going to take any action for now. Waiting for Xavier to make a move first against BTR, who clustered up as a 4, taking himself that furthest compound or furthest home compared to all the other buildings around this compound. They don't have the walls, so the Xaviers do have slightly a bit more defense. But do Levi want to go in for the rush? Unfortunately, another one bites the dust. That's going to be yes.
And no Superman performance for them. BTR is looking for a Superman performance against the Xavier. They kind of have a truce here between the two. We're gonna have this little bit of a split. And I believe that even if it goes to like stage 5 or maybe even stage 6, the circle should still be here, so it could be a good one for them. But E-Arena comes in and AZ Slumber loses another player, and that's going to be it for AZ Slumber out at number 11 with 4 elimination points. E-Arena picking up the points, 5 eliminations now, but they're not out yet. Pangera MacJo cross them, and they're trying to block those players from coming in while picking up those points, and Satar will be eliminated by Momo, and that is it for MacJo.
I think our observers can actually just stay with the rest of the arena. They've been engaging so far, so fine. But the Xaviers against BTI in this compound still is going to be all hell break loose right now. Axel with a DBF. 4 bullets remaining, but couldn't actually make it work. BTR taken out swiftly by the Xaviers. And the Xaviers, they ended up as a flawless run. They managed to flush out the rest of the team of BTR just now without any members taken out at all.
And they're making out the points from round number 1. But circle update, still we got 50% of water in this circle. What? Are you kidding me too? And I had the same thought as well. I thought like, okay, it's going to pull 100% to land, but no, we still get 50% of water. That's crazy. It's going to get even crazier for now for those teams not in the circle yet. That includes RRQ versus Hive International and Team Pandem on the other side as well. 3 teams in this area, but Team Pandem at least in the circle. Pretzel gets Lapar from afar in the smoke, still being protected by it. And Lapar will be eliminated. And now Hive International, one of their players currently pushing towards RRQ. RRQ abandoned ship.
Can they abandon ship? Because right now they're walking straight into, from the pan to the fire, straight into a Tiger's den. Literally it. They have to face again the Xaviers who's still shooting against them. And the worst case scenario, wait, what happened? Hill just got wiped out completely as RQ were transitioning towards the center of the circle. And there's so many teams waiting at the end of the, around the coastline just now. And within seconds, they are wiped out. Now, we're not looking at the fight. I want to see the fight.
Or maybe the fight might erupt here. Because right now, E-Arena is coming in together with another team on the other side as well. And that's Hype International. Everybody wants this compound because this is the only safe haven compound here in this current circle, but no longer safe now. We have at least 3 teams inside of it. These areas, they have to recover. Lamborghini on the other side, but nobody's together with him. RRQ trying to come in as well, but Gigantical Smile is going to stop them. Nade by him onto Genforce.
The prior engagement towards BTR just now for the Xaviers attracted so many unwanted attentions. Now all eyes lock onto them. 2 left, right, center, they've been covered. But RRQ will be the first one to back out. Will be one of the teams that will have to back out other than what we witnessed just now against YG, who's silently gaining more points. Now they already scored themselves 6 eliminations in this map. And only Master Smile is actually doing all the heavy lifting on this side, on their team side.
Yeah, this is the IGL leading by example, ladies and gentlemen. Making up for the points that they've lost in the Rondo match. Next up is going to be Team Pandem. But then again, depends on what kind of circle we're going to get next. Stage 6 is going to be upon us in about 45 more seconds. Young Radicals looks like they're trying to stay away from the big commotion in the middle for now. Speaking about the big commotion, these teams, they're all in the circle with this compound and they have their own corner, but for how long? It depends on what kind of circle we're going to get in 25 more seconds.
5 teams remaining, Cloud, at stage 5 due to this circle. Thanks PUBG Mobile for making it so much fun. With more towards who's getting the land or who's swimming. Nobody's swimming, at least that's good news. But due to this compound, everyone seems to be clustered up together. Thematic is trying to find an off angle, an opening towards Hive or Xavier's. Sad news for YG and Pandem. They are not in the circle, but at least, hey, they don't have to be suffocated to share the compounds within all the other enemies out there. As for Hive, nobody actually taking the compound or the buildings right behind them. I think they should have someone planted there in case somebody tried to enter in that they did not notice.
Probably being super cautious right now because you have like 2 other teams in this compound. At the same time, they have to be careful with the fact that Young Gaticos can backstab them too. Team Panda might do the same as well, okay? Deploying their smoke. I guess their only option is to just drive straight into the circle and find another spot, because if they want to go straight into the compound, then they will just kickstart a domino effect with the other teams. But they have to be careful. Young Gaticos, this is a tricky situation for Team Panda.
Both of them actually sharing the same boat. For Pandem and YG, to get in, driving in is a bit too risky because of how a small compound with multiple buildings occupied by the 3 teams in there. If you happen to drive in at the wrong angle, all 3 teams will shoot you down instantly. Driving in seems to be one of the many things you have to do, but which direction without being spotted by all 3 teams altogether. That's why Smile is still waiting with his partner, while the other 2 already got into that circle. Pandem, on the other hand, they only have 1 working vehicle. Last time we saw their hovercraft all exploded up. What's left? Probably going to be a couple of buggies just like E-Arena has here.
Oh, but Team Pandem, look at this. They managed to slide 2 players into the circle, so it can be a marker for Leon's, who is still on the outside. But Leon's could be on foot. Yeah, and Young Gaticos knows that he's still there. Could be a tough one for Leon's though. Check on them later, because right now Myrna got Dimsy. That's going to be 1 down. Leon's still stuck on the outside. Or E-Arena trying to steal away points as well. Leon's gunned down by Mormon from afar.
Mormon still trying to find 1 more target. He found 1. It's going to be Master Smile, who seems to be getting a lot of points for YG. They need Master Smile to be alive, but Thematic also will follow what his team, what Mormon did just now. But it's going to be opening the one that found it out by Nate. TD Xavier's found himself a go time towards Hive, but will they willing to take the risk to go in for the flush? They managed to get 1 knocked down. Everybody happened to be on a standstill, but not so much for Panda. What a nade! Master Smile doubled down on that. 2 points, make it 7 in the back just by Master Smile.
And 9 in total for Young Gaticos right now. They need to recover SayCloud, and SayCloud will be together with Romeo. SayCloud is back up again. Young Gaticos, they remain as the full team. But now stage 7 choose. Stage 7, this will be insane. Where will the circle go? Will it be a Hashi circle towards the right side?
Oh, no way! Are you kidding me?
Half of this compound is no longer in the circle.
Just fast forward to stage 9. It feels like a stage 9 right now. Basically, there's no more land for the players to play anymore. All they need is just the waiting game. And while you know, E-Arena is not willing to be inside of the compound in case they have to swim later on if the circle starts to go towards the northern side. But for the rest of the teams, they're still indoors, especially YG. YG, they do have plenty of space coming in, but there's not many covers for them to go straight into where E-Arena's at. And the one that having it toughest is going to be Hive. They're the furthest one if the circle shift north after this. That's going to be the last circle after this.
But tough for those in the compound. Like, they have to fight their way through. That's going to be crazy, right, Chu? But Young Gaticos, at this point, they don't have the circle. They have to move slightly forward. They can still play by the bay, but the fact that E-Arena, they're also by the beach side. So it will be a tough one for Young Gaticos this time. And E-Arena surely will keep an eye on to them. And Young Gaticos, they're kind of deciding on where exactly to go. They're going to charge in to... I don't think they can go to the compound though. The best for them is that... to slightly move forward and not make the big move. But okay, they're going to make the big moves into the compound area.
Oh, they're going to charge towards Hive. But these Xavier spotted out Cloud's on the ground, still not being finished off. And YG, they were planning to go for Hive, but these Xaviers reacted too fast. And Cloud's on the ground still. Monet managed to take on Lamborghini, Romeo, E-Arena in action too. So E-Arena, Shrubs coming out from the back. How is that? Oh, what a splat coming in. Oh, this is YG going down the drain as E-Arena, high chance they will score this chicken now.
It's a tough one for Young Radicals. There's only Smile left for Young Good Galacticos. The IGL himself, he has to play the survival game. And E-Arena, they're going to shift their attention towards the circle because it's going to close in about 5 more seconds. They're going to take point in the middle of it while taking their time to save Joker. And stage 8 people, and there's still water. There's still like 50% water stage in. What are we watching here?
I'm loving E-Arena, 2 of them swimming already, while the other 2 is still holding those rooftops. They're not willing to get indoors because you don't get a lot of information if you stay indoors. And Shrubs and the rest of E-Arena slowly biting these guys like snacks, literally eating them out one by one, leaving only 1 player on the side of YG left and 2 players for Hive and the Xaviers. 3 teams seems to be cowering indoors, not getting much information, whilst E-Arena playing outside of the compound. Look at how they wrap around. Mormon and Shrub seems to be dominating these 3 teams.
I mean, at this point, their positioning, their rotation, E-Arena is just top-notch at this moment. They have absolute control of the circle. Almena has no control of himself right now. He will be eliminated. Smile is still alive for Young Radicals. But being the final player is going to be hard for him. He has to hope for another team to be eliminated to gain more place-on points. He's been pinned down at the same time as well. More players down. Hive International, but he is in a building. So he'll still be alright for now. And he does have his other teammates still alive.
Oh,
But Brenton got one. Okay.
that's super important. Now Mormon will get the reset and revival while Pretzel's doing his, but the moment they will reset Mormon, these guys gonna go for the wrap around. E-Arena have been moving very smart in this position here right now, wrapping and cornering down slowly, giving all the information towards themselves and feeding off this information based on what they see on top of that rooftop. And Mormon was one of the most crucial spotter for the team. Here comes Pretzel coming in for the rush, but Joker and the rest of E-Arena already resetted on Mormon. Here comes another nade flying over to his Pretzel. He's in trouble, but Pretzel is taking a very bold move, pushing forward.
One boy down. Now Mormon with this nade. Sent across onto Pretzel. Pretzel, where is he going to go from here? And Pretzel eliminated by the nade of Mormon. That is it for Hive International. Number 4, Young Radicals. They continue to bring in more points. Smile is still alive though. He managed to get 1 on the left side, and he will potentially lock in this elimination point by eliminating Lamborghini. Lamborghini is still in the game though. Not eliminated yet. And Master Smile, he has no choice but to move forward and finally eliminated. Number 3 for Young Radicals. Now it's down to E-Arena and D Xavier.
Oh, this is going to be the big guns fighting each other. We talked about experience and with the heavy hitters or slightly fresher players compared to the Xaviers. The veterans versus a seasoned team as well. Nate Perigin split it open, knowing the fact, but Nate, his back got caught by Shrubs. This is it. One last player, they're boarding counting as well. E-Arena, do they want to go for the push? But Perigin's not making it easy.
And Perigin is going to be the final player for D Xavier that's still in the game. And he'll take down 1 by 1. The players of E-Arena starting off with Joker, but Perigin, okay, he needs the space to heal up. Oh, Momo's pushing in. Momo showing up. Perigin does not have the time to heal. Perigin, we need to fight back. But then again, E-Arena will lock in the second chicken dinner today. This is the Thai region domination.
Wow, I think they're definitely powered up by the on-ground energy. You have to give it. They are hosting the tournament when it comes to the Thais. They have a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure, but they still level their head, making sure they perform the best for their fans on ground. But you have to give it, the Xavier is just now is because of lack of manpower was the main reason. They got surrounded, but you have to give credit for Arena. There was such a beautiful play, such teamwork to wrap around when there was still 4 teams in total. They managed to wrap around 3 teams slowly.
Yeah, and they still managed to survive that long, bringing in more place-on points. So gotta give them credit as well. But we're not gonna take away the spotlight from Arena, ladies and gentlemen. The Thai regions are dominating, coming in with 14 eliminations in this round. And considering that this is a very, very difficult circle to play, they're still able to come up with a chicken dinner with this amount of elimination points. This is insane by Arena. Their rotation is just masterclass. And if we were to look at across all these stats, likely, oh man, we have 30k with the highest damage. We have Moment and Schwab sharing the same amount of eliminations. I mean, MVP, we'll look at that later, but man, this is good teamwork by Arena. Let's check out the highlights.
Here comes our top 4 teams, with 2 teams getting themselves double-digit eliminations, including YG in the fray as well. But Arena, there was a good play and there was such a strategic move coming up as a team with full-time squad at 29 minutes 23 seconds. Getting himself the most damage out of 4 teams, while the Xaviers get himself also quite a number up there with 8 eliminations. Oh, these are big names, but I want to give it to Hive International. I mean, they are not as seasoned as all the teams that we are looking in the top 4 here, but they showed that they are not afraid. They are not worried at all, and they're quite confident with their firepower as well.
It's nice to see like different flags up here, right? It just shows the diversity of teams that are able to perform in PMGO. But as a matter of fact, it is still the home ground region teams that scored back-to-back chicken dinners. Let's check out the MVP here, Mr. Moment. We didn't get to see the Moment dance, so I'm a little bit disappointed there, but proud that he's able to be crowned the MVP for this round with 4 eliminations and 527 damage and 4 knockouts, 34% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 30 minutes and 27 seconds. And he was also the one that did not hesitate to push during the last moment. If he did not push, then his opponent would be able to reset and it might be a different story. So good move there by Moment.
But Arena has got himself 24 points in total, while YG got himself 15 and DZAV is at 3rd place in 14 for this map only. There are plenty of zeros down there, including Voin and Nemesis. Now, speaking of Voin, I did not expect it to be this much pushed down with a 0. Nemesis is still fine because we do know they don't have plenty of exposure compared to all the teams that are competing at this stage, because the wildcard regions, a lot of them having quite a new experience compared to the others. For the side of Void, we do know they will surprise us in the last minute like they usually do, but just based on 2 maps, it's so difficult for us to still getting that one particular team that seems to be dominating. Everybody can change. I feel like it might be interchanging throughout the entirety of the finals.
Yeah, I think so as well. And of course, with the fact that we're only 2 games in, so yeah, we can expect a lot of changes here moving forward, right? Will the Thai region teams continue to dominate? That will also be a question, because normally after the break, teams will have an extended time. They can rediscuss. They might cool off. We don't know. Many things can happen after the break. And with the fact that also that they have played this Erangel, at least teams will have a feel of like, okay, this Erangel, this lobby, how teams play. Although it's a weird circle, right? But at least they get a feel of this kind of lobby for Erangel. I wouldn't mind if we get more weird circles, to be honest. If we get it the entire PMGO, I'm down for that.
I think you're loving that circle. Don't lie to me. I know
Absolutely.
you enough to know the fact you try and be nice, but we do know deep down inside you just yay circle all day long. But yeah, I agree. When it comes to the teams here right now, it's so difficult to see who's going to win this season, especially with 3 days. Now, I do want to know, you talked about the break, Cloud. There are teams that have plenty of players that are still not being deployed in a battlefield here. Are they planning to change the players? Are the teams that have multiple substitutes, are they fixed for the lineup for the next 2 days?
Yeah, that's a question that only the teams can answer, right? Or maybe they feel like, oh, it's only 2 games in. We need more games to really kind of decide, right? But
you don't have more.
Yeah, that's the point I was about to get to, right? Because the uniqueness of the PMGO for this tournament here is that it's only 3 days. So if they have to decide, they have to decide it quick. But then again, the risk is, of course, you only have that much data to decide on. So there will be a form of risk involved.
You know what? Speaking of risk involved, we also might have the risk of the maps not being played at all. Is it going to be one of the random maps in the 7th map for the last day? Are we bringing back the Candy or Sunhawk? I don't know. Then if it's down to that one last map and it's not, I don't know, we have no clue about the last day. So we try to avoid it, but at the same time just couldn't help thinking about it, because that's going to be the extra map that nobody knows what they're going to play for the last day. And since we have very little amount of map being played for this season, will they have enough time for the teams to rotate their players, to do some experiments whether things can work out or not? I don't think they have that luxury anymore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not at all. Even if you look at the PMPLs, you look like the PMCL, all these tournaments, they have leagues. They have at least 2 weeks and then the grand finals. So they have a lot of time to tweak it here and there. But they have to be really firm on what they decide on as their lineup and what kind of strategy to play with, how to play this game with this lobby. And yeah, I guess the other big point is that this is also the first time all these teams play in the same lobby together. They might play scrims together, fine. But then again, scrims are scrims. But this is the real deal here, that we're getting this same set of teams. So it's not the easiest of thing to decide with this amount of games that they play together.
Okay, since we don't have too much time for the players to, analyze about which team seems to be a bit dominating whatsoever, and with very limited amount of time for them to learn about each other, do you think, from your perspective as well, do you have any particular, we put it as a more general view, any particular region you feel that's slightly stronger than the other?
I mean, well, if you want to say as of now, it's the Thai region, right? But in general, if I were to put aside the first 2 games, right, I'll probably say the Vietnam region. Yeah, but we can talk about that a little bit more later on, because we're going to head on to an extended break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We see you guys for more PUBG Mobile esports action after this break.
crush the bone. I am the hunger. I am the throne. You locked me deep, but I have grown.
Get to know PUBG Mobile version 4.4 in 2 minutes. Take on trials and go for the crown. Let's learn about the new themed version, Hero's Crown. Urban areas have been revamped in an ancient Greek style, and there's a new floating crown's abode. Collect origin embers, ride the sun chariot to the temple, and defeat the centaur boss Helios. To recruit him to your team, ride and fight alongside Helios, unlock exclusive skills, dominate the battleground, and charge forth. Additionally, there are 5 great trials to challenge. Use Fury Assault to shatter the heroic spirit and win rewards. Defend the battle flag against minions. Light the sacred fire and ascend to the crown's abode. Overcome obstacles and fly to the top, and score goals for supplies. See how you fare. The Laurel M1 Garand is here. This weapon's special trait is a chance to refill its magazine when dealing damage. Also, the higher your glory, the stronger its aura effect. 3 themed items are here to help you dominate the battleground. Tank enemies head on and break through formations with speed. Plant a flag to boost your attack power and survive in dire situations to carry your team. Fly around swiftly and seize the initiative. PUBG Mobile Flame On. Harness mythical power to reach the pinnacle of battle. There's also a new 2-seater convertible, Roadster. It's turbocharged with blazing speed. The powerful Panzerfaust has seen some adjustments and is available on more maps. Try out this weapon that can turn the tide of battle. The JS9 can now be picked up on more maps. Also, be sure to check out Livik's new spawn island. Metro Royale Chapter 32 is on its way. There are new season collectibles, as well as a new PvE enemy, the Centaur Warrior Helios, who can be found in the Arctic Base Advanced map. Go defeat him to get high-value sellable items. This World of Wonder update adds a new standalone World of Wonder lobby with a new interface and layout. The friend list and play together list now support joining matches in progress, so players can quick join a match and play without waiting. For more details, stay tuned for the World of Wonder update video. More exciting content awaits. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's now a dedicated World of Wonder lobby. Swipe left from the main lobby to access the new page. The new Join Mid-Match mechanic lets you jump right into matches without waiting. The Rookie tutorial has been redone to help rookie creators quickly get the hang of things.
Kneel before absolute power.
I am honored to join your team.
crush the bone. I am the hunger. I am the throne. You locked me deep, but I have grown.
Get to know PUBG Mobile version 4.4 in 2 minutes. Take on trials and go for the crown. Let's learn about the new themed version, Hero's Crown. Urban areas have been revamped in an ancient Greek style, and there's a new floating crown's abode. Collect origin embers, ride the sun chariot to the temple, and defeat the centaur boss Helios. To recruit him to your team, ride and fight alongside Helios, unlock exclusive skills, dominate the battleground, and charge forth. Additionally, there are 5 great trials to challenge. Use Fury Assault to shatter the heroic spirit and win rewards. Defend the battle flag against minions. Light the sacred fire and ascend to the crown's abode. Overcome obstacles and fly to the top, and score goals for supplies. See how you fare. The Laurel M1 Garand is here. This weapon's special trait is a chance to refill its magazine when dealing damage. Also, the higher your glory, the stronger its aura effect. 3 themed items are here to help you dominate the battleground. Tank enemies head on and break through formations with speed. Plant a flag to boost your attack power and survive in dire situations to carry your team. Fly around swiftly and seize the initiative. PUBG Mobile Flame On. Harness mythical power to reach the pinnacle of battle. There's also a new 2-seater convertible, Roadster. It's turbocharged with blazing speed. The powerful Panzerfaust has seen some adjustments and is available on more maps. Try out this weapon that can turn the tide of battle. The JS9 can now be picked up on more maps. Also, be sure to check out Livik's new spawn island. Metro Royale Chapter 32 is on its way. There are new season collectibles, as well as a new PvE enemy, the Centaur Warrior Helios, who can be found in the Arctic Base Advanced map. Go defeat him to get high-value sellable items. This World of Wonder update adds a new standalone World of Wonder lobby with a new interface and layout. The friend list and play together list now support joining matches in progress, so players can quick join a match and play without waiting. For more details, stay tuned for the World of Wonder update video. More exciting content awaits. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. There's now a dedicated World of Wonder lobby. Swipe left from the main lobby to access the new page. The new Join Mid-Match mechanic lets you jump right into matches without waiting. The Rookie tutorial has been redone to help rookie creators quickly get the hang of things.
Kneel before absolute power.
I am honored to join your team.
Okay, now we're back on the stage with me, Poshi. Beside me is Mr. Chue from E Arena สวัสดีครับโอเคนะฮะข้างๆผมนี่ก็จะเป็นทางคุณชูเวฟนะครับจากทาง E Arena นั่นเองนะครับ But first thing first we have to interview just a minute before to the next games. We would like to know taking the early lead here on your home ground Thailand. How does it feel? Does it make such a strong opening statement on day one รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยโหผ่านมา2โดดแล้วแต่ว่าตอนนี้เป็นอันดับที่1อยู่นะครับทางทีมถือว่าเป็นการเริ่มได้ดีมากๆด้วยเช่นเดียวกันแล้วก็ตะกี้นี้เพิ่งได้กินไก่มาด้วยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับทั้งทีมตอนนี้ครับ
รู้สึกมั่นใจครับ
รู้สึกมั่นใจตอนนี้คือมันขวัญกำลังใจในทีมดีขึ้นมากเลยถูกไหมฮะโอเคนะครับ so how does he feel the whole team now feel very confident on this tournament คิดว่าตัวเองถ้าเกิดมาแบบนี้แล้วถามเพิ่มเติมนิดหนึ่งว่าคิดว่าจะกินไก่ได้อีกกี่ตัวสักวันนี้ฮะจะได้อีกกี่ไก่ดีวันนี้ so I asking how many winner chicken dinner that his team would get today
ก็เรื่อยๆครับไม่อยากโม้เยอะครับ
okay he don't want to brag about it but he think there's more chicken that they will have today okay next up after spending so many years with Vampire Esports now playing with the new environment with the E Arena how does you compare the atmosphere of the team environment here with your previous team how you feeling right nowก็รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยอยู่กับทาง Vampire Esports มาตลอดเลยแล้วก็ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็อยู่กับทาง E Arena ด้วยนะครับมีประสบการณ์สิ่งใดที่พอจะแชร์ได้ไหมครับว่ามีความต่างกันมากน้อยขนาดไหนอะไรยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ต่างที่ก็ต่างประสบการณ์ครับมีอะไรดีๆทั้ง2ที่
ก็คือมีเรื่องที่ดีที่เกิดขึ้นจากทั้ง2ทีมแล้วก็ได้นำประสบการณ์จาก2ทีมมาปรับใช้ในการแข่งขันด้วยอะไรด้วยถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่ครับ
Okay, so what should I say? Since he used to be playing with the Vampire Sport team, he said like for both teams they have different experience, but he combined two play style together to play on this tournament. Okay, next up, playing in front of Thai crowd right now, bringing different kind of pressure and energy. Did home support give the team extra motivation today ตอนนี้ครับในเมื่อได้เล่นกันแล้วนะครับต่อหน้าฝูงชนที่เป็นชาวไทยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับสิ่งนี้ช่วยเพิ่มขวัญและกำลังใจให้กับทีมมากน้อยขนาดไหนครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับว่าได้แข่งในบ้านตัวเองแล้วก็รู้สึกท้าทายครับเพราะว่าอยากให้ทุกคนดีใจไปกับเราด้วย
Okay he said he feel really excitement and very happy to play in front of Thai crowd, but also it's kind of challenge for him too because he have to prove himself in front of everyone. And this is the last question. Any message to Thai fans here at the venue and anyone that watching live now from home? ก็ตอนนี้มาถึงข้อสุดท้ายกันมากดีกว่านะครับมีอะไรอยากที่จะฝากไปถึงเหล่าบรรดาแฟนๆที่อยู่ภายในงานของเราในครั้งนี้บ้างรวมไปถึงทุกท่านที่กำลังรับชมไลฟ์กันอยู่ณตอนนี้ครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเรา E Arena ด้วยครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์เฮลแล้วก็ชาร์เปอร์ที่มาในรอบไฟนอลนี้ด้วยพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
โอเคขอบพระคุณมากเลยนะครับ Thank you so much He said thank you to everyone that cheering for him so hopefully everyone cheer at this final until the end. Okay, thank you so much. And this is Chue from E Arena. ขอบคุณมากครับ Thank you so much.
I've heard Isekai is somewhere in between there, but anyway, anime reference there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second half of the PMGO, and that was Schweppes. And I like what he said about like he combined his experience with Vampire Esports and now with E Arena, and now the fans are getting the best of Schweppes and obviously E Arena since they scored that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I like the fact the host, you know, we're too used to the players for like what? For me, it's like 8 years already by now. We've seen the same name players. It's just they change teams. Straps are coming in with NC2 and Sakura, you know, shuffled into Sharper Esports. It doesn't actually change the dynamics of E-Arena as a whole. Actually, it's getting better. It's a good addition for having Straps. Now, we do know Ravenclaw is also in Arena as well. I feel like the real game master for the team is actually Ravenclaw. Wherever Ravenclaw is at, the team usually performs. So I think his analytical view and the coaching staff is super on point. So if only one day, you know, Ravenclaw can have a bit of insight what he has that no other coaches or analysts do have compared to him.
Yeah, maybe they should interview Ravenclaw next time. That'll be kind of interesting as well. Yeah, I would like to hear from the guy himself. Yeah, he was the IGL winning PMWI with Vampire Esports, and then he went to a coaching role. They still did fairly well. And then now, of course, E-Arena too. So his journey has not ended yet within the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So great to see this kind of player, or now coaching staff, able to still continue on his journey and share his experience with the other players as well. So yeah, good work. And I guess partly because of that as well, the Thai region teams are doing well. Hale Esports, they scored the first chicken dinner, and then E-Arena, the second chicken dinner. I don't know. We got 4 more games to go tonight, Chu, but could this be a Thai region dominant day?
Oh, we're going to have to win. So far, when it comes to eliminations and numbers, we definitely do know that E-Arena do have what it takes. I mean, don't discount teams like YG, of course. That's why they used to be world champions, so we have to put them out of respect when it comes to the leaderboards and our prediction. But for you mentioned about Magna Esports, and we do know a lot of the Malaysian region teams cancel each other out way early, and that's going to be the case of rotations, and they have to be adaptable, very little time, a very tight schedule for them to actually learn about what they have to, you know, rectify the mistake. But so far I agree, yes, the Thai seems to be more confident when it comes to their firepower and how they work as a team. Now, I want to say E-Arena, we do know Mormon. He's been one of the longest player as well. Since RQ Athena days, he already started to play with a different team back in the days as well. So Mormon, one of the veteran players. You add in Shrubs in the lineup for E-Arena, which is brain and brawn. What you call brawn? Is it the muscle man? Mormon's more like a muscle man. Now, I think like Shrubs is more towards a brain, but it's a bit awkward for me to actually see Shrubs not wearing vampire jersey. And it takes time for me to readapt myself to see that he's wearing E-Arena jersey these days. But the value of having Shrubs, we do know he's one of the best player when it comes to, yeah, everybody say about Tony K. But Schwartz has always been the unsung hero for the team, and he's one of the best play in Thai as well. Now you put them together with Mormon. Imagine if Tony K and Tony K played together too. I want to see that happen one day.
Yeah, that's for the namesake, right? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I do like the fact that Shrubs is now getting the a bit of more spotlight. Before this, during his time with Vampire Esports, like he did very well. But I guess because he was kind of overshadowed by Tony K, because it's Tony K, and not like Tony K is a bad player, he's an amazing player too, right? But because you have like Tony K and then you have Shrubs, and the spotlight always goes towards Tony K. But now that he has gone on to new ventures with E-Arena, he's getting this interview, so that's already a showing that, hey, there's a bit more spotlight towards him. Well, then I guess to a certain extent, Mormon wouldn't mind taking a bit of a backseat, because before this is always like, okay, Mormon, you're the interview guy, you're the spotlight guy. Now you can just like do your thing, and Shrubs is the new interview guy because he's the new guy. So you like ragging the new guy, right?
But we do know that the cameraman always loved Mormon. He's very lovable when it comes in front of the camera. But when it comes to the other team, now you guys are unclear about where is this tournament going to go. Now, if you guys don't know, only 5 teams can have the slot to PMWC, advancing from this tournament. But it'll be based on their points as well when it comes to Season 1 and Season 2 in the same year of the PMGO. So there's only 5 slots for the SEA side, but I would agree with you guys coming up for the 6th slot, we do know Indonesia is pretty much in Southeast Asia. So the PMIO, the PUBG Mobile Indonesian Open, will be the 6th slot adding into the PMWC, where we have a lot of teams already confirmed their slot as well, and some of them still undergoing the qualifiers like we do in Southeast Asia right now. Now, out of the 5 teams, I have to say maybe out of 5, 2 will be, at least 2 will coming up from the Thai region teams based on their performance within a short amount of time.
I mean, looking at how they've been performing in the first 2 games, it's like, we can expect at least 2. Yeah. But you know what? It's always hard to discount the fact that, okay, if they take 2 slots, that means someone else has to be taken out. There's so many other names that like you cannot take out, right? Like the Vietnamese regions team, like Team Flash, like Xavier. Xavier normally they do very well in Southeast Asia. Multiple PMSL champions for Xavier, at least 2 of them to the best of my memory, in different formats. So whether it's the Smash rule, whether it's the non-Smash rule, they were able to do it. Whether it's like the Sanhok era, whether it's the not Sanhok era, they're able to do it. So it's hard to also discount Xavier. But to my maybe slight surprise is that Xavier is not included in many predictions for some reason. But I can understand why as well, because you have so many other amazing teams that you cannot not put in as well, like YG for example, right? So where do you put like Xavier in? Just because they're like 2nd place in the PMPL Vietnam doesn't mean that they cannot be in the top 5 here. So I would say that if in many teams that were not in a lot of talent's prediction, Xavier can be one of those who can surprise us.
Okay, for example here, so far we do see the strongest performing team right now for me based on these 2 maps only. We do have to give it to E Arena and as well as Hale because of the numbers they portray. But this is good news for Hale because we do know Hale is a type of team that seems to be dwindling down their performance the longer the tournament gets. And this is a big advantage for the team that have high momentum at the start and don't have the stamina to last longer. But bad news for teams like, unfortunately, these Xaviers, from my perspective, okay, this is based on what I witnessed throughout the years, these Xaviers do need a little more time to adjust and slowly build up the momentum across the weeks, which we don't have for this season. So these Xaviers, Team Flash and Xavier seems to be on par, the same par right now based on Rondo and Erangel map. Both teams actually ended up in 2nd place. Then if DX Team Flash seems to be consistent, and we do know Vietnam region is one of the most consistent region, and we did mention E Arena and Hill might actually have a shot for the slot, then there's only 1 more teams left. There you go, Mormon. We love you too.
Yeah. I've been waiting for a moment, right? We're getting the first one here. Okay, that's
he
one.
He lost
okay.
weight, by the way. Yeah.
Did he? You think so?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Definitely. You can see the face feature looks slightly different.
And just because he planted his head to the cam, we can clearly see his face features there. Yes. Still ever cheerful, Mormon. A player that the cameraman loves. And here we have Bobby Rales. Bobby Rales with AZ Slumber. Yeah, that name was actually given. Like I saw one of the social media posts on PUBG Mobile Esports saying he took a picture together, him and also Federales, and they named him Bobby Rales. It's like, yeah,
Maybe
that's the name.
You know, I want to see if they actually make a content out of it, like if they swap jerseys and these guys just walk into the team room and want to see if any of their teammates notice they're actually not their own teammate that actually walk into the room. I want to see that, if they can actually put out a content like that, just swap their jerseys.
Would be pretty interesting though. Like just walk in and just sit down and act like nothing happened, right?
I know, and imagine if none of his teammates actually noticed that that's not your friend who just walked in. It was a different team player. I want to see their reaction, but I guess time is not on our side when it comes to, making those kind of content. We are very on a fast schedule because there's so many tournaments coming up as well in the next couple of months. So these guys don't have a lot of time to prep other than just making sure they're healthy, they are motivated, and what's important right now is getting the points that they need for their PMWC.
We have to kind of evaluate as well, like this PMGO, who has the best looking jersey. Like, which team do you think has the best looking jersey for now?
Empire.
Empire's not playing this PMGO.
But they got their jerseys. You gotta agree, their jersey is one of the best out there. Usually BTR like to compete when it comes to fashion sense. So we don't get a proper glimpse of. I think it's still gonna be the same jersey that we've seen across the years. Another team that have a magnific fashion sense is gonna be Alter Ego, who's not playing as well. I don't know why. All the good fashionista teams happen to be not in the season.
Yeah. A bit too bad. Yeah, in case you're wondering where is Alter Ego, they did not qualify for PMPL Indonesia. So that's why they're not playing here. Yeah, hence no Rosemary as well, which is pretty weird. I personally, among all these 16 teams that are playing, right, I probably would give it to Team Nemesis. I think their jersey is pretty unique. It's different. Like their jersey reminds me of like a referee.
What?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You know, referees, like they have like stripes from like top to down. Kind of reminds me of that.
I thought we agree on the football players, no?
Oh?
It does look like a football player jersey a bit, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like Newcastle, yeah, something like that. Okay, yeah, yeah, you can search it up, yeah.
As long as not MU, right?
No, no, they're not in my dictionary. Who are they? Who? Anyway.
Wait, the one with the hooded player just which player is this again for our team?
This one, the mysterious Firen.
Oh, it's Firen. He does. You know what? One glimpse I thought is that he got a very beautiful face.
Oh.
One time I glanced, I thought, is that a female playing along? He got very good features, man.
Oh, Firen, that's a compliment, okay?
Yeah, it's a compliment. It's a good feminine side that makes you look really good, across any screens. But we do know this is gonna be the team without any smiles. That's gonna be the Xaviers. You win or you lose, they're still not gonna celebrate. We do know this has been classic for the Xaviers. I'm surprised with this kind of tension within the teammates. They can actually play together for such a long time.
Yeah, I know, right? Like they have this telepathic thingy. Oh, now we have Magna here. I want to give a fun fact. So Magna, the second player from the left. So they are twins in this PMGO. So you have Kimi and you have Kim. So you have Magna, you have one, and then you have the other one in Team 52. Yeah, so I just fact checked that.
So that's separated, right?
Yeah, they're separated. Right? They're not in the same team. So Kim is with Magna, and the other twin, Kimi, is in Team 52. So they are twins. So fun fact here, twins but in different teams. But let's see will the twins clash with each other, because we're going to head back into the OG map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
We're back into Erangel, coming out all the way from Primos and outskirts of Kori. We are flying into the northern side towards Stalburn. Now, that's going to be a very skewed left side of the flight path. Now, if the circle ended up on top of Milta Power with this season circle, it's best to say expect the worst, because the circle has not been kind for our first map of Erangel in the finals.
Not at all. And we're loving it. We got a made 30 base circle and not your usual made 30 base circle. It was tucked in at the corner. So yeah, that was really fun. Definitely not fun for the teams, but fun for us on the casting desk, and I'm sure fun for you guys as well who's watching this. And yes, Bobby Reles. Yes. I hope he comes up with a good moment though. I hope we see a Federales and Bobby Reles final circle 1v1. That will be epic.
Okay, I'm gonna give it slightly a bit more wiggle room. It doesn't have to be a final circle, but if that's a final circle, then it's gonna be epic. But if it's not, then it's still gonna be epic either way, as long as it's gonna be a 1v1. But we do have a slightly northern circle. Is it gonna be pulling towards Medusa intersection, or might end up on top of Yasnaya Poliana? But good news for the teams. Majority of them dropping on the left side, so not many teams coming up from the right side if they want to take a vehicle to go and have a bit of adventure.
You're getting a knife. Sharper
Oh,
and
ready?
RRQ. Oh, knife fight. Oh, Kintoni down. He got the first blood though. But Sakura got weapons. It's going up to the second floor. QBZ
Sakura.
gameplay and RRQ. Out. But at least they got 2 points.
Oh, I feel like Sakura have a lot to prove here. Watching his Axe teammate his Axe teammate getting Schweppes, and Schweppes got interviewed for E-Arena, and Sakura used to be E-Arena player. These definitely have a lot to prove, but unfortunately Chaco shot down by Axel. Hot on the tails of Sharper Esports. Sakura now have to flee and abandon his teammate. But I think there's another team engaging. It's going to be 52 versus Hive. But where's the other 2 players of Sharper Esports just now? Because there's only 2 of them when that happened.
Yeah, not too sure. Maybe they felt that the chances of winning is close to none, so they decided to bail. And at least they're still in the game. They're still alive, so that's most important. Oh, but that fight's happening. Hive International arrived on guard. One from Team 52. Icy just got eliminated. Now we have Kido here on screen. They're closing in onto him.
They know. They know. Here comes another team coming up from the back. It's going to be MJ. But Range, if he's not being careful, he got himself in a trap. He needs to get out. 52 is around there, and MJ as well. So Hive Range, he wants to go for the off angle, but unfortunately caught himself surrounded by these teams. Now, who can get Range as a point? It's more towards a hunting game between these teams right now.
Yeah, Team 52, they might want to get revenge, but there's another team around the corner as well. Yeah, that's going to be MJ, Pangeran McJoe, my favorite team name this season. Akido got Pretzel. Alright, so Team 52, they respond back and splat onto the ground. They traded back 1 at least.
Quite ambitious from Kido with an AK and without any visualization there. With an iron sight, only quite a difficult barrel to control for the recoils. You probably need to find this rifle first. M214. Those M416 super important right now for him. These guys barely actually loot up. That's how aggressive they can get. 52. Kimi, we mentioned about him before. He got the Satar. So on the ground. Like we mentioned, the Malaysian teams love to cancel each other out quite early here.
Oh, but not this time. They're trying to cancel out Pangeran McJoe. And Satar is one of the key players for MJ. And unfortunately, he went out. So they had to deal with the fact that they'll be playing the rest of the round without him. But Team 52, I guess they'll be happy and content enough with the fact that at least they collected 2 elimination points in that process. Now they'll be playing the rest of the round without IC. And they'll be moving their way to their checkpoint, passing by the right side bridge, the left side bridge that is. Looks like nobody's gonna stop them from coming in, so that's okay for them.
Yeah, pretty okay for YG as well. We do know there's 2 teams pretty much prefers SMB across this map rather than taking the main peninsula. There's gonna be Hive International and YG, and they are the only ones that are taking over SMB as we speak. But we do have plenty of teams starting to move and rotate already across our screens here, including the last one we saw, 52. And I think a majority of MJ are moving towards a circle as well, and high chance a circle. quite concentrated already in the center. Now, I do want to see for Hive International and for YG, how long will they actually stay outside of the circle until they start to get in? Probably going to stage 3 or 4. They're going to take their own sweet time, knowing the fact the circle is already far enough as a start. Might as well taking their own sweet time to loot up.
Yeah, and let everyone move to the middle or something like that, so they don't need to worry about any gatekeepers. That's also kind of like a trend of how YG plays. If you observe during the PMCL, it's like if it's a fast circle, they don't mind coming in later, and they know how to play it. And there are times where they would just play it like super safe at the early stage. Like they would go, say if this kind of circle, they would just go all the way up north, come in, avoid unnecessary fights, and when it comes to like stage 5 or 6, that's where we'll see the most of YG.
Yeah, that's true. Probably gonna do that rotation, but hopefully when they cross over SMB towards the main peninsula, there's no gatekeepers there, unless somebody will try to wait it out and try to challenge YG, of course. But you know, I chuckled just now because of one comment that make me laugh so hard silently. We do know it's awkward for us not to see the big names. Like, I know you guys in the comment section do feel the same way. Alter Ego, Boom Esports, Vampire's not here. Same goes for, you know, Alliance as well, once upon a time. All these big names are not here anymore. You know, somebody asked, where is AE and Vampire? You know what the other, Mr. Sherry to be specific. Sorry I'm calling you out, but your answer just make my day. He just tell them they are at home. That's they're not here because they're at home. That's
Okay, that answer deserves an award.
I know.
That
It's
is
not
the
wrong.
best answer I have seen. Or I have heard. I didn't really see it. You saw it. I have heard. That's the best. Give yourself a French fry tonight.
Yeah, and a pat at the back. That was definitely one of the best answer. Without, you know, there's no rebuttal out of that, whoever you answer to. But we might have less than 50 seconds on the clock, the second stage. And we do know the teams having the blue zone right now probably try to avoid early conflicts. They don't want to go against this heavy hitters lobby, because we do know this lobby is one of the hardest right now, how aggressive these teams can get. But we do have a bit of a shrink. We don't see the map just yet where the circle might end it up.
Yeah, we haven't seen stage. Okay, yeah, just as you mentioned it. Oh, okay, so a little bit of a split between the north and the south. So it's going to be a tricky one for the teams. And I guess those teams that took their time, like Young Radicals, like MJ, like even Hive, like they wouldn't mind like just waiting for the circle to take shape so they can make the best decision. Teams are mostly on the south side, I noticed that, but it's quite a fair split, I must say. So it will still be interesting to see where the circle will go. If the circle wants to be trashy again, like before, like you can go towards the middle river-ish area. Yeah, and that will give us a lot of entertainment.
I noticed Mormon is taking ahead way further than the rest of the team. It's a bit risky. We heard shots fire against Mormon, but he's so bold. He's being the scouter for the team, at the same time feeding information and try to bait out any of the players that he can pick off by himself to get those points. I like the way he thinks. He doesn't actually rely on his team too heavily to do something about anything at all. He tried to gain the points independently by himself. It might cost him the entirety of the team. Another team that seems to be struggling here within E-Arena members is going to be Nemesis. But we do have contacts made between across the other side of the map. And as you can see, RRQ is the only team that being eliminated quite early just now, unfortunately. But when it comes to the circle, it's still unsure whether they want to go to the north side or the south side. Yes, Naya Poliana seems to be inside of the circle still, and plenty of room for people who want to loot up around that town area.
E-Arena, they decided on the north side. And I really love their position because in case the circle like moves down south, at least they can access it through Roshawk. So that's an option for them. Xavier around the corner as well. Lamborghini scouting around the area of E-Arena. You see Joker. He's gonna go for it.
Ooh.
Nope. Okay, Shrubs, Joker. Okay, let's not do something funny here because the Xavier is here. Yeah, Lambo all alone. Doing the scouting work though.
I feel like Lamborghini and Moment actually do have the same mindset. These two players, they're aggressively trying to find a target and try to pick off anybody they can find and feeding information for the team. You know, the scouters work, but the way they play, the way they move, how aggressive they try to poke from afar, these two are very similar in that sense.
Oh yeah, and they have pretty similar level of experience as well. So I guess that kind of shaped their thought process.
Let me update for our audience here. NC2 and Sakura used to be in EU Arena, now playing for Sharper Esports, where Schweppes now in the lineup of EU Arena after transfer from them. There's a lot of story there.
Yeah, tons of changes there in PMGO Thailand. And one of the PMGO Thailand teams here, we have Tail. And by the way, Circle update, they shifted towards the southern side. So northern teams, they need to come down, and E-Arena made that quick decision. And that's the advantage that they get when they park themselves just north of Rozov. And now they're down south already. Oh, but the Xavier Lamborghini got Nui. No follow-up yet though, so that could be a long-range one.
We do know Hale will not bow out from any fight. They might want to force the challenge out of the Xaviers and try to commit to that fight if they want to. Especially watch out for Mega Earth. There's going to be MVP for Hale in the first map today. He got plenty of elimination by himself in that Rondo map. But for Lamborghini and the Xavier, they split themselves into 2-2 formation. The other two are still left inside of Roshok Town for now. While I think Nate T and Lamborghini is actually trying to guard over the entry point if Hale try to go for the bridge. So they are playing tag between the players of the Xaviers. The other two go for the loot. The other two watch out just to make sure that nobody try to breach in. But speaking of the others who's waiting things out and try to gain information, a lot of teams are playing this very carefully, including Voin.
Yeah, I mean, we have only a handful of games, right? So everybody's like really cautious of their gameplay.
True.
That includes Young guy that goes just arrived by the edge of the circle. And they'll be happy with this kind of circle since they pulled down south. Team Pandem is in front of them, but Team Pandem, Jabranki is just scouting. As long as he does not overextend, he'll be fine.
Jabranki, Leon Dizzy, Frenzy, all are very, very familiar name. It's just a lot of shuffles between the players in the same region, that's it. You can see them next season playing for a different one, but it's still going to be the same region. The only one that coming out of their region is going to be Federalis. It seems to be a very good addition to its side of BTR since last year. So I'm looking for a mix when it comes to the upcoming or future tournaments, because it does bring a lot of value to have very different perspective and how it changed the dynamic and gameplay of the entire team when Federalis add in. But here comes AZ going against MEC while the Malaysians cancelling each other out, or will they just be a bit more patient this time?
From behind, I want an AZ slumber. Yeah, I have the same question as well. Circle shifted towards the left side. School is inside the circle. Ooh, if this is a school ending, it will be pretty fun. But for between AZ Slumber and Matna Esports Club, looks at both sides, they decided to disengage because of the circle. So they'll be okay for now, but they're heading the same direction, so they could meet in the circle itself.
Moving in parallel motion, MEC and AZ seems to be hot in pursuit between these two. BTR taking on SP. Oh boy, we do see Sharper Esports have slightly a better start just now, but it just didn't turn out well for them. Again, they've been taken out early and a second team to get out without too much of a points, and we can see the stretch of the gap between Irina and the rest of the teams down there already by now. BTR taking on Nemesis. Razak finish off Demis. That's going to be the star player of Nemesis, but it's going to be a three-way war. MJ was there as well, but back to its MEC versus AZ. This is a very tight spot everybody wants to crash into.
And MEC, they decided to like, okay, school apartment? Nope, I'll just stay outside. Because by now, school apartment, you have at least 2 teams there, and we can expect more teams to eye that spot. Some teams, they just decided to like, okay, we stay on the outside, especially on the north, hoping for the circle to land there later on. There could still be a chance though. Oh, but for Team Flash and E Arena in the fight elsewhere. Traps down, but not eliminated yet. So again, it could be another long range shot. Oh, here's the engagement.
Zeus. And this is going to be another team. Rose and Zeus. The team for Team Flash in the same team. E Arena biting out the bullets of Zeus. As a clean execution there. Very daring one. Team Flash, they're hunting the rest of E Arena down. This might be the kryptonite for E Arena. Look at how fast they scramble and just leave. Only 2 players left. Joker's in trouble. While Mormon also might be the same. Oh, he needs to drive. Oh, he didn't make it on time. Lamborghini taking the point away out of Joker. Now leaving Mormon the last man standing. E Arena. They got themselves quite a number of points there to stretch the gap, but if they got eliminated early now, the rest of the team can actually follow up and catch up to their points.
And they're going to engage on the Moment right now. Moment just behind this rock. Pops with the need. Navigating around the smoke. He's just right below Moment now. But the smoke is blinding him though. If only he has that vision. Moment. Can he pull up a big one here? He's just waiting there. But Team Flash, they're gonna surround him. Moment being shot at. From where? Not too sure. But what we're sure is that he's being pushed down by Team Flash.
Push up in this case. Oh, going up or down is always going to be a wrong direction for Moment. Unfortunately, E Arena, they have to open the pathway for the teams to catch up to their points right now. Team Flash and the Xaviers might actually see each other while they try to take that Moment for the points. Things are not doing so well for E Arena for the second map of Erangel here, 3rd map of the day. But for Team Flash, they're slowly building up the momentum. The circle shrink to BTR. Got himself the compound, almost the sweetest compound inside of this circle. Unless if the circle shift north, which hill might be winning.
You have a little bit of school apartment though. That's going to be real interesting. But I'm looking at Team Flash. They have to cross this river. And here Esports is in front. So I wonder how they're going to overcome that one. They have to decide soon. A lot of teams on the outside of the circle with this kind of shift. Especially on the left side. I noticed a couple of teams around the school compound area. And the Xavier coming from Rozon.
He didn't switch to tabs. I was hoping for him to actually tapping it out. It was a clear shot just now, Cloud.
Well, it's going to be a clear shot here for Team Flash. They will rush into Hale Esports' area. But they're going to take their time. Bo is going to join them soon, and that's where everything will break loose. Oh, but D-Saber potentially might go there too, so we'll see what happens to D-Saber later on. Voxy will start it off by knocking down Nui. Kind of helping up Team Flash indirectly.
Seems like a 4-way battle if Pandem want to be part of it. Quite close between Hill and Team Flash. But the Xaviers, they can steal points from this view, but it's just if they want to come into the circle from the northern side here, they have to go a bit further than Team Flash and Hill entry point here. It's a bit too much at risk with only 3 players on the side of the Xaviers. I'll make it 4. Barely can see the points or the bars. But 52 just arrived. AZ greeted them warmly. It's gonna be Lax taking out Manzi, and YG seems to be casually stealing away from afar.
And easy slumber. Look at the amount of teams around the school area. This is crazy here. Teams are starting to stack up here. When this area is kind of like the edge of the circle, there's a chance that Stage 6 will move away from the school area, but still all these teams commit to this. I guess it's the checkpoint that they have to take. Oh, but Xavier is out, number 13. 3 elimination points this time. Still holding on to the top 5 spot.
It's gonna get pushed down. after by end of this map, but it's gonna be the same building, multiple terrain. Multiple levels of building. AZ versus probably Hive. Everybody wants to stay indoors, but they don't know whether this compound will be in the next circle or not. If it's not in the next circle, it's gonna be a lot of trouble for the teams indoors to get out when there's multiple levels of buildings involved. Hive range, there's a big nade. That's a huge nade. That's wiped out the entirety of it.
The two teams from the Filipino region eliminated not each other, but Hive International eliminated Team Nemesis. Wish we could have got to see that, but Circle moved out, and look who's in the middle with the compound. BTR. I'm sure more teams will go there soon, because that compound, yeah, you can enter from different angles, so BTR, they have to be wary of their surroundings, but the big fight will happen here. The school area. We have Team 52, AZ Slumber, and a few other teams as well, but on the north side too.
Oh, this is the nightmare, the total nightmare we talked about just now. If the circle left, if the circle shifted away, how do they get out from their compounds without being spotted by so many teams and eyes outside? Here comes Team Flash coming in to flush out the rest of Hill. But when he wasn't... Wait, he needed himself just now. He got a lot of damage out of his own grenade. But Win coming in with an As-12K, finish it off. He's not the cleanest, but still managed to do his job. But for the side of Hill, they are unsure where is Win, who's already breached in, goes down on the ground. He needs help. Win, can he crush this one by himself?
He needs time to heal. A Team Pandem, they're pushing as well. Win the fighter player of Team Flash. Zone is closing in at the same time. Hill Esports, only Canary left. Canary now, also taking his time, trying to gather as much information as possible. The nade came from nowhere, and Canary from Hill Esports out. Now it's Team Pandem rushing into this building, trying to flush out the fighter player of Team Flash, but they won't go down without a fight. Team Z follows up, and that is it for Team Flash.
Wow! We're talking about the top teams taking it out. Here comes the rise of Pandem. They managed to reset as a 4. We're not done yet. BTR versus Hive next. Here comes the nade flying over from Voin. Trying to take it on for Hive. Two teams focused on Hive, but BTR might be the collateral damage if they did not spot out Voin's hand grenades coming in. But BTR, they're already indoors while the rest of Hive try to finish off all the corners and clear it up with all those hand grenades. It's not gonna work for any of these teams right now. Back towards a stalemate. Reset, recharge, just get their HP going up to healthy mode. But we do have a lot of teams still outside of the circle.
Yeah, on the north we have Team Pandem, but they're clear. The school compound, that is the big one there. I really want to see that fight. But now we're going to focus on to Hive International. Oh, MEC got Razak from BTR. And Hurling's got Kiddo. That is it for Team 52 and number 8 with 4 elimination points, so 5 points this round for Team 52. Bangera McDo is the next team to be eliminated as well, as Monboy tries to land his nade across but not able to get a clean one. Still BTR staying strong with that one active player left.
BTR, Razy can go for the revival here. Quite clear for him, got plenty of space. Pop the smoke, gonna go for the revival straight away, hoping it will actually buy him enough time, because right now 2 teams, 3 teams make it high, try to finish off the corners, clearing out this entire compound, try to check things out. But at least Razak's back on his feet, but will the nade read him another one around the corner? Nope. Now we finally get all the teams inside of circle, but at the same time the circle will shrink, where BTR still got himself the sweetest compound, but challenged by Hive. I think Pandem, if they got himself straight into the northern side of the circle and get an entry in without being charged by any of Hive long shots, they can actually win this. Pandem might score the chicken here.
But MEC, they're moving in as well. And Team Pandem, Jobranki down on the ground. They're pinned down with the long range by Voin. Voki got range. Hive International now down to only Monboy, but then again Monboy's together with range, so they'll pick up each other. Now MEC just trying for the right entry point in. Voki tried to find another advantage. Spraying into the top. Razak got Zeta. And MEC, here they come. Came from the side, not able to land a shot enough.
Hoping it will somehow connect for this nade tossed by MEC. Here comes, charging in. Wait, where the shot came from? Let us see. And here comes Range coming in. The sides coming in. That's going to be Range with a UMB NBC. They didn't see this one coming. They were a bit too cautious and not guarding over their backs. The big split and broken the formation for MAC, burning off slowly but surely. We're taking the points by Range. Voki, on the other hand, trying to find that corner. It's so difficult to wrap around that corner. Took them a lot of time with a nade by Voki. Now we're down to 5 teams.
That Molly pinned down Range. He has nowhere to go. And that nade was pretty straightforward for Voki. And they're not done yet though. They have to revive Kim. Kim should be back up again soon. And yes, now MEC will be playing as a trio. Shamil's got Razy. BTR now, 1 active player left again. And Razy's just too far away for Razak to save him. Razak's on the other corner. Volky trying to sweep them out. The rest of MEC rushing in, looking for Razak, the final player, and they found Razak. That is it for BTR.
7 eliminations, still plenty. Even though they got themselves in the 5th place, but we're back towards the game that's remaining. Still survived down to 4 teams. While Pandem can reset as a full squad here, MEC might have to resort to only 2 players or 3. AZ have the least amount of players remaining, while Voin Esports still have a full squad as well. And they are wreaking havoc against MEC just now, making it so difficult for MEC to stay alive. But for Voin, Zeta, for the rest of Pandem, this is just a clear view, as clear as day. But unfortunately, he got shot down from where? From who?
Oh, but here comes Foxy as a cleanup crew to bring in those points for Voin. They need the points to make a comeback here, eliminating the PMGO Indonesia champions, Team Pandem. Now it's down to either Magna Esports Club or Voin. Magna Esports Club, they're not in the circle, while Voin will stop them from coming in. Let the blue put the pressure onto MEC.
Oh, MEC, 2 players or not. They do have the compound, but unfortunately they don't have the circle. So for Voin, all they need to do is just play the waiting game, because like it or not, MEC have to cross that street. Now it makes me want to know how much smoke grenades they do actually have in their pockets. They have none for Shamil. 1 last hand grenade. You don't want to waste this one. You don't want to waste this one. He has to play a bit more reserving when it comes to the throwables, hoping he will, if he can find any smokes. There's no smokes on the side of MECs. This is going to be tough.
Hey, whatever they have right now, that's going to be the final frag grenade for Boki. Does it well against Foxy. There's going to be the Russian, and he will finish out Foxy for sure. But before that, okay, make sure everything is clear, and the point will go towards MEC. Now it's a 2v2 between Magna Esports Club and Voin. Voin with a good spread. Magna Esports Club one direction with the blue behind them, and now we're at stage 9.
They had the numbers before. Miscalculation. Slightly disrespectful despite they have the circle. MEC, they play the patience game. There's no hurry for them to actually leave where they are. They do have the walls despite not having the last stage by their favors. But MEC Voki, he still stings. He's still sharp despite his not in the scene for quite a bit. I mean, not as aggressive or as active as he used to, but it still stings versus Potato. This is going to be interesting. 2 veteran players down to 1v1. It's just 1 street to divide them between them and their chicken.
It's very likely to be Voin now, because MEC, whatever it is, they have to cross the road and they're out of smokes. And there's going to be Potato. Let's see. He can actually lock in this one. He gets Volky. IGL versus IGL. 1 more to go on the left side. What is this again? No! Designed away!
How?
It's going to be Magna Esports Club against the odds. No space. No problem. They will win. Making it a number 3.
Patience is a virtue. For a reason that statement been here since ancient times. They did not get stage 9. They will be the one that get chipped down by the blue zone first. But MEC, knowing that Voin was not that patient, They waited instead. Voin, that was a big blunder. They had 3. Was it 3v2? They had all the conditions mapped to their best possible situation. How did they let that slip by?
Oh man, after getting that first knock, Potato could have just chilled because he had the space and he could still heal up and just let Shamils be in an open area and shoot him down. But yeah, he did not. No chill from Potato, unfortunately. And he allowed Shamil to take him out. But gotta give respect to Shamil as well. He is one of the top fraggers from the Malaysian region as well. And looking at the score here, MEC brought in 11 elimination points together with the chicken dinner. That's 21 points. And Sham is still showing that as long as he has played in PUBG Mobile Esports, he is still that sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Former Alliance player still has it in him to bring this chicken dinner to the team. And you gotta give it to Woki as well. I mean, his nades were on point. Because of his nades, they were able to take away that compound first and then move towards the chicken dinner. Let's check out the highlights.
You know what? I love the fact Voki is thinking outside of the box just now. Everybody usually when it comes to the 1v1 finale, you always try to hide and try to prone and try to find a structure to cover yourself. He's like, I'm gonna do something very different. I'm just gonna stand in the middle of the road and wait somebody to pick and just pre-fire with the crosshair placement. I know where he's gonna pick. That's it. He's just waiting for the time. He doesn't even try to hide himself there.
Yeah, clearly 2 things happened there, right? One is the bulky thing, like how you explained. The other one is Potato could have been a little bit more patient. And because of that, we have to award the MVP for this round to the OG player, 2-time PMPL Malaysia champion, Voki, and 2-time PMPL Malaysia champion with 2 different teams, 2 different, very different lineups, by the way. 6 eliminations, 811 damage, 3 knockouts, and 42% team contribution. Now, if only there's a stat for how many nades that he used and the return that he got from those nades, it would definitely be up there.
Last we've seen, they got barely enough. They don't have any smoke, only 2 hand grenades left on that side for MEC, but they made it through. I mean, Voin definitely biting their nails and also must be super devastated right now for Voin because it should have been their chicken. But nonetheless, what's happened already happened. There's no use of crying over spilled milk. MEC still got himself 21 points with 11 elimination. And the only team with a double-digit elimination, unfortunately, as Arena get booted out of that lobby so fast, they barely got any points. This will shrink the gap between them and the rest of the teams.
Oh, now we have the overall rankings. Oh, by the way, so you got 1 prediction right with E-Arena. Now I got 1 prediction right with Magna. So yeah, we cool. Not bad at the English desk. Anyway, so checking out the overall. So, okay, the main objective is top 5, right? So we have E-Arena, Hale, MEC, Team Pandem, and Hive now. Doing not too bad. Hive sharing the same amount of points with BTR. Younger Red goes not too far away. It's still early, so this can shift pretty hard. But on the other end, though, we have 2 teams with a single digit. Team Nemesis and Team 52. So Bobby Reles has not shown up yet. He did show a really good play during the PMPL Malaysia, but so far he needs more time.
But for the bottom teams, I mean, it's not that far off. It's not that huge gap to the point that it's not catchable, it's not doable within the same day. Unless if they start losing again for the next couple of maps, I still have 3 more to go for today. Last Erangel right now. Unless if they still get too soon, then it's going to be the end. It's just tough. It's not completely the end. It's still possible, but it's a very small percentage. But speaking of percentage of winning, it's going to be the Thais taking over domination, but it will be cut short by MEC Malaysian teams. And when it comes to the last Erangel, so far they're both prior to this last Erangel, these 2 Erangels we have early on, it shows that a bit slightly, how do I say it, slightly a bit more slower what we anticipated in the usual grand finals, because maybe they are not in the league stage, they don't have time to study about the rotations, so the players are a bit more careful about their decision making, where to go and what to go next. But so far the ones that are not being too careful seems to be dominating over this lobby. So I think just, you know, put your brains out, just go for it. With only 3 days, just go for it.
Scary, right, to decide on like put your brains out and just go for it. Or you still play it cautiously, right? Because like you only have like these you only have like 3 days and that's it. Right, like if you have the league stage, at least you can like, okay, I put my brains out for like a day or 2 and I can still come back later on. But this is like, okay, do I really want to put my brains out? I don't know about that. I mean, like, yeah, that's what the teams are thinking, right? Well, maybe if like, hey, we've been too cautious, we've been too careful. Let's put our brains out. Let's listen to this beautiful, amazing caster named Choo Choo, and then maybe we might be able to come up with something, right? No, I'm saying, right? What if it works, right? And then this beautiful caster named Choo Choo actually like gave good advice. Yeah,
that's a bit too much compliments. That makes me worry. But you know what? I think there's so many factors you have to put into the other players. Like, we don't have any Vietnam teams that seems to be in the top 5 yet. We have Pandem in the top 5 for the Indonesian region, because we do know Indonesia region, when it comes to the teams, they have slightly a bit more less pressure compared to all the other teams out there competing, because we still have the PUBG Mobile Indonesian Open, but it's only it only offers 1 slot for PMWC, not as much as this one is going to be 5. So for the teams like the Xavier and Team Flash, the only 2 teams coming from Vietnam, because we have a team called Hale, right? So for the Xaviers and Team Flash, if none of these 2 manage to catch up by end of today, tomorrow is going to be a long day for them if they want to be in the top 5. One of them have to squeeze in for Vietnam.
Oh yeah. It would be kind of weird to not see a Vietnamese team in like the next stage, because we're so used to seeing like even like in PMGC we always see like, okay, it's the Xavier, or if not in recent time it's like Team Flash, right, like able to reach that kind of stage. But if there's no representative from that region, it'll be kind of weird. You know, it's the same feeling like we're having right now, and like the chat has been saying like, oh, no Rosemary, what? Yeah, it's that kind of same feeling.
There's going to be a change of era when it comes to 2026, because we're looking at not just the usual names that the superstar players that we assume we're going to get to see them every Southeast Asia PUBG Mobile tournaments, because I think this is the first, is it the first PMGO? Yes, that's the first PMGO, but is this the first Southeast Asia level tournament of PUBG Mobile? We don't have VPE. I think this is it. This is the first time, right?
Yes, it's the first time.
Same goes
Yeah.
for Alter Ego. So it means this is a total change of era when it comes to PUBG Mobile as a whole, not just the format change, the players start to change with it as well. It seems like this new format is more suited towards the players that love those heavy hitters lineup, a bit more aggressive. It feels like slightly going back towards the old days where the first PMCO, where a lot of players are trying to get eliminations more than actually looking at chickens. Like the chickens are just a side quest, more towards a bonus. But this is reverting back to that, but with a shorter amount of time and schedule that seems to be very tight between the teams.
Yeah, it is, right? It's super tight. And it's really hard to tell, like, these teams are clearly going to dominate. No, we thought that maybe after the first two games, okay, is this going to be a Thai region domination? But clearly it's not. Even like in this round, like the top two teams are not from the Thai region, so that's one. So that just makes a more exciting race, if you ask me. I really do want to see, like, as much as possible, and I don't think it's really that possible mathematically to see like a top 5 team. Every slot, like even the first slot goes down to the last game, but mathematically that's not possible. But at least if we can get like 2 or 3 slots, like it matters until the final game, that'll be pretty cool.
I wish every single slot there's only one representative for each of the region. I wish we can actually get that every representative for each region and one for World Cup, because we do have 5 of them. We have Indonesia, Malaysia, Thai, we have the World Cup which coming up from the Challengers League, and Vietnam. And if we can get each one of the representatives to actually be in the PMGO, it would be great. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case, because even in the case of Vietnam teams, right? Team Flash and the Xaviers, I can feel they are struggling. It's not easy. Even our observers are struggling because they don't know which one to focus. Everybody being picked off here and there. And nobody knows about their rotation. Would there any hot drops? Because it's the first time every single person sharing the same lobby with another team that they probably never met because of different regions. So, I mean, first day, it might be still tiptoeing, but I feel like this last Erangel map, some teams will start to let loose a bit, especially the ones at the bottom.
In fact, we can actually fill all the 5 slots with different flags, if you think about it, because the PMCO has 2 different regions in it. So you have Myanmar, which is represented by YG, and then you have Philippines, a region represented by Team Nemesis and Hive. So technically you can fill all of them with different flags. So that would be kind of cool if that happens. Yeah, I really want to see that. I want to see that diversity, because when we go to the next stage, which is the PMGO Finals for Season 1, we're not only going to get teams from Southeast Asia, we're going to get teams from all across the globe. Yeah, and that's going to be super fun. It's like a mini PMGC.
It's a lot. So if you guys don't know, there'll be only 5 teams from the PMGO, but we do have, like, for example, you guys all know already by now, Aurora Gaming is one of the teams that already qualify into the the PMGO as well, for the PMGO Open in Jakarta or Indonesia in the future, which is going to be next month. So there'll be a total of 64 teams, if I'm not mistaken. And 32 teams, which divide equally into 2 groups of 16. So there's some teams already finished off, some regions already finished off for their qualifiers, and the ones ongoing right now, including SA, SEA. And we do have MENA as well, MENA, Middle East. And out of the teams, no weak link. That's what my focus is. There's no one team that seems to be weak in any of these tournaments at any stage. It's all about who's making the first mistake, and that's why today is a bit cautious for the team to be slightly conservative, not to expose too much information. But as we can see, Moment is just being Moment.
Yeah, we need to see the Mormon dance. You have to score another chicken dinner to do that. But yeah, I second like what you said, right? Like there's no weak team here. So when I did like this this power ranking, and then I was putting teams together, and then everybody has this chat and all that, nobody put any team at a D. Like it's like C and above. So you don't have like that D team. Like normally you would have like, okay, you have a couple of teams there, you want to put a D in the power ranking, but nobody's a D. And you have a lot of A's and S. That's how crazy this lobby is here. So, but it's a competition at the end of the day, right? So if you see like a team like, oh, still a single digit and all that, it's just part of the competition. Although we're still seeing that now after 3 games, but because these are all amazing teams, I can't name a team that is not supposed to be here. That means they can even make big comebacks. And Void actually kind of show it with a second place finish here with the points that they've collected. So they were down there at some point, but you know, that was that round that they can't redeem themselves.
Oh boy. I totally get the players' pressure right now. Cannot afford to make any mistake. The problem is the power ranking thing that you just mentioned. The only thing that separates the teams into A, B, and C, and nobody at D, because we don't know everybody got what it takes to be here in the first place. The only thing that difference between A team, a good team, a legend team, and the rest of them, it's just gonna be the experience and how calm can you get to really level your head in a very critical situation. That's the only difference. When it comes to skill, firepower, individual skills, everybody's on par. It's just whether they can work better as a team compared to the others. And so far, the best teamwork that we saw when it comes to wrapping around, I have to give it still in the first Erangel where Arena scored that chicken with that 14 elimination. How they wrapped 3 teams, slowly crushing them from the sides. It was just remarkable how they can actually work things out as a team despite Schweppes just entered into Arena. Now, secondly, is going to be the MEC. The MEC, I want to give them credit, but we also see Void making a lot of loopholes for MEC to catch that chicken away from their hands.
Yeah, especially that final moment, right? But at least second place finish, not too bad. They still got games to go. We'll see how they will perform, especially in the final Erangel for day number 1. Before we switch up the map and we'll see a fresh new map, which is Mirama, involving this lobby. Anything can happen in that, but of course that's going to be a conversation for later. Right now, it's going to be Erangel. We saw a mid-range circle. Next, it was a school-ish finish circle. So let's see what kind of circle we're going to get with this Erangel match. Let's head on to it.
As we flying from Milton Power to the South Jogopol, it's going to be quite an even map for everybody to drop wherever they fancy because this flight path is quite generous. If they want to go south like YG and Hive in SMB, it's still within their reach and they can just hovering around quite dropping themselves early on. But if they want to go towards Salbert, it might be slightly longer journey for them. As long as they got themselves vehicles, it's going to be A-okay. And so far, at least good news, crowd. This tournament is giving us slightly a good news is that you don't see any horses.
Horses?
I mean, if you compare it with the last one, it would cost. You don't get it? Really?
I'm trying to think, what horses is that?
No, I mean, usually when it comes to casting, if there's horses, you know, our cameraman just like to test. At least, good news, you don't see any horses for this tournament.
Oh, horses. Okay. I heard it as horses. Like
you guys in the chat, sorry, it's a bit of a PNCL joke, but if you know, you know.
Yeah, I thought it was like horses, like Star Wars horses, but okay, not that. Okay, circle center around Pachinki, but we all know that circles can be unkind. If it goes all the way down to SMB.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It depends. I think it depends on second stage and third stage. Usually, if the second stage still the same circle, it just slightly shrink south and not cover too much of a north, then we might actually have that scamming circle. Second stage pretty much can be seen by then. But no first contact made. Do we have any hot drops? I don't think we have any. I think everybody kind of respect the territory and kind of, okay, we do know you're here, we change our drop spot. Everybody wants to start very peaceful if they can.
Yeah, it's unlike the previous Erangel, right, where we saw RRQ eliminated early because of a knife fight, but we're going to see another knife fight here. Okay, Sata and Lex. Bobby Reles on the way. Sata has nothing. Oh man, Sata. Oh man. I mean, he went out early in the previous round as well. And Sata hardly played like 5 minutes into the game across 2 different games, 2 different rounds.
What happened to Sata, man? Like he used to be one of the player that we do know. He breathed life for, you know, dying situation for the team, but seems like he's the one who's out of breath for the teams nowadays.
It's just unfortunate, right? Like, I guess he was trying to go for a vehicle. He saw that vehicle and then it happened to be sharing the same area with AZ Slumber, and he went out. Yeah, and the substitution here for Pangeran Magjo, I guess this is them just throwing in anything at this point just to see if their fate can be changed. But unfortunately, no change for Sata. Yeah. Him going out early is big. It's big. Oh, but Magna Esports Club now against Sharper Esports. They start off with a elimination for themselves.
MAC, who got himself second place right now, 30 points. Aspie, Sharper Esports, Sakura. They lost Ansi too early on. With Charco. We do know Charco and Sakura is high caliber players, especially Sakura, one of the best players when it was back in the days of him in the arena back in the days. But MEC, after such a great run, is down to only one last play. It's not great. Oh no, did they not hear those footsteps? I think it's quite confusing because of how big the building is.
Perhaps though, and there were a few other Sharper Esports players in there. And yeah, Sakura is living up to the name, like what you said, right? Being one of the best players around, and because of that, they kind of want to fight against MEC. Now leaving only Team alone, and Team is out in the open with Team Flash around the corner. And unfortunately for Magna Esports Club, they fell from grace in this round.
There's another team that have a lot of expectation by the audience. Team Flash. They have been engaging quite plenty. If you actually recall, Cloud, since the first map here today, Team Flash has been engaging almost every single early fights, but they just cannot or having difficulty to secure those points. They got a lot of knockdowns, but always get stolen by a different team. So I think it's just Team Flash, when it comes to the formation, it seems to be a bit of an issue, their positioning of those formation, that's it. Because it's always been stolen by other teams. For the Xaviers, we do know they're slightly slower when it comes to, you know, early stage of the game. They're not gonna commit too much of a fight. But we do have BTR seems to be very interested to get into Pachinki. DX might have to engage now.
The Pirate Team doing a bit of scouting work there. BTR doing the same as well with Razy. So I guess they're just eyeing each other like, okay, I kind of know that you're around Pochinki area. That's your regular drop spot. So just trying to read out the rotation pattern of their opponents. But Hale, oh, they might be the one to try to take this fight. They don't heal here. Federas will be on the other end. But his teammates behind. We have Razak though. And Hale just scouting out just to see whether they can push in. And Federas is not going to take that risk. He will back off of this.
Federalis, Axel. Somebody asked us, I think SA, not Flow SA, Chuchu and Sir, when are the commentators' matches? Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
I know Choo played
It's
one
pl-
before.
Yeah, I got wrecked so bad. Pro players are different level, man. It's traumatizing for me. Pro
I
players
think I
just
remember you played and I casted that one.
yeah, and then Manparang
Yeah.
just shot me down. He was just no mercy shown if you happen to be sharing the same lobby as a pro player. Like I mentioned, he's gonna be win ticket on Sakura. That was quite a good collateral damage on the side of Team Flash, slowly picking off bits of points here and there. So picking off is gonna be their main objective right now. They're hunting down the rest of SP players.
Oh, and they got Taco. And that is it for Chopper Esports. Oh, one player left though, but not showing the Superman. We're still not able to come up with oh, Chopper Esports, Superman. Oh, not yet. At least they got 3 points so far.
Yeah. And they're the least performing team across the entire region as a whole, actually, SP. I'm surprised because Sakura, last time we saw, he's one of the best players for the lineup of the arena last time. Especially in Miramar. But I don't know, maybe they need a little bit more time to build up the chemistry, and it's not helping that this finals is just making it very tight for the schedule.
Yeah. This is also pretty much a new formation for Sharper Esports, right? So, I mean, they did good enough in PMGO Thailand to be here, but of course here is going to be a totally different level of a lobby. And this is where they're still finding their footing, I guess. But we still have games and they're still keeping themselves afloat. The objective is to be in the top 5. Mathematically, point-wise, still not too far away. One good game can still boost them up either close or directly into the top 5.
Ooh, well, at least good news for the players. It's going to be definitely the main peninsula circle. So Hive can start to move, but a lot of teams already clustered themselves in the center. There's going to be major thinning of ground with that concentration nearby the center of the circle around school. So high chance you might have plenty of school fights, and even on top of Pochinki, there's high chance this is going to be Xavier's town all day long if they play it right. If it's Pochinki.
Yeah, the house of the Xavier, right? But now, PMGO, they're going to come in uninvited on the north. It's just that they don't have Sata. Oh man, Sata would love to play this kind of area. He definitely does well when it comes to CQCs, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case for PMGO.
Oh yeah, feels bad. But you know what, Sata used to play with BTR as well, if you guys are curious about that. He was in GDG IDS before he got picked up by BTR. I think for the Indonesian players, right, majority of them been playing all the teams already by now. Am I the only one who feels that way?
Oh, I guess it depends on which player, since PUBG Mobile has like 1 million players, right?
Majority Indonesian teams for their players, they've been shuffling across of them. Like, let's put Sata as example. He played with GDG IDS. He played with BTR before, and now he's playing for MJ. And then who else? Linux is almost in the same. Potato is one of those as well who, you know, have experience in multiple teams across the entirety of Indonesia region. Do you think this is actually, as individual players, skills-wise, definitely is an improvement, but as a team, having shuffles a lot, does it actually help for the team growth? From your perspective, of course.
I'm a fan of sticking together, but of course if changes are needed, then changes are needed. But I'm a fan of like you gotta decide quickly on okay what to stick on, because esports like it just moves really fast, right? Just if we think about like PUBG Mobile esports, right? We have like 2 seasons in general in a year. and the games just go really fast. Like you finish like one tournament, you don't qualify to the next round, and then you have a really long unwanted break. So you have to really decide very quickly on like, okay, what's your lineup going to be like? Yeah, you need to make changes here and there, but you still got to make it quick. If not, then the season is just going to go past by very quickly.
True. But we have to give credit for teams like the Xaviers, and because they've been sticking with each other for one of the longest time. And they know what they want, and they still stick with each other. I would give them by another, credit if they are in here, but unfortunately they're not. Here we do have a couple of contacts made between the teams. That's going to be just on the outskirts of Pochinki right now. Arena spotted out Erangel of Pandem. Anthony K seems to move. I think a lot of teams are taking a very careful approach here. We're talking about long shots, third party. Not many going in aggressively trying to go for the rush. I assume that's going to be safe for tomorrow. Today it's more about learning and familiarize themselves with team rotation.
Oh, a lot more teams rotating to the Pochinki area. Now we have RRQ, we have Team Pandem, we have E-Arena, and Bulgaria Major has been there for quite a while. And Dimsy is the final player for Team Pandem though. Just when they were doing okay, now with the fact that they have only one player left, then it's going to be pretty hard. But we're going to see the two PMCL region teams clashing with each other. We have Yangon Radicals and Team Nemesis. And we know that Team Nemesis, they have clutched Yangon Radicals before in one of the matches. So let's see if they'll be able to do it again.
Nemesis. We've seen their best version during the PMCL. But we're talking about guarding against YG. There's BTR coming in at the same time. The potato heals of Pochinki feels like a baked potato right now. Pretty hard with the play zone coming in as well. Every single team reposition themselves, not wanting to be at disadvantaged position if you're playing around the hill game. So for YG, they won those high grounds, but do they still want to come in for Nemesis? And YG, Hades, spot him out. There's a crazy spray coming out from the side of Nemesis just now. But the circle will shrink. Pochinki, is it still inside of a circle or no? Yes, it is. We assume the trenches will be a battle as well.
Okay, alright, here we go. More fights expected to happen. Yangon Radicals, Myrna got one. But Drax, he fires back. And Myrna is now down on the ground, will be eliminated. And Yangon Galacticos, they're in the pickle right now. Mars being picked up. And the moment Seiklau moves out, he's being shot back down onto the ground. Romeo is pretty low. Will he be able to heal up in time? I don't think so. No. He will be out as well. 0 points for Yangon Galacticos.
It's gonna hurt them when it comes to tomorrow. Here comes Federalis, BTR. Finally, we get to see them in action. Thinking about whether to get out of this hill straight into the circle, but which way to go. These Xaviers, they want to actually gatekeep Nemesis, but Nemesis don't even give a care of the business at all. They're taking the trenches. Like we talked about, the trenches will be a hot spot for majority of the teams. Might be one of the main reason if they can get themselves that chicken to be down there. But there'll be plenty of teams who want to share the compound as well. I do want to see how many teams inside of Pochinki right now. I think it's probably going to be 4 or 5. Because last we've seen E-Arena around the northern side. And nobody's taking the blue. AZ is also in the northern side. So the last time we saw probably it's going to be 4 teams instead of Pochinki right now.
Could be more soon. But before that, I'm going to check out what's happening here. Okay, on the Elimination B, we have Team Flash and Hale. BTR's in the fight as well, and looks like Hale Esports losing players. E-Arena in the fight with BTR. And Bo not able to heal up in time. We have Zeus though coming in with the SFK. Managed to land a shot. But will he be able to save his teammate though? I don't think so. We are at stage 4 now.
So painful. He needs to get out of there quickly, but here comes Nemesis' last player. Is it? No, not really. We still have Demios in the play. BTR Razy. Not spot him out just yet. It's going to be a easy execution for Razy, and a lot of players got finished off by play zone. Surprisingly, it's a generous circle, a normal flight path, but this is where a lot of teams taken out by the play zone instead. Arena finish of Zeus, last play of Team Flash. Unfortunately, we didn't see the best of Team Flash yet, or maybe we missed their fight because they scored themselves 7 eliminations.
Wow. Already?
Yeah, I
Okay.
know, right?
Yeah, where did that come from, man? Okay, so even if they go out now, no place on points, but okay, 7 eliminations, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, hopefully we get to see more of Team Flash later on. But now we're going to see the rest of them. Okay, inside of Panjiki, we have obviously the Xavier. They've been there for a while. I mean, that's the starting point anyway. Team 52 on the outside. But they're surrounded by a few other teams. And the Xavier looks like they're going to put focus on RRQ, who's at the abandoned church. If they would want to siege them down. I don't think so, though. I think everyone, whoever who's already in the circle right now, especially if they're inside of Panjiki itself, they'll play this safe for now.
Oh, can we switch to somebody that's fighting right now? I mean, we always miss a lot of fights, so it's a bit frustrating for me. I'm sorry to say it out loud. But look at how Arena, how much confidence they actually have within themselves, Cloud. They split themselves into 2-2 formation and wide apart. That's 200 meters apart. And they are dominating the northern side of the circle. Nobody coming out from the north. And that's going to be the last play of the Sharper Esports, Kim Tony. Is that Tony Kim?
Like Tony K, like Kim Tony? Yeah, okay, yeah. Totally different people, ladies and gentlemen, totally different people. But we have Bobby Reles, might be the same as Federales, not too sure. We need to do a DNA test. And they will have the opportunity to try to stop Hive. Ooh.
Speaking of Hive, Cloud, we've seen Hive very aggressively attacking a lot of teams during the qualifier and league stage before. It feels like they're being suppressed in this lobby right now because of how scattered the teams are. It's so difficult to pin a team down because they're not clustered up together. There will be some shots, blind shots, flying bullets out of nowhere. Because the teams, their strategy in this lobby is very different compared to during their qualifiers. Mostly during qualifiers, a lot of teams stack up as a cluster, as a 4 or a 3-1, like a Rondo map kind of match. But when it comes to Erangel in this lobby, everybody's so confident about their own individual skills because they should be. They are at the highest level of best performing, peak prime formation right now, or you know, self. It's so difficult to pin down the whole team at the one spot. Everyone's so scattered. If you open fire towards, for example, Zeta, there'll be somebody shooting you from off angle entirely because they are very spread out. So it's quite hard for the teams to make a rotations here.
It's about rotation. Here comes on Nati the moment. Team 52 came. Nati eliminated just like that. But Voin stealing away points from afar. They got Manzi. The elimination feed is going wild right now. I really want to see those fights. But here we have BTR against Pangeran McJoe. They're on the second floor though. BTR 3 players. Pangeran McJoe still being chilling at the top. While other fights happening elsewhere. Okay, that's going to be the last player of Pangeran McJoe. All alone here. We have Nukes. Oh man, what corner does he have now? I mean, this corner is very, very exposed. While this is happening, Hype International out without any points. Ooh. But here comes Nooks, rushing down to the ground floor. Will take the preemptive strike with hands of K, but not enough to take out BTR.
Slightly a bit too early. Premature shots just now coming from Nooks, who happened to be resting for 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, from PUBG Mobile scene. Happened to be coming back this year as well. We're not just talking about Ryzen of BTR, we're talking about Nooks, who have been gone for quite a bit and coming back into the scene. Here comes a Joker, Arena. They got himself 7 already. We missed a lot of fight just now, Cloud. But look at Tony K. He got himself a 4. And you remember still the interview of Tony K when we asked who's his favorite player, it's always going to be Tony K. And look where he's at nowadays.
Yeah, I know, right? Now, well, achievement-wise, at least for this season, obviously above Tony K. So I guess that's where you learn from your idol until you become like your idol. Yeah, now he is like representing the spirit of Tony K.
is better than his idol right now. He's way surpassing Tony K at this point. Oh! Sharp eyes, Gem Force, finish off Zeta. Jan Force, another player that have multiple teams experience as well. From BTR, RIQ. The Void needed it, did it join GDG ideas back to this. But for Void, you talk about how this team can suddenly come back. But right now, it seems like a tough entry into the circle. Look at how packed it is for Void to squeeze into it. Which way? There's no room for them to squeeze in.
They have to first deal with Kiddo, who's in the sniper tower all alone. Nade onto the second floor, but not able to connect at all. But here comes Boychill with the shotgun in hand, comes in, and that's going to be the final play of Team 52. Kiddo out. Team 52 eliminated number 8 with 1 elimination point, so that's 2 points for Team 52, who will still need to claw back those lost points. Nades galore from the top. RRQ putting pressure back onto Void.
Wow. Ooh. Lex seems to be having a bit of a problem for AZ. RIQ on the other hand, that was almost a perfect angle, the way they caused that nade just now. They managed to get one on Foxy. But Lapa, they have to be extra careful not to dry out all the resources at one team only. Look at how the rest of the team they will have to fight afterwards. But good pressure coming out from the side of RQ with that UMP, and now switch it over to AUG, that rifle. The Peko also getting over to AZ. Lapa is dealing with Void by himself here, by the way. Well, maybe his teammate do have a couple of them sometimes toss it around, but for AZ, I think there's 2 teams pinning them down. They're sandwiched right now.
Yeah, and one of them is going to be E Arena, where Shrub's got one moment, got 1 point himself as well. That's going to be CZ, aka Calamity, down. While RRQ and Void still not letting go of each other, but Void still not going down without a fight. Void just needed his own IGL potato. Oh no, what happened on the other side? But anyway, here on E Arena, they find it difficult to get past by AZ Slumber, but still, they managed to get Bobby on the ground. And E Arena, they can still reset their 2 precious players. They are in the circle though. And while all that was happening, looks like Void eliminated number 7.
He's flying over this side. They still got damage. A pet chip down to less than 50% of HP, but the shots are all around. RQ, what a sharpshooter that was. A very long shot indeed. 100 meters apart. But RQ, they have quite a good compound with those high elevation and good building to take covers with, while E Arena now have to deal with BTR. Federalis will be helped by Race that he just arrived. Federalis now spraying over to... What a spray by Federalis, shutting it almost in time towards E Arena. What is going on? Down to 4 teams already out of nowhere.
Federalis really low. He has to back up the shield. But Razek's there to back him up. Not going to be a problem. They will finish off Schweppes, locking in that point for themselves. 30k is still alive for E Arena. 30k fighting for his life at this moment. E Arena. How are they going to get out of this sticky situation? They don't have the circle. Zone is going to close in about 5 more seconds. 30k out. Thanks to the Peko. RRQ picks up another point.
And they got a shot. They will take it. For RQ, there was a 3 eliminations because they've been sandwiched for Arena left, right, center with bullets flying over. But 4 numbers. RQ, they have the most compared to BTR and these Avias. These Avias and BTR have a trio, while RQ, they're not just having themselves this church, this abandoned church, high grounds, elevations, good view, a lot of info, and full squad. They can win this as long as they defend it. But if the rest of RRQ seems to be breaking their formation, it's going to be a bit trouble brewing. Federalis and Razek charging forward. Try to challenge them. This is a bit awkward angle for BTR right now.
It could be an opportunity for DZ to push up to the high ground. We'll check on them later because right now RRQ trying to stop BTR. Lapa takes damage. Lobs his nade across. A little bit of an over toss there. Did not land to Federalis. Razy goes down to the hands of Lapar. And now it's only Federalis, the final active player for BTR. Needs to hike up to the high ground. It's going to be an almost impossible mission for him. And RRQ will take him out. But here comes the Xavier.
they've been quiet all this while. This is their home turf. Their Pachinki. Can Xavier score this one with 2 players left on the side of RRQ 2v3? Numbers was Xavier who have better percentage by grounds. Now they're taking those high grounds in their hands instead. RRQ willingly giving away this abandoned church towards Xavier's right now.
The trade-off is that they got more elimination points than Xavier. Xavier only 1 for now, but they're looking to secure this chicken dinner. I mean, they have the high ground like what you said, and RRQ don't have a full squad, but they're locked out of it. It's a 4v3 situation. Looking good so far for Xavier. But RRQ with the manpower. 10 elimination points now for RRQ. This is also another comeback round for them. Let's see how are they gonna problem solve this situation against Xavier.
Alright, Kiri positioning towards the backside, down south all the way. They know they cannot head up front fight. If they're gonna fight head on, Lamborghini already weighed himself with the rifle. He managed to get 1-to-1 trade-off. And it's Levi down on the ground and Peko coming in. Harajin all by himself. This is going down the ground. They did not expect the reposition. RRQ! That was a crucial judgment call to reposition down south of the circle to get the rest of the Xaviers from their back.
Brilliant rotation by RRQ to go all the way to the other side. Closing the gap between themselves and Xavier. Did a quick shot onto Lamborghini. And the rest was history from there. Xavier, they thought that this chicken dinner was theirs. But no, RRQ says. Xavier denied away from the chicken dinner, from their own home ground. And we can see the disappointment on Lamborghini. To them, it could have been their chicken dinner, but no, RRQ says, and they will happily take that victory picture.
Oh man, it's a bummer for the side of Xavier. Twice in a row right now, they got themselves second place in the first Erangel and the last Erangel of today. They place themselves consistent at second place, but unfortunately cannot wrap around that chicken. But RRQ, like I mentioned, they willing to give away that high grounds of the church. Like you said, the trade-off is going to be those eliminations, and it's worth it because they scored themselves 13 eliminations.
13 eliminations, chicken dinners, 23 points. Wow, brilliant rotation by RRQ. Really got to give it to them there. We have Furion with the most eliminations, but Gen Force with... Oh, not even Gen Force. Lapa with the most damage. Wow, he only secured 1 elimination point. That means he did a lot of work for the team. And it was apparent when we saw him on screen earlier on for RRQ. And RRQ, though they have not had the best success in previous seasons, but don't count them out yet. Let's check out the best moments here from RRQ.
Crazy wraparound coming up from RRQ. Got himself the chicken with half the amount of eliminations. 2,315 damage at that. They have the full squad till the very end. What a flawless run coming up from RRQ. I mean, it's been a while. We actually see RRQ performing at this level at this performance, this sublime, phenomenal performance. It's last time we saw this kind of performance from RRQ was like what, 2 years ago? 2 years ago.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. And it's great to see not only they scored the chicken dinner, but how they scored the chicken dinner. It's top quality gameplay by RRQ. And to add on to that, they didn't lose a single player in this round. But we're going to give Fearon the MVP this time, coming in with 5 eliminations, 480 damage, and 1 knockout, 29% team contribution with a survival time of 27 minutes, 55 seconds. But overall, it's a team effort. It's clearly shown by the distribution of damage across the team, distribution of eliminations, and also that final moment on how they work together. And it was a great call by the IGL as well. Nepeko, that was a brilliant move.
I agree. They divided themselves into 2 different formations, 2 at the top, then 2 the other 2 is just at the bottom, just to distract as well. So they're not prepared. The Xaviers just definitely devastating for the Xaviers. Twice in a row right now they got themselves second place, but at least they didn't go empty-handed. But unfortunately, the Xaviers, they only managed to score 1 elimination point out of that map. Every single time, if the circle ended up on top of Pachinki, I don't know why, but the Xavier, they should be happy about it. But every time that happens, it's the reverse for the Xaviers.
Yeah, and we haven't get to see the best of the Xavier yet, right? Yeah, they got 6 rank points, but yeah, they could do more for sure. At least they're still knocking on the door to be in the top 5 now. Update, RRQ leaps to number 2. Number 1 is still E-Arena. Number 3, BTR going up as well. Hail Esports, after scoring the first chicken dinner, they've been pretty quiet. So they're sliding down right now to number 4. And Magna Esports Club also at number 5. That's the top 5 for now. Good news is that no team is at a single digit no more. But Pangram and Joe, they have to find a way to keep Satar alive.
But at the same time, and looking at E-Arena, they have been dominating for the entire day here, have pulling the gap. It's quite wide still, Cloud. We're talking about over 10 points here. You have to be more than 1 game to catch up to E-Arena, but the rest of them still stack up altogether. But we can see the shift of the flags coming up at the start of the day. It was domination of the Thai regions, and then the MEC coming up from Malaysia and RRQ Indonesia stepping up. Now we haven't seen the wildcard region nor the Vietnam region yet. Is this the map they've been waiting for?
That is a good point. Miramar is going to be an interesting one to see if they can actually get it, and we can get different flags from different regions up here. So that's something that we definitely want to see. And of course, this is going to be the first Miramar for the PMGO SEA Finals this season. So we don't know the drops, we don't know how they're going to play, who likes what, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of questions that will be answered in this map. And I really would like to see like the teams from the Vietnamese region and also the PMCL region to be able to put their names up here. At least that will also tell a story of like how balanced everything is.
Anything Flash, when it comes to Miramar, they do have better shot compared to the Xaviers when it comes to the Vietnam region as a whole, because they only have 2 representatives anyway. The Xaviers, they definitely have better routes of play when it comes to Erangel. Unfortunately, they didn't score their drop spot circle just now. It just is that it. Every single time, the Xavier, if it's SMB or weird circles in Erangel, they can do it right. But Miramar, I do heavily feels like Team Flash is more stable compared to the Xaviers of how they play slightly patient. Usually Team Flash, when it comes to stage number 5, stage number 6, that's where they start to be aggressive, initiating some fights. And the first 4-5 stages early on, they try to get themselves a lot of information and get a good place at first. Because we can see positioning and also compound guarding is going to be one of the most important, crucial point for the teams to make sure that they are securely guarding their fortress around stage 4 and 5, because that's where a lot of teams start to rush into it, and if you cannot defend, then it's going to be the end of you. And a lot of the case in the first 4 maps here, that's what happened here today.
Yeah, guarding the compound. Even in the second Erangel, like I remember BTR, they got this compound and the circle was right on top of them and they were in the middle of it. That was the circle just outside of school. And when teams started to come in, like they kind of failed to defend their compound and they got eliminated. So it was just unfortunate for them. So like what you said, right? Defending the compound is going to be really, really huge here because all these teams are superb teams. They know how to take down compound. So you have to be at your S tier game to defend your compound. Even the defensive gameplay has to be like top notch.
Now I want to, oh man, I missed that one. I want to study about the overall rankings, and this is the question that we start to ask right now: whether there will be change of roster for the players or not. Because usually this way we get to see the sub coming in and out due to the change of the map, or maybe this is also the best time for the teams to actually see whether a different set of lineup do have better plays in terms of the overall rankings later on. So we get to see a lot of teams probably going to change or swap their player, or will they not willing to because of how tight the schedule is.
We did see a few changes, right? Like Pangera Manjo, they made a change. So that's one. And I realized that Zeta did not start the day. So and then he played in the Erangel matches. So that's also another change that I noticed. Maybe we're going to see more later on. But so far, based on our prediction, Yangu Galacticos, well, have not scored a chicken dinner yet. You're still waiting on Xavier. They came kind of close for you. BTR, also somewhere in the middle. Like they're kind of consistent, but then again, they have not thrown the boom yet.
Yeah, they actually were close in the last map just now. They got himself third place, BTR, just now, right? It's just things didn't work out. I think one of the many reasons is because of the street in between. We do have different side of the compound with slightly high elevations where RQ was there before. RQ is the one stopping BTR just now, and that was huge for BTR. So I think you're close towards your prediction too. But next one, Miramar. Like realistically speaking, who do you think is a better team based on our experience of looking over these teams, by the way?
Well, I have to say you're being kind to BTR. I won't. But yeah, well, I guess Miramar is going to be pretty hard to tell, right? I mean, frankly speaking, it has always been pretty hard to tell the moment like we see the formation of like the 16 teams in the PMGO, because everybody is like super duper good. I don't know. I can't put a finger to one at this moment. I can't see like even like that one team is like, oh, okay, this team, even if they didn't score this chicken dinner, they would do it in the next round, something like that. Like there's no, you can't really see, and it's not the fault of those teams, not because of they're not good. It's because everyone else is so good. So I can't really put a finger down there. But if you were to ask me and I'll be like, okay, I need to give an answer, that I'll probably still want to get my prediction right? So to me, it's either Yangu Galacticos or BTR. Like, how about you?
Yeah, but BTR is actually a good choice because they actually sometimes, especially in the South Los Leones sort of circle, they're pretty good themselves when it comes to that kind of rotation. But for me, I feel heavily towards the Thai region teams and the Vietnam region teams when it comes to Miramar, especially Hill and E Arena. They are pretty strong when it comes to Miramar. And we do know they are strong early of the day as well, because this is the map where they get slightly more freedom to roam around and try to get those long shots going on. So that might be the case for the Thai region teams, of course. And speaking of Thai region teams, you don't see a lot of good plays from Sharper Esports yet. So I think they're still working out their chemistry, but for Hale, they can actually score this one. We've seen how aggressive they can get. It depends on whether they're willing to take the risk or not, because it's day number 1.
Like how Yangu Galacticos, they have the PMWC champion patch on their jersey. That's a big flex there. Oh, shout out to the on-ground crowd as well. Yeah, showing up to support their favorite team. It's a lot of people watching here. Wow. And you can see like, oh, somebody brought a Myanmar region flag there to show support to obviously Yangu Galacticos. Yeah, I know YG fans out there, they are You guys are insane supporters of your favorite team. So
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
look
There,
at
look
the
at that. Look at that. Yeah.
Crazy energy, man. Crazy energy. And the best part was YG sitting right across that guy who's holding the flag. So YG, like you mentioned, Cloud, they need to win this one. We talked about the rankings just now. The gap is stretching if they don't close the game. And if Arena not being shut down early, it's going to be a huge gap and margin for them to catch up tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because it's only 3 days, right? So you don't want to leave that huge gap. You want to be bare minimum somewhere in the middle. That will give you a better chance of making that comeback into the top 5. But if you're like last place, if you end today and number 15, number 16, I'll be scared. Like you have to pop off really big tomorrow, like multiple chicken dinners, because you also have to consider that the teams at the top will be gaining points as well. So you really, really have to turn on the boost.
You know what? I like this season Team Flash's jersey. It kind of
Baseball
reminds me of
design.
BTR. Yeah, the design. I think the design, it kind of reminds me sometimes. I think BTR almost had similar designs when it comes to the last few years, like a baseball jersey, right?
I think so, yeah. Yes, so. Too many jerseys to recall. But okay, but nothing beats what's that team's name again?
Which one?
The one with lime green.
The green one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Loops. What do I call it again?
Okay, gotta find that out again. Glue Squad, yeah.
Yeah, GLU,
Yeah,
GLU, right? Glue.
Nothing beats their jersey.
I remember the opening of the grand finals when there's team walk-ins. You remember what they wore, like the construction worker, and then they have weird hats as well.
Yeah, construction worker. I remember that long hat, and then they had like a Power Ranger sort of thing.
Oh
going
yeah, the
on.
Power Rangers. Yeah, that's the best jersey,
Yes.
man. But for this
that's so
season, I think MJs also have uncommon jersey. Because usually there's gonna be a round neck or V-neck, but they do have a polo shirt cutting for their collars. For MJ, they are the only one with slightly a higher collar compared to the others.
Yeah, I think the design looks a little bit different as well, like compared to the rest. Like the rest is like, okay, yeah, cool, nice, but the unique one, I would give it to Pangira McJoe as well. But I still like the jersey of Team Nemesis though. I think it's pretty cool. Like what you say, it looks like a football jersey. I think it looks like a referee jersey, but we both agree that it looks cool. It looks nice. But anyway, it's not going to be cool inside of Miramar. It's going to be hot. It's going to be dusty. It's going to be the dunes in Miramar. First Miramar for PMGO Southeast Asia Finals this season. Let's see what comes up. Let's go.
And we're changing our environment here with the desert dunes and a dusty map. None other than Miramar, one of the largest as well. But we're going to start off very south from Puerto Paraiso to El Pozo. It's going to be slightly down south for the flight path. But if the circle wants to go to Toro Armada or Alza, we are more than happy to welcome the circle.
Or maybe Patona Circle, Impala Circle. Yeah, we like that kind of circle. The only one that likes Los Dones Circle is Contra.
I agree. That guy's weird.
Yeah, he can play his own Miramar.
Oh man, but we didn't know YG last time. They did drop themselves around. Was it Fortuna that actually get themselves in last time? Sometimes. I don't see if there's anybody trying to kick Fortuna in this lobby just yet. But do you have early droppers? There's going to be AZ Slumber, who split himself in a 2-2 formation around Puerto Paraiso compound. Quite spread out between themselves. I think it's around half kilometers away from the other two players of the team. But hot drops. Is it going to be Zeus Team Flash will be charged by the rest of MJ players?
Well, I was looking at Minas Generalis. I thought that the Xavier and Hive might clash. We're going to get a very different circle from what we like. It's going to be all the way on the left side. Monte Nuevo is going to be centered around this circle. No early clash, it seems. Yeah, they kind of spread out. But I'm still looking at Team 52 just on the outside of Crater Fields with E-Arena. Oh, that could be one. That could be one.
I think this might be the Monte Nuevo circle. We've seen this circle before now. It's not going to be an easy circle. That's what we know. But I just hope this time VSS. It's been a while we actually see somebody use VSS. I miss this weapon. Back then, I don't know if any of you guys spectators do know Matt Toy, but he's one of the players that love VSS.
Yeah, and he coached one of the PMCL teams before this. Okay, comes in, Joker. He managed to get one, but it was too much for him to handle. And Joker will be eliminated. Team 52 will score the first point this round. And E-Arena lost Joker. Bit of a death there in their journey to not only be the top 5, but potentially become the champion.
I'm praying right now, praying that our observer not getting allergic to fights, so can get to see the fights. We miss a lot for the entire day here, but hopefully, I think everybody's just warming up to this lobby right now, including our observers. It's having a hard time to catch up all the teams that are aggressively picking off a lot of players, like how we saw just now 52 taking out one of the players of E-Arena. But this is good news for the other teams. E-Arena, despite they lost one member, this means they're slightly short-handed when it comes to the firepower, and probably RRQ or BTR can catch up. But we talked about the swaps before. Daybot coming in and Nooks is out for MJ.
So that's a swap there. Pangeram and Joe, they have been swapping players for a bit. But they still retain Satar. He hardly got game time in the Erangel matches. And at least this time, okay, they dropped safe all the way down south in Patona, away from other teams, so they could still retain Satar at least. And let's see what can come up with the fact that Satar can play a little bit longer. Another swap here, 7 days in, and Lex will be swapped out. So AZ Slumber making a change as well. And for now, AZ Slumber, they're at number 12 with 17 points. So they have not awakened yet from their slumber. Oh, by the way, the name AZ Slumber, right? So actually, this team name has been in the Malaysian region community forever.
A long time, yeah.
Super duper long, yeah. And finally, they got their biggest breakthrough here at the PMGO.
I do know a lot of teams, Indonesia and Thai as well, that have plenty of potential, high potential players, but it's just having that breakthrough is so difficult because the qualifiers, their own regional qualifiers, is just so difficult, especially the Thais though. They've got plenty of good players on there. But back to its Hill. They are taking Montenegro. Last time we saw this quite close to the center of a circle. Question is, do they want to stay or do they want to yo-yo in and out? Because we do see a lot of teams want to get out first out of the circle if they happen to be the center of attention. And especially when their resources are not enough yet. Or maybe somebody will try to go to those high grounds. If the circle shift down south, then those high grounds around La Dilera will be very crucial for the teams as well. But we do have plenty of time still. And speaking of time and numbers, at least every single team competing in this lobby right now already scored himself a double digit. So I guess that's still a good news still.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, right, if you look at like the PMPLs or even the PMCLs, at this stage, or maybe even after day one, sometimes after the second half of day two, there are still teams at a single digit. But now at the PMGO, we're still in day one and we're in the 5th map. Everybody's at the double digit. So it just shows the quality of these teams here.
True. And it's just, we can see a bit of a gap between the first and second place right now. There's nobody's in the 40s, but we do know there's somebody in the 30s, 20s, the teens. It means that it got quite a good spread of amount of points across the team, which nobody being left behind. And it shows how tight the competition as well when it comes to this season. That's just how close everybody's at with each other. It's just a matter of whether you can make the mistake or not, whether your shot calling is the right timing, whether your rotation happen to be at impeccable timing of rotation as well. It's all about timing, really. It's a bonus when it comes to those eliminations. So I think you have to give still a lot of credit to it. The Thai teams, they are very aggressive, except for SP, of course. SP, Sharper Esports, we can see the struggle, but I think slowly they're learning.
Yeah, adapting to this lobby, right?
Mm.
Yeah, currently at 14 points. Well, Potato could be struggling here against Team 52 because we got Manzi across him. I wonder will they stay. Oh, but he managed to fire back.
Nope.
And now Manzi's out in the open. Potato couldn't find an angle. But I don't think he will spend too much time here. Not sure if he does have a vehicle, but he could definitely use some help.
It's more surprising for me, 52 as a whole team actually overstayed himself here. I wouldn't worry too much about Potato. I mean, he probably is doing some scouting work or he's trying to get info, but for the whole team to be here way deep in the blue, and it's over 1,000 meters away from the circle. And this 52 is playing very late into the circle, and instead they're taking a longer rotation to go down, slightly down south from an entry towards the circle, because there was somebody there just now, Potato and the rest avoid. So they want to avoid that completely early on.
Oh, but they're not able to avoid Volky though. On Team Nemesis and MEC in the fights. I wonder where is that happening. But before that, we'll check out the map. Okay, a lot of teams already in the circle, but we have teams coming in from the south, and that's the fight between MEC and Team Nemesis down south. I think we can expect that fight to continue on.
I know Romeo is super itchy. He wants to get those shots from YG. Manet. And speaking of the ties, right? I noticed the lineup of Sharper Esports do have Vintorez in the lineup. I don't know if Vintorez is going to play because back in the days of Vampires or that time and FaZe Clan, Vintorez used to be very good in this map.
Yeah, Daddy Vintorez. He's been the interview guy. That's why I noticed in content. So I guess, yeah, you send out the daddy to be the interview while the rest of the focus on the gameplay. But speaking about focusing on the gameplay, Satan not able to focus down. Ooh, could this be another early exit for Satan?
Many times now, he got eliminated quite early on. But well, at least we know they do want to reposition himself and pull himself away from this fight. But Nemesis seems to be very committed to this. You can see that the intent of them pursuing MJ is very obvious. They really want to go for those eliminations here. But they both just swap in, quite fresh. Dale repositioning, perhaps try to go the other side of a hill instead, try to get the position of the players that they're pursuing those tracks on. But I guess they're parting ways as well. Not worth it for Nemesis. They're not going to invest a lot of time and resources to it. The teams just now, they saw each other out. And that was MJ, who's happened to be in the blue zone.
And at least Satan survived. So he still continues to play. Not another early exit for him. A good move there by Nemesis as well to focus onto the circle, because you still have a lot of space to play. It's still fairly early. If you over pursue, and then there'll be other teams that might punish them instead. So great call there, I must say. AZ Slumber doing pretty much the same. But focus on getting into the circle. Left side is empty for them. Long rotation, but it's okay. Still fairly early in this round. So circle updates soon. So, Trencher fights up north, I must say.
To take the north or the south, that's going to be the question between the teams. A majority of them taking the south. North, just a handful of them. And Arena, one of the teams taking on the northern side, and they are inside of a compound, but barely at the edge of the circle. It feels like they calculated the whole day to play at the edge of the circle. It's working quite right for them. While majority of the teams going into the center, they are taking advantage and gatekeeping at the edge. But I think YG probably try to do the same thing here, because last time I saw YG was quite near to E Arena. They've been playing a lot of the circle edge as well.
Here amongst the Xavier. Oh, and they're going to fight right now. After getting that knock, looks like RQ, they're looking to respond back onto Xavier. One managed to break through. There's going to be Firen at the forefront, but he needs backup though. Nepeko is currently down. So at this moment, it's going to be a 3v4, but Nepeko is going to be picked up by his teammates. So RQ, they're going to hold for now and decide later once Nepeko is up again.
It's such a huge change, Cloud, when it comes to the format. Just making a 3-day finals, no league stage. Everybody's just super careful the first day here. The first day is really the most important day for them to mark their territory, so nobody can actually take their compound and first drop away. So everybody trying to make sure that second, third checkpoints onward, they know who's around. Right now, Nemesis walking straight into AZ Slumbers, sharing the same angle of the circle. But whilst we're looking at different ones, the Xavier seems to be sharing a bit of a trouble with RQ. Those nades did not seem to be connected, but it's getting closer and closer.
This nade, nobody's on the second floor, so it will not connect at all. Now comes down to the ground floor with okay coming in from the other side. It's his teammates, and he managed to find one. It's going to be one down into the pocket of RQ. Looking for the other players of Xavier. And again, it's Xavier RQ, by the way. And Firen from the other side with the UMP spray. Jump shot! And Xavier losing player after player. One more player from Xavier just arrived though. It's on the other side, but I don't think Lamborghini is going to take this fight. He's going to leave this one. He's going to survive for the team.
No, and he survived on the nade. Where they came from? We're switching over to YG instantly. Looking at E Arena, tossing those nades to the actual champions. Tenny K on the other end, taking the lead, being the front line. Tenny K, he can see those knockdown players. Romeo will be the first one to go down. Saycloud and Master Small managed to reset himself. But Tenny K do have those elevations, taking advantage at the front. While the circle shrink, Team Flash seems to be in the center. While Nemesis fighting against MJ. We're still looking at YG. They are in shambles. They're being slapped hard by not just E Arena. It's going to be also Pandem, who just arrived.
And they're right just at the right timing to finish out the final play of E Arena. E Arena out this time. This is opportunity for RRQ to overtake E Arena now. Now that RRQ found their footing and they're on the rise at this moment. Team Pandem locks in 3 elimination points. On the other side, we have Pangeran McJoe, and they're going to play the gatekeeping role against another team. Who is that? Oh, that's Voin.
Yep. But Voin, they are the one in trouble. They got cornered down by not just the Blues, but the players of MG as well, and they're quite scattered and spread out amongst themselves. His teammate couldn't actually save Zeta. Zeta got twice in a row now. He got caught off guard while he's doing rotation. I think there's some sort of miscommunication issue between Voin players here today. Quite unusual the way they rotate themselves, Boychill and Zeta just now. But this is going to be the last play of Voin. I don't know how long will he last, but we do know for Pandem, that full squad who got himself plenty of points, 5 right now. Seems to be having a very good day in Miramar.
Pandem so far is having a good day as well in Miramar. 5 elimination points now for Team Pandem. The next target could be Hale. Taking a bit of a pit stop here just outside of Monte Nuevo. Hale's not budging yet. There's at least one player there. Okay, they have a good spread here. Oh, okay. This is going to be a fight that Team Panda might have to take. But on the other side, PMGO and McJoe is going to come in as well. So Hale will be sandwiched between these two different teams.
Yeah, Frenzy spotting him out. He spotted two teams. That's high value information for Panda. Frenzy definitely relay the information back towards the team. Now, do they respond to left side or right side? Do they respond to the north or slightly to the south? But MJ, speaking of visual out there, slightly, just a tiny bit, tad bit too late. Bold and brazen and ambitious indeed. They bought. You can try, but you cannot get from that distance with that scope. But the rest of MJ seems to be slowly trying to walk into the circle. Well, we do have Pandem frolicking on the northern side of the circle. There's nobody stopping Pandem. The only one that knows about them right now is going to be BTR Razy, just around that corner, and the rest of them do see the rotation of Pandem. And this is the only team that knows exactly where Pandem's at.
I'd say that PMGO and McJoe actually did Team Pandem a favor there.
True.
By showing off Hale. If Hale was still there, then Team Pandem might find it difficult to get it. But because, okay, PMGO and McJoe, they came, they shot at Hale. Hale decided to turn back, played inside the circle, and that allowed space for Team Pandem to move away. Yes, like what you say, BTR know that they're there, but circle's going to shift anyway, so might as well wait. And BTR has the circle, Team Flash as well, and RRQ.
Pandem, they need to get out, and Razy will prepare his rifles with that 3x scope. The moment Pandem tried to get out from that house, that warehouse, to go to the high grounds. But he's holding the angle by himself. They're quite dangerous, but he is super important. Razy to give the information towards the rest of the team. He's the cover fire as well. They're taking their rotations for Pandem, hopping onto their vehicles and try to get into the center of the circle. They have to cross the street as well, but all the buildings are occupied. So they are calculating which building they want to fight.
Team Pandem, they do have players on the outside, so they have to kind of decide. Razy is quite detached from his teammates, and he's the one without circle now. But we'll check on him later, because right now PMGO and McJoe chasing Hale from before. Now they will take this front-on fight with Hale Esports, and Hale trying to fight back. Mega up down. Canary gets one for himself. Daybon eliminated. But then again, this fight will continue on with Hale. Only one player left against the three players from PMGO and McJoe.
Finally get to see a bit of PMGO and McJoe's performance here, where Linux managed to knock down multiple players, giving so much damage just now, and got finished off by the rest of his teammate Hurlings. Cooking up the nade, tried to toss and flush out Hale. Pandem just arrived as well, but the nade getting a double down at that. A discounted day for MJ. McJoe scored it big against Hill, but next one is going to be Pandem for the next target.
Sata with this nade. Both sides cooking out their own nades. Frankie will lob it in. Sata could be in trouble here. Sata managed to evade that one. Oh, but received damage, but he's still okay. Somehow Sata is still alive. And Jabranki creating the smoke bridge. He wants to rush towards Sata. Sata managed to heal up back to 80% of health. And here comes Jabranki with an SLK gameplay into the building. Onto the left side, he sees Sata, but Sata escaped. But Sata takes damage though. Sata, whatever it is, he's still alive. And Jabranki going for the chase, and finally he gets Sata.
Oh, Jabranki, that was a quick reaction, a running gun, but Leon D. Zena cooking up. Sata Hurlings needed own teammate there. The worst timing possible to have a blunder, but the nades flying over too much for Linux to hold by himself. Hurlings screaming, Linux, I'm sorry, but come back in here. DBS, can he hold the ground? Even though the shotgun's being nerfed, but plenty of players still using it anyway. Linux, left, right, center, he needs to swing it big. That's impossible. Pandem charging in. Hurling's the last man standing. Can he clutch this one for the team? Pretty low himself, and now it's gonna be, that's done it. MJ, McJoe, valiant effort, but Pandem got it better.
But still, McJoe scored 9 elimination points, so that's pretty decent for them. But here comes BTR. They want to be the third party. They're arriving now at this warehouse. And Team Panda, they have to reset quickly. Team Z all alone at the forefront. Will buy time for his teammates. Spinderella's got him with a nade. And Frenzy on the left side. Looking up the stage. It's going to be a short toss one, but Frenzy 6 damage. And Frenzy is down as well. Down to Lijo Brenky.
Oh man, the cleaning crew, BTR. Speaking of timing, is it a coincidence or pure intention just now? What if it fish will out there, but BTR that's got them 3 eliminations. 5 Axel with no problem. Federalis, it's unusual to see Federalis not engaging as much as he used to last year. But we're back to it, the last play of the Xavier's Lamborghini. He gave away his position. I think there's a lot of players surrounding him as long as he didn't overpick himself. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Oh, but Hive might not be so okay. Driving past by Team 52, but Team 52 not able to get anyone from there. Managed to arrive at the destination. They're okay for now. And Lamborghini can slide into the circle. We'll check back on him later. Team 52 kind of lost their opportunity to get... Lamborghini. No points for Dingo's Xavier.
At least they still have Team Flash just now. But for Nemesis... Nemesis, it's not a 2v1, it's a 1v1. We cannot see anything in the smoke! Just let us see the player's perspective! What is this? Bobby! You can do this, Bobby. Demi's down on the ground, Drax, and that's Bobby Rallas.
Bobby Rallas bringing in 2 elimination points for AZ Slumber. And he's in the circle, but he has to be careful of the fact that Team Nemesis, they're not out yet. There's still Hades around the corner. But at the southern side of the circle, we have RRQ and Sharper Esports now with the same compound. Both of these teams in the circle, so I would expect that it's going to be a stalemate for now. Unless if it moves to stage number 7, then they'll be forced to fight.
That's probably going to be the case. Stage 7 it is. They're sharing the same compound, they don't mind. They need more points compared to all the others that remain. 52 as well. Nemesis unfortunately down to 1 player here. But the one that can actually take down the arena, RRQ is still alive. Nemesis Hades. That's going to be the last man standing for that team. Will be taken out. We're down to 7 teams in stage number 6. In the last 60 seconds, the circle will shrink even further more. But for AZ, Bobby, he got himself 2 points right now. AZ standing at 12th place. Still plenty of points to catch up, but they definitely can push themselves up to the top 10 as long as they survive.
Okay. Right now, next is going to be stage 7. Let's see where the circle will go. Team Flash in the middle of the circle. They should still get it though. These 2 teams, I'm looking at Hive and Team 52 by the edge. Why not get the next piece of the circle? And Team Flash, they have a compound. This is a perfect round for Team Flash.
I mean, this is where they are. This is their expertise to read out the circle, wait things out. Stage 7, 6-7 they call it, and they might be start engaging. Like how 52 in trouble right now. Hive, it seems like a proning ground there. Everybody's on their knees around the same shack. It's gonna be coming up from BTR. Rating those long shots really paid worth with a ghillie suit as well. BTR, they've been wiping off everybody off the map clean. They've been coming at perfect timing to steal points away every single time.
And now, because of that, they're at 7 elimination points. And the biggest hurdle will now be for Hive International to get into the circle while BTR is looking at them. Not the easiest of situation for Hive International. On the other side, Bobby Rallas unfortunately eliminated. And that is it for AZ Slumber this round. We have RRQ now looking at Sharper. They've been looking at each other for quite a while now. Lapa exploded a vehicle, got MC2.
Lapari positioning himself to get... Oh, never mind. They don't need to finish things off. We're down to the top 4. Aspie, unfortunately, have to bow down at 5th place. But at least... Constellations. It's going to be... Lapar taking at least those death boxes. We're down to the top 4. Majority of them are full squad except for Hive. Now Hive, I think this is their first time at this stage, but they've been quite consistent, getting them top 4 twice in a row for today.
Yeah, consistency is key here. If they can score, this chicken dinner is going to be huge. But let's see what will happen here to Hive. Oh man, Hive and BTR. Lots of pressure on the Hive right now. The blue will arrive on them really soon. While BTR, they still have a little bit of space to play. And in fact, they have Razy inside the circle as well on the other side of the road. It's going to be pretty tough here for Hive. And now BTR, they're looking to collect those points. They don't want those points to go out to the blue.
Oh, net flying again. BTR, they got plenty of damage towards BTR. Hive keep giving those nades in. The nades galore is on, but Rhyme was on the ground. Razor got an opening. Finish it off. A clean execution. And that was Team Flash. They start to move as well. They know this is a good time to engage. And they're taking on RRQ. RRQ taking on BTR. Hive against BTR. All eyes on BTR. Left, right, center. Everybody just wants to take BTRs out right now.
They don't want those points to go out free. And Team Flash now, they're having a little bit of part of this. They only scored 1 elimination point so far. They're looking for more. They still have to come for their compound with this stage. They're trying to see if they can steal away those elimination points. Now BTR Axel cooking up the stage, sending it across onto Hive International. This name will not land thanks to that vehicle.
Nate's coming in. Momboy's down. That's going to be it. Down to one last player for Hive. Teams just seems to be very bleak on the side of Hive's side, but they're still fighting it. But Hive, unfortunately, have to battle at 4th place. And now it's only BTR 2 players and 2 for RQ. Team Flash. This is it. This is them. This is their chicken for Vietnam region here. It's presented itself in the hands of Flash. Can they seal the deal?
Yeah, it's about wrapping things up right now. And we did call for a different region to score the chicken dinner. We might get it here with Team Flash. Team Flash needs to make a big comeback for themselves as well. And Axel out. That's going to be BTR down to 2 players. And now Team Flash, they're taking the active approach. They want those elimination points and they will start it with Piran.
Do they have smokes for RQ? They need it so bad right now, but nades! What a nade! Bows! When it comes to the off angle, you can trust this guy to deliver. Win and Bows, the deadly duo for this lineup. Nebekos for the Alsus. Here comes another one on top's hand. Make it BTR next one, biting the doves. Team Flash versus RRQ now.
Can RRQ beat the odds again, just like before? Tops forced to turn back because of the molly. Nebeko gets used. Oh, RRQ, they won't go down without fight right now. They're at 10 elimination points. Nebeko looking for his angle. Nebeko takes damage. Now he has to reset. Wallapa opening up the space. On the other side, he does have Bo in front of him. He's gonna go for it. He does have 2 nades though.
Tops. Cancel it out. Retops. Never mind giving it away, but that's gonna be the last nade for Lapa. This is it. Win it or just give it away. Win getting in. Nebeko, Lapa hoping to toss it one, but Tops right in front and Flash. What an opening for the Vietnam region. Finally, they got himself the chicken here in the first Miramar. Like I mentioned, they love this map more than their counterpart, the Xaviers, and they are more stable than this map as well. And Team Flash, it shows they prefer the Miramar map over the Erangel.
Here comes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the PMGO Vietnam champions, Team Flash, locking in the chicken dinner for the Vietnam region, putting the flag up high there. And now, only one more slot to go for maybe a PMCL team to make it up there. But we also have to give it to RRQ as well. Like what you pointed out, still another consistent gameplay by RRQ, bringing in a lot of elimination points and a 2nd place finish at the same time. But the spotlight this time is going to be Team of Flash coming in with 8 elimination points.
I do wonder whether we get any double-digit eliminations out of that just now. But when it comes to Win and Bows, I love this duo. They almost pretty much dished out the similar amount of damage taken as well. But when Bose and Win work together, Win is always going to be the entry fragger. Bose is going to be the one that's coming up from the side, from the flanks, from the off angle. They work so well as a deadly duo. Tops and Zeus mostly going to be giving a lot of information for the team and cover fire. But we don't see the best of Team Flash yet. Yes, they scored chicken, credits given when it's due. But for Team Flash, we want to see more. And let's rewatch more of their highlights just now.
And here is not only Team Flash, but the other top 4 teams. RRQ, still very consistent. We have VTR up here at 3rd, and PMGO finally. We see them performing in this round at 4th place. So out of the top 4, 3 of them from PMPL Indonesia, and of course Team Flash from PMPL Vietnam. And if you look at the stats here, because Team Flash, they had a pretty comfortable round with Circle on top of them, with the compound, so they didn't really need to use that many utilities, but still able to come up with a chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points. Still pretty okay for Team Flash.
Well, this is the map that they have more patience with, which we do know they're going to wait it out until the 6-7 stage, and then they start to engage. Pun intended, by the way. But when it comes to the last map of the day, Miramar, another one to go. When it comes to the points, we need to know how much is going to be the margin to differentiate between the top 5 and the rest. And surprisingly, a lot of them actually coming up from the Indonesian region. I was expecting more Thais, at least 1 or 2 teams of Thai to be in the last Miramar map. But when it comes to Bose, here comes our MVP with 3 elimination of 588 for the damage.
Yep, Bose, the other half of the twin, which
Zeus.
the other one is Zeus, by the way, for ladies and gentlemen. 3 eliminations, 588 damage, 2 knockouts, 27% point contribution, and a survival time of 29 minutes, 51 seconds. We didn't really get to see much of Team Flash throughout the entire round, except for that final moment, but I like the fact that they played actively at that last moment. If not, yeah, maybe they scored the chicken dinner, but maybe only 2 elimination points or something like that. But because they were active, they brought in more elimination points with a total number of 8. And this is the match ranking from this round. So our top 4, PMGO, interestingly, because they kept Sata alive, I believe, they brought in 9 elimination points. So no rank points for them, but they're still up there.
It's gonna hurt a lot when it comes to the Xaviers and Void though. I feel like the Xaviers might actually not make the cut for the entire day. I don't know about tomorrow. Tomorrow might be their, uprising day, because sometimes they do that for the entire day. They can get back-to-back chicken dinner for no particular reason. They just feel like doing it. But for YG, is this also going to be the end of their road when it comes to the next stage? Because today has not been a great day for them. They got themselves some top 4, but there's only one time in the first ring, and that's it, and YG gone completely. We don't see a lot of YG at all today. It has been quite one of the most consistent team across today. RRQ, BTR, and E Arena.
Yeah, RQ, BTR, E Arena, you are right. And among those teams like BTR, they have not scored the chicken dinner yet. So who knows, the next one could be theirs. So let's see what will happen. But there are a lot of teams that it will feel weird if we don't see them in the next round though. So hopefully they'll be able to put up a good performance. Overall wise, yeah, I can't wait to see the overall match rankings for now. But there will surely be some teams at the bottom that are still struggling. I can imagine to see like Team Nemesis down there, maybe even Team 52. So you don't want to end your day like at the bottom. But it's a competition at the end of the day, right? Like somebody has to take the bottom spot.
True. I mean, it's fine to get the bottom spot, and somebody has to sit there. But it's just at least the gap is within reach for tomorrow. We look at 16th place to the first place. That's going to be like what, 44 points of a gap within reach still for tomorrow. But a lot of work for 52. Same goes for Nemesis and MJ, those in the teens. But as we shrink the gap even further, RRQ, I thought they managed to overtake E Arena just now, but I was wrong because E Arena got eliminated quite early. It wasn't enough.
But at least right now the gap is only 2 points. So that's one. And the big main objective is to be in the top 5, right?
Yeah.
So right now they have a bit of a comfort room. If we look at like objectively, RRQ 55 points and number 6, Hale Esports, that's falling from grace by the way. They have like a decent gap, like 22 points. So that's kind of nice. But Hale Esports, wow, I think this is also another topic of discussion. What happened to Hale? They start off really well with the chicken dinner, and then it just went missing.
Just like the hail rain, I guess. You get those ice rain for a very short time, and then it's gone. The ice melted, I guess. But for hail, it feels like I think this lobby itself is just so difficult to deal with, honestly, because you cannot pinpoint a position. Like for example, if a 4v4, it's easy if everyone clustered in the same place, but it's different with this lobby. Everybody's so confident with their skill play and everybody knows exactly what to do. They are scattered. So once they are scattered, it's so hard to catch a team as a whole because there will be somebody taking advantage from your side or your flanks, making it so difficult for the teams at the bottom to catch up as well. But I do know when it comes to performance-wise, E Arena do have what it takes to lift the trophy for this one because they're one of the teams that's really strong when it comes to the firepower and getting those eliminations, picking off people, aggressively trying to find those points. And the format for this season, that 3-day finals only format without the league stage prior to it, like how they used to know each other or familiarize with each other, this is a huge advantage for E Arena. They don't have a care in the world. They just go in.
Yeah. And that's why they are up there, right? Like, okay, they have the confidence, they have the gameplay, they have the strategy as well. And so far they're keeping pace. So that's pretty nice, right? But other teams are definitely hot on their tail. It would be an interesting one if RRQ can actually be the one to catch up to E Arena because prior to starting this, I think not many people would say that, oh, RRQ is one of those title contender teams because they haven't been doing too well, especially at Southeast Asia stage for not only the past few seasons, but for the past few years. So now with this kind of performance that RRQ is starting to show, like a chicken dinner, fairly consistent, and if they somehow lift the trophy at the end, it will be crazy for RRQ.
That's true. I mean, it's been long due. We know Nepeko has that caliber to do so. With his lineup as well, it's not impossible for them to actually execute that. But do they synchronize amongst themselves or queue members as well? I mean, if there's only one person thinking that way, it's going to be difficult with no cover fire. But I cannot shake off the urge to say, if Rosemary happened to exist in this lobby, this is the format he wants to play so bad. That 3 days format, and can go crazy with it and just open fire everywhere. I think he missed out a lot for this season. If only any of the team pick him up, it will be a big contribution.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no open transfer window in between like the PMPLs and also Also, that's right. I'm pretty sure that he will be a good pickup here, at least for like, okay, let's play for us here. But then again, if you think about it, like Alter Ego, they do have another route to qualify to the PMGO as well through the PMIO. So he will be busy there anyway. But let's see here. Again, reviewing our prediction. We still score one apiece. I wonder if you get another one. Are you hopeful for the Xavier and YG
No.
for your side for today?
For
No?
Miramar map, not so much, because we do know Team Flash, like I mentioned earlier on, Team Flash do have better grip in terms of Miramar fundamentals, to know exactly when to open fire, to know exactly where the best hiding spot to wait things out. Yeah, it sounds a bit... hiding, is that even... It's a survival game by the end of the day. It doesn't matter what way you choose, there's no wrong way to win as long as you're winning the game. But for YG, I do prefer them in Erangel. It's kind of a hot scene to see YG winning over Miramar, because they're even during their qualifiers, they're not the strongest in Miramar. And when it comes to this lobby, I mean, I was expecting more ties to get, you know, like E-Arena at least, but they still managed to pull a bit of a gap still.
Well, to be fair to the Thai region teams, they already got 2. So, not too bad, not too bad. Bobby Rales. He performed really well in PMPL Malaysia though. Like, he was like, when he performed, like, he was like this guy's going to be the next superstar. But I guess so far in the PMGO, in this Southeast Asia lobby, it's still a learning curve for him. And not only him, like the rest of AZ Slumber as well. By the way, AZ Slumber, their coach is Mr. Plank. And Mr. Plank used to be the key observer for PUBG Mobile Esports tournaments, like PMSLs and all that before this.
It's nice to see people that we've known and, you know, familiar faces back in the fray. But speaking of familiar faces, Team Flash. I love that duo, Win as well as Bose. The way they think as a duo is just great. I mean, we don't see ourselves the deadly duo for this season yet. Back in the days, we did mention a lot, like, you know, some teams, whenever they down to only 2 players, we can see that they have more potential compared to working out as a 4. But this season, it's slightly toned down a bit. It feels everyone is not unleashing the best peak performance yet. It's not their prime yet. I think everybody is just still being careful here.
It's either they not unleashing themselves, or everyone is unleashing, but everyone is just canceling each other. Like, that's why this lobby is like the most insane lobby you can get, because everybody qualified through merit, through their respective PMPL, PMCL, and to be here, right? So that's why you got the best of everyone. So if everyone's like the best, well, somebody has to go down, and that's where the balance in the force happens here. But like what you say, right? Yeah, we haven't seen that, not only duo, right? We haven't seen that one individual that like just like bang, bang, boom, boom every round even. Like, you don't get like, oh, okay, this standout, like it's always Rosemary, or it's always Tony K, it's always this player, that player. But not even yet this round, or today at least. Maybe we'll see it in the last game today. Yes, it's game number 6 already, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it's Miramar again.
This is gonna be our last map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And today has been quite a confusing day for me, with a lot of fights we missed. I hope, I'm sorry, observers, you guys are doing a great job, but it's just, let's do better tomorrow. But in the meantime, like you mentioned, I totally agree. We don't see any outstanding individuals. We did see a bit of someone here and there, like Tony K, for example. We did see him performing, but there's too many fights. There's too many pick-off fights. I wouldn't say a total 100% committed fight, as in a 4v4 or try to flush into a compound. There's a lot of pick-off fight, like one player being picked up while he's trying to do scouting work, or trying to get vehicles, or rotates slightly later than the rest of the team where they got picked off. So it's so difficult for us to see that single player moment, because a lot of them have to be caught in an accident.
Yeah, you're right. Like we would expect like some names like Satar, but a few rounds hasn't been doing well. At least in the previous round, in general, Pangera Mejo did well, and then you also have like even YG like Smile. Yeah, he had that one round where he carried the team with a lot of eliminations, but that's pretty much about it. So it was like so far the one round wonder. So yeah, nobody has been like, okay, consistently like every round, even if his team goes down, like this guy's still carrying the team, or like even making the big moves, like fancy gameplays consistently. Yeah, we don't get that yet. So hopefully we'll be able to get to see something here this round. We're gonna get a okay circle, pretty stock standard if you ask me. Centered around the area of Hacienda. But the circle could go up to the high ground, and if it does go there, it will be super challenging for the teams.
I'm looking at quite spread from Nemesis side on the left side of Bozo just now. We don't have any hot drops between the teams and no first contact made just yet. But we do have quite a generous circle in Marama, don't you agree?
Yeah. It's a nice circle.
Too nice.
So normally nice circles will mean like, okay, we will see more action and stage 4 onwards.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Mr. Gym guy, Razak, saw action early with Turney K.
That was a crispy one as well. Perfect. Spray from afar, despite he was just using a red dot if I'm mistaken. Then the holoscope. But BTR, I think they can actually reach out to Razak. But Federez is like, wait bro, I'm just doing my, never mind. Feel bad for Razak right now, but the rest of the arena finished off. The players of BTR just now. I think they know for a fact. Federalists know it's a bit too far anyways. So it's not well invested time if you actually reach out to Razak just now. But it's at least Razak get a slightly earlier good night sleep compared to all the others.
Well, I'm pretty sure he wished that he can just leave and go to sleep, right? But I guess he would still be needed at stage.
He can doze on the stage, I guess, while waiting things out.
Okay, yeah. Those on the stage, yeah. But not go back to the hotel and say, good night, guys. It doesn't work that way, people. It only works if they are playing online and they are at their own gaming houses. Then, yeah, they can do that. But here, you have to like, I'm the early one to go out, but I still have to sit at stage. Yeah, that's one of the key differences here playing between offline and online.
You know, it's so early for Razak. I just hope he didn't fall asleep because there's a lot of audience in front of him as well. Imagine if you accidentally sleep because, you have to wait so long. And you might snore. That would be so funny though. Snore during
She's
the
very
competition.
easily entertained by snores. If you snore, Choo will laugh.
Oh man.
Hey, but Razak's a gym guy, so he must be like, full of energy. Like, if he can beat the gym, he can beat the snooze.
I don't think so. If it's snooze time, it's snooze time, buddy. Gym or no gym, snooze is snooze. Speaking of snooze, I kind of miss Snoozy though.
But only Vampire qualified. They were really, really close at PMGO Thailand. It came down to the last game. And unfortunately, they didn't collect enough points that is. And yeah, we don't get to see Newsy, Tony, K, that whole bunch.
Yeah.
It's just too bad. It's kind of weird as well. Like, we don't get to see like Newsy.
Stone haven't been playing for quite a long time. I'm actually hoping Stone to actually be a coach because I think his insights are super valuable as well. And his experience. But you know what? It's a change of era right now. The arena seems to be the one on the rise. With 4 points, 3 points different. They got himself 4 points now, 1 eliminations. But Shreps with a mini 14. Joker. You know, usually Joker the one who's making those weird rotations or weird angle, but this time Joker has been behaving so well for this season. Don't you agree?
Oh, I guess because of him being well behaved, Irina's doing well so far.
True.
Disciplined gameplay is a thing. Yeah,
it
so
was because
that's a
of
good thing.
Joker
It's a
before?
positive thing. Well, to be fair, they won PMSL before with Joker.
True. True.
Yeah, but it's a good improvement, nonetheless.
I agree. Oh, so he cannot get unleashed. Then he has to always on a leash for Joker. Don't do something that's unpredictable. Stay behaved. I think that's the leash by the teams for him. But we do know when it comes to Blue Zone, there's two teams taking it: AZ Slumber and MJ. MJ and Voin, what do you think about the Indonesian teams when it comes to the progress across the years, especially these two teams right now?
Well, aside from the two teams, and we get to that, like top 5, we have 3 Indonesian region teams now.
That's true.
So that's a way to look at it. And then you have Voin. To be honestly, I find Voin down there to be kind of weird as well, because Voin is always this team that's able to qualify to the next round. Yeah, there's going to be a point for Young Radicals. But yeah, but I believe that the Super IGL Potato will be able to figure things out. And Voin is one of those teams that, okay, they will somehow come back last minute to be like in top 5. They have that potential. They've shown it before in previous PMSLs. So we give Voin that benefit of the doubt for day 2.
I don't know, man. I mean, that was during a league stage, and we have that long marathon, and this is just sprint, just 3 days. And the circle shifted. A lot of teams that happen to be taking around the area of St. Martin, but it's gonna be North, and the best team gonna get the North is gonna be MJ around Lake Cabrera. They just arrived from Torre Ahumada, but there will be plenty of teams coming out from the south. There's gonna be a major thinning of crowd on the south side of the circle. We're talking about half of the population will get ousted just to get into the circle.
Hill, again, not the start they would have wanted. One player down to the hands of Yangon Galacticos. Again, falling from Grace. Team Nemesis in the fight as well against E Arena. Interesting, you just took out Schwaps. Any other further follow-up? Like E Arena, we have Mormon here against Team Tandem. DMZ with the high ground advantage.
Ooh.
And now DMZ, ooh, nice shot there by Mormon. Forcing DMZ to turn back, and here comes Mormon with SLK from behind. Wow, Mormon still at the top of his game.
I don't know if he's standing and dancing right now because we can hear the cheers and the energy from the crowd, but it's not done and dusted yet as Pandem want to get that sweet revenge. Try to pursue them from behind. We can see Arena want to not be part of this anymore, but unfortunately for Pandem, from the pan to the fire, they now will bump into Hive. And Hive is baiting for them for those shots. But if they're not being careful, E-Arena will re-intervene that side of the fight. But we do have another team, the Xaviers versus Nemesis. And the Xaviers, they are in shambles.
Xavier, but they fight back though. Oh, Hades, final player for Team Nemesis. Xavier, 2 players, but Hades got 1. Lamborghini stopped near his tracks, and Team Nemesis is out with 2 elimination points, but Xavier, they have to reset very, very quickly. Should be okay right now. No teams pushing in. And thank goodness, Lamborghini became the savior of Xavier.
Oh, he managed to survive. But it's so unpredictable. Voin is just on the outskirts as well. If they see this happening right now, then definitely this team gonna go in for the push. Lucky that he didn't pop any smoke for Lamborghini. If he popped the smoke, that's kind of a big giveaway that he's trying to revive and try to take covers. No smoke means actually sometimes that, oh, there you go, they popped the smoke. At least the whole team managed to reset. If anybody tried to rush in, they can actually use that as a bait instead. But for YG, somebody asked what happened to YG, guys. When Mirama happened. It's not the best day for YG today.
At least they keep themselves afloat. 24 points now, still very reachable to be in the top 5. And at least for this map, they have one of the best peaks here in the circle. But ooh, circle shifted towards the right side. So this peak is going to be a question mark now around the area of Crater Fields where Yangon Galacticos is at. Whether it will still go there, whether it's going to be still worthwhile for them to retain that peak.
We've seen a lot of unusual driving down the hill flip cars for today. BTR seems to be baiting Team Flash or trying to just find out the positions of players. I think they have an idea there's somebody here, but they want to bait them out. Flash not taking the bait. Very disciplined indeed with their trigger discipline. It's going to be the classic place from Team Flash to wait things out until, well, the stage really matters. Stage 5 onwards is going to be their go time. Usually stage 6 onwards. But 5-2, they are at the bottom of the list right now. Things doing not so well. It's so difficult. I feel like this
whatever
lobby,
it is.
yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I was just about to say that. Whatever it is, it's an experience gathering for Team 52.
True. But this lobby is super difficult. It really is. I think the major reason why everybody's trying to take things very slow is because of the 3-day deficit. If it's during the league stage, there's a bit more wiggle room for them to do some experimental stuff and try to, you know, to get a new angle of perspective on how to approach some teams. But this is 3 days. 3 days, there's no room for error at all for these teams. Their hands are tied. Saying this for their feet, it's just they couldn't do more. Worried the fact that you might make a mistake. That's going to be a major one. That's going to be costing you the slot to PMWC. That's huge. And only 5 teams out of this competition, this tournament, can get that slot. Yes, there is the PMIO, the Indonesian Open, but there's only 1 slot for that. There's a bit more room for everybody to join in at the higher stage, but the competition is brutal.
Their hands and feet are tied. It's not only they can't do more, they can't do anything at all. Imagine playing PUBG Mobile with your hands and feet tied.
Hey, you'll be surprised. Some of them can actually use their nose to play.
Ooh. I want to see that. So if anyone knows, tag it in the comment section. We'll check it out, right? But we're checking out right now. It's going to be Hale Esports and AZ Slumber in the fight. And looks like Hale Esports. Ooh, 1 player left. Can he actually get out of this sticky situation? It's going to be Canary. AZ Slumber. 2 players coming in. And that's going to be the end of Hale Esports eliminated. No points for Hale Esports. They will continue to go down the chart.
Oh, RRQ's on fire right now. They're gaining more points by taking those shots from afar. They're gonna take all these knockdowns and slowly try to close in the distance. And MEC will be their next contender here. They are challenging RRQ. But MEC, they scored themselves a chicken today, singers for RRQ. Both teams got themselves... but MEC got pushed down. They did not portray that much consistent compared to RRQ, but this is also an opportunity for MEC to gain the points as well if they're daring enough to fight against RRQ. But RRQ, you know what? They are being very realistic here. They don't want to get into early conflicts by jeopardizing the positions. They want to part ways.
Terrain is rough for MEC, right? Like they have to hike up the high ground. You don't get good vision. And RRQ, they have the high ground view advantage, so that's why they're not really pushing onto RRQ for now, that is. They're gonna stay put. And plus, circle is closing, so might as well. If you got a good spot in the circle, just stay there for now, I guess. Well, Yangon Galacticos is on the other end as well, so MEC, they don't want to be backstabbed by Yangon Galacticos.
YG, I think YG moving towards the left side. There's nobody inside the blue zone down there. It's quite far to reach out the other side from Cross Street, but MEC take a spot him out. Here comes the rush, but Firenze down on the ground. La Paz on the ground as well. They are in blunder. They did not anticipate this kind of retaliation from MEC. There's only one player's down, but there's no follow-up. The Pegasus on the ground as well. BTR's quite far, but BTR rating is quite nearby. Will it be a third-party plays? But RQ Gen Force is still fighting for his life. Will the rest of his teammate be taken out? Gen Force, the last man standing! And the enemy, MEC Shamil won. It's not done yet. There's BTR and Team Flash from afar. Those taps really making it hurt.
When RQ let go of their high ground advantage, they rush in, and MEC, they were ready for it. But look at the elimination feed. The fight's not over yet. Team 52 at E Arena in the fight elsewhere as well. Who's winning this one? Oh, looks like it's E Arena. They eliminated Team 52 at E Arena now at 6 elimination points. And they will continue to create this gap at the top.
Oh, timing-wise, MJ coming in as a third party. Perhaps they want to wipe down very low moment. Only 2 players left on the side of the arena. Can they pull this one out? And 30k and Mormon working out as a duo where MJ and the rest of the teammates are Linux, Hurlings, and Daybot trying to wrap around. It's a 4v2, by the way. But E Arena still stands strong and try to fight them back. 4v2, can they actually do it for E Arena?
This is the opportunity for MJ to actually wipe out the arena. Moments performing with 5 elimination points. But circle update, ladies and gentlemen. Will this area still be in the circle? And yes, it kinda will. But Young Radicals, with that high ground, still has that circle. They can still play this round. But focusing back onto E Arena, the duo that has to do with Momon and 30k now. Against MJ. MJ now on the lower ground. The smoke is blinding them. They're taking their time to decide on when to go up.
Mormon already scored himself 5 out of 6 eliminations for Arena, while MJ has none yet. And they've been using a lot of resources for MJ to shut down 2 players. Oh, he bounced back. So Linux, no one's judging, but here comes another nade. Oh, the projectile did not connect. 20k and Mormon, what a play around the corners. It's like working in a maze for MJ. They are confused and they are unsure what to do, but their resources running dry for 2 players. They use all their troubles by now for this side of E Arena as well.
What really isn't helping Pangero McJoe. Oh, Satar gunned down
no.
from behind by Leon from Team Panda from afar. And now he needs to be picked up. This could be a signal for E Arena though. 30k deciding on whether he wants to go down or not. He decided not to. He will still hold his second floor. They are still in the circle, so they have a little bit more time to play in this stage.
That's very smart of 30k. He tried to bait out who's shooting across the window. He's kind of know where to pick them. He knows where not to pick as well. But for MJ, this is taking them too long. They had a 4. It's a 4v2. Of course, they don't know it's just 2 players, but nobody willing to get any information on the second level of the building. They don't see how many players up there. And there's too many teams nearby as well. If they wasted a lot of their resources just to take down E Arena, Mormon, and 30k, whoever comes in later as a third party, they'll be winning this. And they are coming in. That's going to be SP.
And Sharper Esports here. NC2 Sakura are going to lead the charge. The rest of them coming in as well. And they're forced to take this fight because they were on the outside of the circle. Now it's going to be a 3-way war here for them to get access into the inside of the circle. Nate from the top, but nobody went up yet. Sakura cooking his own nade is over. Sakura being shot at from the other side, and Sakura somehow is still okay.
By who? By who? Sakura, who's exposing? Who can actually see Sakura from this angle? It's definitely not going to be the ones that are right on top of him, because there's no way those bullets can land. Is it going to be... I think it's going to be Voin. Yep, there's definitely Voin coming up from the other side. MJ, now they're stuck in the same boat as E Arena just now. They can't do much about it. It kind of clustered up together. But for the edge of the circle, we do have a couple of teams fighting as well. There's going to be Pandem versus Hive. But the circle shrink, it will be in between everybody. But good news for Team Flash again. High chance they might spoil another chicken if they keep playing this way.
Oh, and Team Pandem just got eliminated. Now this fight is starting to light up. And Sakura from the side. Sakura missed his shot, but will not miss his second shot, and he will get that knocked down. And Sakura is pretty low on health. He will be knocked as well. MJ coming in from the other side is going to be Hurlings getting that knock. And that's going to be it for Sharper Esports. MJ holding on strong. But E-Arena is still in this compound. E-Arena
No way!
comes in from the other side. Bowman!
No
Bowman long
way!
whipped them, but finally he got it!
What is this game? Moment! Patience is the key in this matchup, and Lobby, he did not fight against MJ. He fought the team after that. They survived. He survived. They got 9. It was a 2v4. At first, Cloud, Mormon won.
Right now is stealing the show. 7 elimination points right now for Mormon and E-Arena 9. Man, and with the fact that RRQ eliminated, this is huge for E-Arena. Next, they'll be looking at BTR and Team Flash. We'll check on them later because right now, Young Radical still with a high guard advantage. Right below them is going to be Voin. Let's see what sort of opportunity will they be presented with. As Voin, they know the presence of Young Radicals at the top. But they also need to be aware of D-Xavier at the lower ground. But D-Xavier will not be a big factor as they are all the way down there with the compound. So we'll check on them later because right now it's going to be Mormon. Will this be the Mormon show again going up against Hive?
Why not? Might as well. He's the last man standing and they only got 8 teams left. At least he got himself some placement points here by the end of this round. But for Mormon, that's 7 eliminations. There's a lot of work. He's on a hype train and he's on adrenaline rushes. Well, he might got Pretzel. My God. A one-man show entire day. Mormon is not even careful about his position. There's going to be a Pretzel finally shutting down the last play of E-Arena. But this gap, that kind of performance from Mormon, it just stretched even further from them and the rest of the teams down there.
Unless BTR can say no to that if they can score the chicken dinner. Right now, the focus is on to Hive. They see MEC across them. And Hive International, Ryman and Pretzel, the duo that has to do it. They still have the circle. 30 more seconds before we see stage number 7. But Pretzel got down by none other than Federales, the Filipino Terminator, showing up.
We got time to revive. Pretzel will be revived by Ryman. We do know Pretzel, one of the top player coming up from Hive lineup, the star player. They managed to work out as a duo, but unfortunately the circle will close even further at stage number 6 to 7, and we only have 7 teams left. Team Flash is not willing to open any action yet. They're waiting things out. But Voin is the team with the most information right now. They know exactly where the rest of the teams are BTR because last time they saw a couple of teams passing by. They know YG. Now Team Flash, do they want to do anything about this since they're not inside of a circle anymore?
Oh, we'll check on Team Flash later. Because right now, Young Radical is starting to get in action. They managed to get 1 tap onto Fex. The long range, not able to secure the elimination point, and Young Radicals have to decide right now. They're probably going to go up north, scouting out for information, checking out the position of Voin. Or are they just going to go down south? They're kind of deciding on that. 5 more seconds and the zone will start to close, and Young Radicals will need to move for sure. Prepping themselves up. But now MEC moving towards Pretzel. Pretzel all alone, popping the smoke. And here comes the rest of MEC. Pretzel with the UMP. And here comes Pretzel. His teammate is behind him though. And the zone is starting to close. Pressure will be on these 2 teams.
A long cooked. Pretzel quite in a high pressure situation here. Being cornered down by MEC right on top of them. Here comes, he's going to take the leap of faith. Pretzel, he got down to 50% of HP with that explosion. But the UMP would do so much work. Double down at that. Make it a triple. Pretzel, he's breathing the life back to Hive. It was crucial for Raymond to rescue him just now. He's taking a bit of the blue zone. Xavier's biting the dust next, but Prezzo still knocked down by MEC, who's winning over Hive. But what a play just now by Prezzo, giving so much damage for the other teams out there. MEC, they're slowly climbing back up, but they have only one player as well.
You see now, 6 elimination points, top 5. And southern side is pretty clear for them. Oh, but wait a second. Kim is exposed. Will he be able to survive this one? BTS right in front of him right now. And he knows his position. As for Young Radicals, down to only Mernad and Romeo. Still with a little bit of high ground to play with. But stage 8, coming soon in 3 more seconds. Kim eliminated by BTR, Razy, and that is it for MEC.
Down to 4 teams here, with none of them, except for Void, of course, they have a full squad. But YG down to the last player, trio for Flash and BTR. And Win getting on YG, shutting down YG again, close, but not enough. Quite consistent as well today when it comes to the top 4. 3 out of the 6 map they played here today. YG scored himself in the top 4, but BTR still consistently getting themselves in the top 3 once again. And Team Flash, is this our first double chicken in a day for Team Flash and a back-to-back? At that, can they close the game?
BTR would surely want to say no to that, but then again, the focus is now between Void and BTR. Team Flash might take advantage of this situation. They are in the middle of the circle as well. There are 3 players, still very doable for Team Flash. And now this name sent across onto Zeta by Win. Will it land? Not yet. But he sees an advantage here. Up against BTR with the high ground. And Boxy got gunned down by Win. Boy chill as well. Zeta burns down Excel. And now BTR out.
Oh, running low on numbers. It's going to be a winner chicken dinner against back-to-back for Team Flash when it comes to this PMGO SEA for our closing game in day number 1. But for Void, they still have the fighting spirit. They will try to fight for their life here. Potato tossing the nades, keeping the pressure. Gare clipping down on Win. That's crucial as Zeus repositioned himself. Bose got himself north angle. Zeta tried to outflank the flanker of Team Flash. That's going to be Bose. Zeta, the cover fire. There you go. Bose spotted him out. Down to very low HP indeed, but Zeus spotted out Zeta, giving cover fire to Bose as well. This duo, this twin, one of them will have to bite down. It's not done yet. Zeta, can he do this?
I like what you said, Chuchu. Team Flash, back-to-back chicken dinner. This is Team Flash, ladies and gentlemen. They did not start the day well, but it doesn't matter. We end the day with a bang.
Double chicken in the day, a back-to-back in both Miramar. I think it's safe to say in this lobby, Team Flash is the king of Miramar for day 1. They did not disappoint us. Their gameplay is the same, very textbook, the same fundamentals. Wait things out, then we go in for the rush. And they perform stellar, phenomenal timing as always. And they're just proven. They are the kings of Miramar right now.
Oh, and do the, I don't know if that's a Team Flash pose, but okay. We'll take that one. Team Flash, ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back chicken dinner. The kings of Miramar are here. Bow down to the king. Will they be at number 1? We'll need to tabulate the scores later on. But right now, we can lock in 8 elimination points for Team Flash. So that's going to be another 18-point haul here for Team Flash themselves. Tops didn't get to play as much, but still, they're showing that as a trio, they're able to come up with a chicken dinner. Pretty similar playstyle from before. Play in the middle of the circle, get a compound, and show up at the very end to bring back home the chicken dinner. The first team, day number 1, to have a back-to-back chicken dinner. Amazing stuff by Team Flash representing the PMPL Vietnam region. More to come from Team Flash for sure. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get an interview from one of the representatives on Team Flash. Hopefully it will be a good one. I'm sure they will have a lot of insights to share. Can't wait to see that. But before we get on to that, we're going to check out the best moments for sure. Team Flash people, and I see a lot of fans, a lot of supporters for Team Flash in the comment section as well. You guys are well served by your favorite team. Oh man, Team Flash. Could they be the one to clinch the championship, the first PMGO Southeast Asia Finals trophy? Oh, that's something for us to wait and see. But before that, as usual, the highlights.
It's gonna be a top 4 teams with no teams getting a double-digit eliminations, but you have to give it. We don't need double-digit elimination. We just need a double chicken back-to-back that works. Team Flash just offered us when it comes to day 1 of the finals in PMGO Southeast Asia. Now, I think what's the difference between Team Flash and the rest in this map right now is not just they're pretty good, they are darn good when it comes to Mirama, but the biggest factor is you gotta have a twin in that lineup. We've seen it before way in the days, back in the days of DTR when they had Luxy Suxy twin. And we have G9 and D2E as a twin. Every single team that have identical twin in that lineup usually will perform.
That's a hint for MEC to have both twins in the same team.
Yes.
And maybe they will do a lot better, who knows. But actually, MEC have been doing pretty decent. They scored a chicken dinner and the rest of it, okay. But we'll talk about them later because right now we're going to celebrate our MVP for this round, Win. Just like his name. He not only won the chicken dinner, but also he won the match MVP here. 4 eliminations, 508 damage, 3 knockouts, and 34% point contribution. And Team Flash, well, overall, well-oiled machine team. I mean, you can say Win, you can say Bo, you can say Zeus. Everybody played well because the strategy that they play, essentially, it is team play to decide on where to be at and when to show up.
Yep. I mean, the Erangel's not the best. And we know they can be a bit more aggressive, but this is how they slowly build up the momentum. With 18 points at number 1 spot. That's going to be Team Flash in this match ranking, but we do have Voin at 13 points, while E-Arena consistently getting themselves in the top 3 once more. So this means they just pulled away the points again, but this time still a single digit, and RQ stuck themselves in second place. That's just going to be 9 points different. But elimination-wise, you have to give it to E-Arena. They got the most out there.
Yeah, 67 points now, so they have a 9-point gap between themselves and RRQ. We also have to welcome Team Flash into the top 5 as well. And BTR, MEC still in the top 5. Now, Team Fandom 2 points away from MEC, so they can still break through. I mean, there are a lot of teams that can still break through in the top 5, right? Even Hype International. Hale, yeah, they're sliding down, but points-wise, still able to get into the top 5 and so on and so forth. But, we're going to get our daily MVP as well. So we have to congratulate Win. I mean, you got to get a representative from Team Flash because of their double chicken dinner, right?
Yeah, totally. I feel like the best introduction song for him is going to be All I Do Is Win, 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 no matter what. I think it suits him so well because Team Flash, Win is going to be the main terminator for the team. But when it comes to working as a team, every single person knows exactly what to do in their role. But this now so far applied in Mirama, not yet in Erangel nor Rondo that we see earlier today. Hopefully they carry out the momentum for tomorrow as well.
What song is that?
It's a rap song. Who's singing it again? Yeah, Brother Snoop Dogg is in there as well.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's too Gen Z for me. I don't know.
No!
No? It's not?
Yeah, I forgot about the songs. Wait, DJ Khalid, yeah. All I do is win. There you go.
Okay. So that's the theme song for Win with his win.
Yeah.
How's it again?
Never mind. But yeah, I mean, Team Flash today has been great. Tomorrow is a different story, Cloud. Tomorrow, for the teams at the bottom, they need to do a lot of catch up.
And some of them might start to get desperado. And we know what happens when you have a whole bunch of teams that's like, okay, we're starting to get desperado. They'll just go around, I don't know, maybe go around the map and just look for frags, like how we've seen in even like other tournaments as well. But let's check out the interview.
And this is marked as 6th match for today. But before we leaving tonight, we have Nerpeko from RQ with us.
Hello.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
Selamat malam,
Malam.
right? Selamat malam.
Selamat
Selamat datang to Thailand.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. We would like to know before we leaving tonight, since we have you with us, and we can say that, oh, this year, Indonesia team like sitting near to each other on the standing. So we would like to know, RQ consistency secure the high elim number and finish as one of the highest elim team on day one. Can we say that RQ changing the play style, or which in your mind coming to this event for playing?
Kan di hari pertama ini RRQ berhasil ngamanin jumlah elim yang lumayan banyak ya. Apakah datang ke turnamen ini ada perubahan mindset dari tim RRQ sendiri?
Perubahan mindset yang pasti ada karena kita preparation dari PMPL, habis PMPL itu lumayan banyak. Terlebih lagi di individu kita. Masing-masing coach tuh kasih kita PR individu supaya kita bisa lebih baik di turnamen ini.
There's definitely some mindset that we change and yeah, especially on the individual side from our team and our coach.
Look a bit more aggressive than usual, to be said. And how about because now with Indonesian team, RQ, BGR, Pandam, all sitting close to each other in the standing, and there's anything would you like to say to your nation rivalry?
Dengan tim RRQ BTR Pandum yang berdekatan saat ini, apakah ada pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim rival Indonesia yang lain?
Nggak ada sih, tetap semangat lah. Kita harus bisa mendukung Indo supaya kita bisa main di Indo.
Nothing much to say, just support us, our Indonesian team.
Nothing much. No need to say it.
No need to say.
No need to say it. No word to say it. Something like that. Nah, just kidding. Maybe like, okay, because they are like nation friend, right? So, how about, since we're talking about the nation friend, any word to say to your Indonesian fan or fan that support you here?
Apakah ada pesan-pesan yang pengen disampaikan kepada fans-fans, apalagi RRQ Kingdom?
Buat yang udah dukung RRQ, jangan lupa dukung kita terus karena ini masih hari pertama, masih ada 2 hari lagi. Dukung kita supaya kita bisa lolos ke PMGO Global Jakarta.
For those who support us, keep supporting us because we're gonna get into the PMGO Main Event.
Okay, because PMGO Main Event also happened in Jakarta, Indonesia too. Hope for the best, and hope after this, you find something like Thai food, makan.
I will try Thai food.
Okay, hope you have a delicious food. And this is wrap up for today. This is the first day of our event. PMGO Road to Main Event, Southeast Asia Final. So let's see how it's going to happen tomorrow. So this is it for today. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming to our event and good night.
You know, a person is Southeast Asian whenever we all are super proud with our food. So you know that person must be, yes, they are Asian, but which side? Southeast Asian.
Yes, I agree. The food is always the topic, right? The food is always the topic.
Man.
But you know what I like about that interview the most? Besides the food, of course.
Yeah.
And of course, that reminds me, I'm kind of hungry now. It's getting late here at where we're casting.
Yes.
It is Nepeko and his shades.
Oh,
His shades on stage is like, okay, he got just like how the Gen Z says nowadays, like he got the Riz. Like he has the shades on stage. Yeah.
I don't know about the Riz, man, but I feel like he probably went through something for his eyes that, or maybe that he's trying to avoid, the brightness of the screen. But his eyes looks tired, by the way. But yeah, I agree. He does look cool in that shades, though. It looks pretty cool. Maybe, players should normalize that to, taking care of their sights and their eyes as well. But it'd be pretty cool if all the players to actually have shades on when interviewing.
Yeah. Like if you have like, sometimes you have like two people interviewed, right? So you have two people with the shades. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. You know what? That would be pretty nice if like the players will have that kind of personality. I'll take that one.
I mean, we got
shades.
Mormon.
Yeah.
Imagine Mormon in shades.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Shades, Mormon dance.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
But
take
you
it
know
all,
what?
right?
Out of that context of the interview just now, they are saying to the public that they're gonna get the slot. There's only 5 slots for the PMGO, by the way. So the Indonesians definitely want the slot so bad because it's their place, it's their hometown. They want to be, performing around their home ground as well. So, but there's so little amount of spots for that slot. Who do you think will join in if the case of RQ can be up there?
Well, I mean, it's still a big question mark, right? Like from what we see in day number 1, yes, Team Flash, they scored 2 chicken dinners, cool. But at E Arena, yes, cool, they are number 1. But there's not like, okay, this team will like go all the way, like nobody's going to stop them, that sort of situation. So it's still very hard to tell, but can't say no to the 3 Indonesian teams that are like up all the way up there. But you know what? All that will be further unfold tomorrow when it goes to day number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for tonight. We'll be closing the show here. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo beside me. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this across the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports. So make sure you tune back in tomorrow for day number 2 of the PMGO Southeast Asia. Good night.